just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar. Round 5 done and dusted. Big announcement. May 6th. May 6th. Set your little schedules to May 6th because that is when the 2024 Bloke jersey is dropping. That is right. Brand new design, brand new colours. It is dropping 2024 May 6th. Plus, there's also some other stuff dropping with it. I'm not going to announce it yet. I'm going to keep it a surprise. Keep you on the edge of your seat. So set your little calendar aside. May 6th is when you want to be there. Be ready. As you guys know, jerseys are easily our biggest drop, guys. So if you want to be there, if you want to get one, you've got to be there at 6 o'clock on May 6th. Plus, we've got some other really cool stuff that we're dropping with the jersey you're going to like as well. I've got the great Guru here. How you going, brother?
Good, mate. May 6th is looking like a very big one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. People are going to like this one. I'll tell you what.
Just a question, Kempy, with the drop. For people out there with big calendars, are they allowed to drop in their big calendar or do they have to go out and get a little calendar and put it in that?
We only like battlers here at Bloke. If you've got a big calendar, you're not a battler. You're a fucking business operator. And I'm not a business operator because I was sent over by KO, so I'm still a battler. Hammy, how you going, brother?
Very well. I've always said it's not the size of your calendar, but how you use it. So it doesn't matter what size your calendar is, get it on there and get on board on May 6th.
Absolutely. Yep. May 6th, guys, you do not want to miss it. The colour scheme, it's iconic. It's iconic. Now, boys, how was the weekend?
It's good, mate. Obviously, we were prepared for a lot of rain in Sydney after Friday night. Cleared up. It was pretty good at the end of the day.
Cleared up. All good.
Had a corker, Kempy. Obviously, the Raids have reinstated themselves as premiership heavyweights. Went out to the Randwick races on Saturday. Did my nut there.
Okay.
But caught up on the 3 o'clock game. Don't worry. Got back onto that one. I've watched the full game, so we're all good. But I had a rip. I got an extra hour's sleep on Saturday night.
That was weird. I woke up and I was like, this is too early for me. What's going on a Sunday, Denon? Who are you?
Yeah. I could actually get used to 25 hours on a Sunday, I reckon, every week, if we could arrange that somehow. I actually really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
My weekend was great. Not as good as Matty, though. Matty had a nice oyster lunch yesterday, I believe. Is that true?
Yeah, there's a nice place in Potts Point that did $1 oysters, so we went there and got 48 straight off the bat.
Oh,
and
that's awfully shellfish of you, Matty.
Wow. And the plan was to just have the oysters and just leave, but the menu was too good, so we racked up quite a bill, but it was a good afternoon after a terrible Saturday.
Leaving us battlers behind, mate.
He's a real low-key fancy boy, man.
He is. I had butter on toast last night.
The battler of South Sydney. They've really lost their way.
Yeah, they have. Maybe it coincides with him not being a battler anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to start supporting the Roosters soon. We've got Guru
Don't know if
stuff.
you're up to our standard.
You can. Oh, that's good stuff. You can, instead of winning one game this year so far, you can win 2.
Let's not get carried away.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's get straight into it, shall we? It's time for Face the Music, brought to you by Sportsbet. And do not forget the brand new feature called Feed. And thousands of people have gotten around the beak. So give us a follow on Feed. You can see all my bets. We had a big one on the week. Not a big one, but a decent one. I had. Look, I'm not going to talk about the ones I didn't get. I'm going to talk about the ones I got. I had RTS score anytime. I had Warriors 13 plus, and she got up. She got up because you know what? I know rugby league. That's why, because I know rugby league. I just get it. Actually, what did you? Do you want to tell the public what you did? Do you want to tell the public what you did?
Yes.
We're talking about leaving your team behind. Tell them. Actually, you know what? Tell them whether you stayed for the whole game as well or not.
Okay. So I was 20 minutes late to the game because there was a crash in the tunnel, so my day was already terrible. Then I bet on Warriors to win by 21-30.
Oh, my.
Oh.
And it won. I also bet on 11-20, which lost, but yeah, 21-30, which won.
So you doubled down against your team.
Yes. Well, I mean, I knew what was going to happen.
You were like, I'm not sure they're going to win by 11-15, so they probably win by more than that anyway.
Exactly right. And then I left with about 8 minutes to go.
Oh my God. Rabbitohs, if there's not a club in crisis, you need to get this man back on board.
Yeah.
That's how you fix this problem.
That's
Demetrio,
fair.
give Matty a call and get him back on your good side because he's clearly bad woo-woo. Something's going wrong there. Give us a follow on Feed, guys. You can basically see what I'm betting on. I also do exclusive little description as to why I am. And you can press copy. You can, and then we can come on here and talk about it. Plus, there's going to be heaps of Big plans for the year, guys. Big plans for the years. So open your sports bet app. Give us a follow. It's good stuff. Hammy, how you going, brother?
Very good. Very important to follow Denon on the feed as well. King of the feed as we go to air at the moment. Dan Gorringe, a little bit of a way down there, but firing a few shots across the bow.
Look, he fired a few shots last week, but we've got a term for him. He's the Nepo baby of sports bet.
Yeah?
Because in the same week that we announced feed, guess what Sportsbet go and do? They put an ad up on their platforms. At the end of the ad, it says to follow Dan Gorringe. If that isn't Nepo baby treatment, I don't know what is.
Goodness me, I didn't see that one. Is that
that's what they did. So look, we're the little brother, little butler, just getting through our work, not being appreciated. Meanwhile, Dan Gorringe, he's the Nepo baby, getting the leg up, getting all the connections, the networking. That's what's happening. So he's the Nepo baby.
Leave it with me. There's going to be some very nervous people in the paid social team at Sportsbet off the back of this podcast, let me tell you. I'm going to give them both barrels. Get around Dan, and it's not rocket science, folks. Get around the king of the feed. Very simple.
Are you creating a feed soon?
I think coming soon.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah.
Follow. You know what? I'm so confident in the bloke community that even you'll get more follows than Dan.
Like it.
That's how much faith I have in the bloke community. When Hammy opens up, we get around him and we dominate. That's what we do. We fucking dominate.
Prince of the feed.
Let's fucking go. Whoa.
Exactly. Let's go. Like the confidence off the top. All right, let's have a quick look at the results for this week. Going to be a good conclusion to Face the Music this week. I think we're going to enjoy the dance that comes about this week for this particular person.
Okay.
All right, so Thursday night footy. Storm 34 defeat the Broncos 32. Denon, you picked up a point as you had the Broncos with the 4.5 start. Well done. Great game of footy, this one. Timmy had Melbourne winning, but he didn't have them. And he had them covering as well. So he got the 1 point there. Sloppy stuff from Matty here. He took the Broncos head-to-head. No line tip submitted. So a really bad start to the weekend for Matty there.
It's been a bad week for Matty.
And then ruined myself setting the tone on Thursday night footy. We had the Storm to win the Broncos with the start. So 2 points early lead to myself and the Roo.
Okay.
Friday, Dogs 30 defeat the Chooks 26. And congrats to the Dogs who not only won this game, but also won best dressed this weekend. Can we talk about that jersey?
Can we what? That jersey. Just look, I'll be honest. I saw it in the picture and I was like, yeah, that's a cool heritage jersey. But when I saw them running out in it in person, in 4K, oh my God, that was beautiful jersey.
Yeah.
Loved it.
I think it's one of the great heritage jerseys we've ever seen. And to be playing the Roosters at that stadium, incredible.
And it was at what, 20th anniversary?
20th, yeah.
Oh my God.
It sold out in a stupid amount of time. Like, it was like an hour or something, as it should. Just like memories coming back of Ben Harris tearing down the right sideline, Willie Tonga on the left, might be the other way around. It is the greatest heritage jersey. It's like jersey, full stop.
It's
of
so
all time.
sexy.
Benny Harris is a pilot now.
Is he really?
Yeah. What I learned over the weekend.
Well, there you go.
That jersey, 4K.
Oh, imagine in 8K.
Excuse me for a moment. Look, enough about the jersey. It was a great jersey, but everyone but Denon had the Roosters winning and covering the minus 10.5 line. So we let the jersey down, unfortunately, on the weekend. No points for anyone except Denon, who had the Dogs with the plus. You're the only person to pick up a point, 6 p.m.
Because
Friday.
I get rugby league, that's why.
Sure. Knights 30 defeat the Dragons 10. Not sure if McDonald Jones Stadium or Serengeti floodplain. I think I said that in the group chat at the time. Where the Zebu roam wild and free there. Knee-deep water under the posts. Unbelievable stuff. I had the Dragons. Whoops. So no points for me. Roo and Timmy had the Knights winning and covering the 6.5 point line. 2 points for them. Denon had the Knights winning. The Dragons with the start. 1 point for you. Matty had the Knights winning, so 1 point, but you had them 1 to 12. So that was that. Remarkable scenes up there in Newcastle. Super Saturday, the Bunnies 4, defeated by the Warriors 34. Tough day at the office for Matty, but as we covered off earlier, he's a dog and he tipped against his own team. He had the Warriors winning and covering, so 2 points for Matty there. So did the rest of you guys. I was stunning and brave with my pick, though. I had the Warriors 13 plus, so I enjoy the fruits of an extra point there, which is nice. Manly 32, defeat Penrith 18. Bit of mirror licking here for the team. I think everyone had Penrith covering the 3.5. Lol. How wrong we were. No points for anyone on the panel. Next game here, we had the Fish 26 defeat the Tigers 16. Tigers robbed for the second time this season. Den and Timmy and Matty had the Fish winning and covering the 3.5. Well done, 2 points. Roo had the Dolphins winning, but the Tigers with the plus 3.5. 1 point for Roo.
Silly call that. That's a silly call. That's really fucking poor footy there.
Yeah, that hurts.
Not as silly as my call. I had the Tigers winning, so no points for me. Sunday, Cowboys 35 defeat Titans 22. Massive face the music repercussions this one. The line was 15.5 points, a whopping 15.5. Den, Timmy and myself had the Cows winning and the Titans with the start, 2 points. Rue and Matty had the Cows winning and covering, just the 1 point. Which brings us to our last game. Milk 41 defeat the Eels 8. Guru and Matty had the Milk and they had them 1-12, so I only get the 1 point there. The rest of us had the Milk to win and to cover the line, so we get 2 points there. So,
Yep, come home strong.
strong finish. So our results this round, Denon and Timmy, joint winners on 11 points. Well done, boys.
Cream rises.
Technically, should I win because he got those last points with his bias, go on the Raiders? Without that bias, he would have gone Eels, I reckon.
Yeah, I'm happy to give you the 1 point win there.
Thank you,
That's fine.
thank you.
Amazing to see what happens though, Timmy, when you actually submit your tips one week, how good it can go.
Yeah, look, it helps. It helps.
Yep. You're back up and about. Rue and myself, a very respectable 9 points. Matty's weekend, he goes from bad to worse. 7 points for Matty. So Matty's going to be dancing today. Matty actually requested this song to dance to. I'm not sure why. He's requested the Scissor Sisters. Don't Feel Like Dancing. So if you want to find your nearest camera, Matty. Yep.
Oh, that's good. Oh, you can still see you there though, can't it? No, there's no camera. Oh, okay, fair enough. Here we go.
The Scissor Sisters, Don't Feel Like Dancing.
Oh.
One of Matty's worst weekends of his whole life. 5 seconds of your best, please, Matty.
Oh my God, the guns! You're kidding! There we
Guns
go.
out, guns out.
There we go.
Well done.
Jeez, talk about a bad week for Matty. And also, wasn't he in the penthouse last week? Did he win?
Penthouse to the shit house.
That's what you know. What you got comfortable. That's what happened. You got comfortable.
Yep.
And that's also karma for betting against your team, not once but twice.
Hey, I reckon that's probably what the 10th dance we've seen around that mark. Maybe he hasn't danced yet, has he?
Not yet.
Well, he's the ref, so he's corrupt.
Hey, yeah.
He's overdue.
Great tipper.
No, I think there was one where he didn't, and he wasn't here.
Did he cave
wasn't
out
here.
of it?
Yeah, coward kind of stuff, but it's all right. Oh, that is good stuff. That is Face Some Music brought to you by Sportsbet, guys. Give us a follow on the feed. Make sure to gamble responsibly. You win some, but you lose more. And a massive thank you to Sportsbet. And hopefully the family, because we're a part of the family, myself, Dan, and yourself, we're all a big family. Hopefully we can sort the family issues we have out at the moment and the fact that my other brother is getting more attention than I am.
It's not all beer and Skittles and smooth sailing in family life, is it sometimes? But that's fine. That's fine. We'll get there. We'll get there together.
Dan Nepo Baby Orange. Dan Nepo Baby Orange.
I think that one's going to stick.
I think it is.
Yeah.
And you know what? He looks like a Nepo Baby. Can I be honest? Put him some RMs, maybe a collared shirt, jumper around the shoulders.
Yeah.
Nepo Baby
I can picture
stuff.
it now.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see it. All right. Now it's time for Bloke Beer's Team of the Week. That's right. Grab a case of Bloke Beer from your local. Beautiful, easy drinking lager. Go to our website. We've got store located up. We're in every celebrations. IJ Plus Liquor, Bottle-O, in New South Wales and Queensland. It's a beautiful, easy drinking lager. If you've been thinking about it, get into your local, grab a case. You will not be disappointed. Team of the Week, fullback was hotly contested. Huge blow-ups in the green room. So I put forth two people. I thought Drinkwater and C&K were the best fullbacks of the week. But for different reasons. I thought Scotty Drinkwater out and out, just his ability. Without him, I don't even think the Cowboys win. I know it was against the Titans, but he was literally in everything. C&K, Charles Nicoll-Klukstad, I had him first game back, and he has 2 try assists, 260 plus metres, 26 runs, just an incredible knock. But it was against the Rabbitohs. Tommy obviously was great, but I just thought the Panthers were really poor. Who did you have as your fullback of the week?
I understand your 2 picks, but I think they were against last and second last. Tommy Turbo did it against the greatest team we've ever seen. So Tommy Turbo
Without
was
Cleary?
obvious for me. Sure, they're still pretty handy without Cleary though. They've shown that time and time again. So Tommy Turbo was the pick for me.
Kempy, your logic very interesting. I also had Scotty Drinkwater. I was very torn. Could easily have gone to Tommy Turbo, but Scotty Drinkwater, couple of tries, 3 line breaks, a try assist. As you said, the Titans' defence pretty ordinary, but Scotty Drinkwater was still the one doing everything in that
Literally
wing.
everything.
Your logic of Penrith being poor, mate, to do that against Penrith, that made me nearly flip from Scotty Drinkwater to Tommy Turbo.
No, it is big to do against Penrith. Like, there's no denying that. But first of all, Manly are a top 4 side this year at the moment so far. Like, they've been playing like one, correct? We all agree?
Yeah. Thereabouts. Well, they did on the week of the week before they weren't.
And Penrith were without Cleary, and also they played probably their worst game I've seen them play maybe since the Tigers last year.
So dismantled by Daly Cherry.
Yeah, no, people are going to sit there and have a blow-ups. I'm talking about in relation to when we're trying to pick fullback. It was an incredible performance from Manly as a team. I'm just talking about the impact of the players in each side. So, for example, Scotty Drinkwater, do they lose? They actually lose to the worst team in the comp if he's not there. Tom Trbojevic, do they beat the Penrith Panthers if they had someone else at fullback? I actually think they would have gotten close to beating Penrith on that day. So that's my logic of like, could have that Manly side as well, because they played so well, if they had Garrick at the back there, could have they beaten that Penrith side? I actually think they did. That's how good they played. Whereas with Scotty Drinkwater, I don't think that I think the Cowboys lose to the Titans if he's not playing.
Yep.
What do you reckon?
Well, Turbo was mine. And as I do every week, a shout out to Jareem Buller as well. Thought he was very stiff to miss out too. They're all good. A lot of great fullbacks. I thought Turbo was great because he was very quiet the week before as well. So he kind of bounced back. You know, brought he
was outstanding.
Yeah.
What I loved the bit, we'll get to it in the like when we get to the game, but the one bit where Tungo on his edge, like, how many times do we see fullbacks sweeping around the edge there and he's quick enough to get to him? And it reminded me of a story that Brimo tells when he made his debut, and Brimo had grown up being the fast guy every time he played. They played the Melbourne Storm anyway, so Billy Slater's swinging out the back, and I think he made a line break, and Brimo goes, "Oh yeah, I'll be able to get there." And he said, "I'd never seen someone move so quickly in that 5 metre space," and it made me realise, like, holy shit, this is another level. And that's what I loved about Tommy's try, even though Tungo's been dominating. You know, for the opening, whatever rounds, 5 rounds, that extra step of class of Tommy's speed and strength, he just went, like, he barely got a finger on him. And that just
he covers so much ground with those big, lanky strides.
Yeah.
His speed is so deceptive.
So deceptive. And I just Tommy was absolutely incredible. Who'd you have at fullback, Matty?
Yeah, I had Drinkwater. I had Drinkwater as well, I thought he, as you said, like, he might have, they might have lost the game without him. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go to a vote then. I had Scotty Drinkwater.
Turbo.
Scotty.
Turbo.
Drinkwater.
So it's 3-2.
Oh, yeah.
Scotty Drinkwater gets the fullback. But, I mean, Tommy was outstanding,
He could
guys.
have picked anyone and you two would have backed him.
Oh, here we go.
Please.
Here we
Show
go.
some ticker.
Oh, my God. Wow. Some of us just get rugby league and some don't. You're talking to the 2 best tippers of the week,
This has
mate.
come from Guru.
He picked Drinkwater because he topped Supercoach. That's why he's picked him.
This has come from Guru 5 minutes ago. Oh, Kempy, one of the biggest merch drops, May 6. Look out.
Oh,
And I'm
wow.
the kiss ass.
I'm just a good mate.
Oh, well, the claws are out.
Family Feud.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, Drinkwater, but, guys, you could have Tom Trbojevic there. He was incredible as well. And a special mention to CNK. The reason why I had him up there is just the fact that he hadn't played since last year, and to put out those numbers is actually insane.
It really was an incredible performance, wasn't it, from CNK? It was off the charts.
What? And also, again, we'll get to it in the game. Actually, you know what? I'll save it for the game. Now, on the wing, we had Tuala. 3, Tomoko, who was unbelievable on the weekend. Talk about signs a new deal. You know, how often do you see blokes sign a new deal and they just phone it in that next week? He goes, nah, I'm going to the next level. So
Should have waited another week for that deal, maybe.
mate, 100%. At 4, we had Holmes, but RTS could have been there as well, but we had Valentine Holmes. At 5, we had Savage, that individual try he scored where he just put the afterburners on. Wow.
A really good bounce back too. Made a lot of errors last week. You saw old Savage last week.
Oh,
Great
absolutely.
bounce back.
Absolutely. And I think that's does Savage from a couple of years ago bounce back from such a poor performance that quickly? It usually takes him a while. This new version of Savage bounces back immediately, which I love to see.
If old Savage doesn't turn up for this game and has a stinker, I think there's every chance he gets dropped with back-to-back poor performances, especially with Albert Hopewade potentially back this week. Schiller doing well on the other wing. But to bounce back that way, what a sign of his maturity and development over the last 18 or so months.
And just what patience by Ricky Stewart with it.
Yeah.
At 6, we had Matty Burton. Obviously, his second half was tough for the Doggies, but, mate, he was incredible. Is it the best game we've seen him play for the Bulldogs?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was. Denon actually pushed really hard for Ezra Mam in the green room. But we talked him around.
That is outrageous. That's misinformation and fake news. It was Hammy that pushed really hard for it. And then these fuckwits go, you know what? You should put it in there so everyone in the comment section calls you a biased fuckhead.
I still stand by it.
Oh, you motherfuckers. Burton, outstanding. And to do it against the Roosters, to do it on the 20-year anniversary in those sexy jerseys, a really, really good game from Burton. And hopefully this is the new level of footy he's going to be playing in NRL. Like, it's been a few weeks now where he's played, pretty good footy. He set himself the standard. It's just week on, week out, and that he needs to do. At 7, this was hotly contested as well. So we had Hughes, SJ, or DCE. We ended up choosing DCE. I had Hughes just because the game was so hectic against the Broncos. But when I was talking about could have Manly beaten Penrith without a specific player, there's no way they'd been without DCE. He must have, I don't know, like, he feels like the only player, and I understand, Penrith have beaten Manly plenty of times, but he just seems to have this trump card on the Penrith style of play. And the reason I say is you go look at Origin, and his kicking game, it bothers them. And you go, well, New South Wales isn't Penrith. New South Wales have been trying to play like Penrith for a few years now, and it just hasn't seemed to click. And a lot of that's due to just DC's ability. When he's on against that system, he seems to be the only guy that can really go against it.
Yeah, it's so consistent in his game. He just does it every single time he goes up against them or a team that resembles the Panthers. He does the same thing.
So why you sit there and go, oh, yeah, look, Penrith are really poor in that game. You got to give credit to the Manly Seagulls for making them look bad.
Yeah.
And that's the easiest way to put it. And it was all, as you said, off the back of Daly Cherry Evans. He just dismantled them. It was, to do it in that milestone game for him, most capped Manly Seagulls player, unbelievable.
It's one of the most incredible turnarounds. I hate to say turnaround because it's like he hasn't turned his career around, but he's turned around the public's perception of him.
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal.
But like, if you go back to, I think it was 2018, he was the halfback in that loss to Tonga for the Kangaroos. And like, I remember back then sort of putting out, I think DC's played his last rep game there and didn't get any pushback from anyone. And at that point you were going, okay, DC's career is going to be a guy that killed it at the start, burst onto the scene, and then sort of was in and out of Origin, sort of plateaued. What he's done over the last 6 or 7 years has been unbelievable. And fuck, he's at 310 games. How high does he get? I'm confident he smashes 350.
Yeah, I mean, he looks better than ever. And it's genuinely, I feel like he has two parts of his career.
Yep.
Like, I'm not sure what the year would be, but there's almost like during the Queensland dynasty, that's one part of his career. And then once that Queensland dynasty kind of faded away and it became his Queensland team, and I asked this question on Morning Glory with Matty Johns last week. How different would DCE's career be without his second running in the Queensland side? Because if let's say he didn't get back into that Queensland side, he would just be like a really good 7 at Clubland. Whereas because he was so incredible at Queensland, even though Manly haven't gone on to win a premiership in the last, whatever amount of years, there's no question he's a top tier 7 because he did it in Origin.
I wrote a status the other day, and at one point I wrote, he's a Queensland, and I wrote legend. I deleted it. I wrote great, and I went back and forth 3 or 4 times. So I thought, if I write legend, everyone's going to blow up. But, mate, he's the guy that's led them out of the Cam Smith, Thurston, Cronk era. I think what he's done over the last few years for Queensland puts him in the Queensland legend status for me.
Yeah, I would put him, I'd have the dynasty as its own tier because it's so unique. But if you said he's a Queensland great, I wouldn't push back on that because this generation of Queenslander, this is his team.
Yep.
This is 100% his team. And he has, as you said, he's stepped out of the shadow of the greatest Origin team of all time.
Well, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because he's absolutely a Queensland great. But what DC's managed to do as halfback in recent series, it's hard because if we're calling him a legend, you're comparing him to the greatest rugby league dynasty, second greatest probably rugby league dynasty of all time, Dragons, 60s. But so you're comparing him to those players. But DCE did it going into series as underdogs and won not unwinnable series, but ones they're expected to lose. Whereas through that dynasty, they had this unbelievable football team where they're expected to win every one of those. So, look, certainly a great. not that far off.
Mate,
legend.
it's 20 years later. New South Wales, we're still recovering from losing Joey. DCE made Queensland recover from losing all those guys like that.
Yeah. And just to give you an idea of how dominant he was against the Panthers, and just like as I said, he had it on a string. So they had less possession. He had 20 kicks for essentially 600 meters. They had less possession. The Panthers combined for 15 kicks. So Schneider had 10, Luai had 5, and they had about let's just say about 450 kicking meters. So like he outkicked them by about 200 meters with less possession. It's just, he was outstanding, absolutely outstanding. At 8, we had Aden Fanua-Blake. At 9, we had Egan, arguably the best game of his career. I mean, he was absolutely phenomenal. At 10, Nathan Brown. Look, he's outside of maybe Junior Paul or RCG, he's genuinely the only forward I've seen have a genuine crack at the Panthers forward and come out on top.
Yeah, little reminder to everyone why he played Origin a couple of years ago. He's got this in him. He's got this in him, Nathan Brown. It's been a little bit hit and miss over the last few years, but mate, I don't know how. Like it's crazy that he wasn't in that Parramatta Eels side 2 years ago until the grand final.
The game, on the weekend, he single-handedly singled out Fisher Harris and said, "Let's go," and he won the battle.
Yep.
When have we ever seen that?
We spoke about him throughout. He looked good in the pre-season for Manly off the bench, and he started the year well. He deserves everything he gets, and it's so crazy to think he sort of faded into the rugby league abyss a little bit for a couple of years there when he went over to the Eels. He runs as hard as any forward in the game. He's got a ton of mongrel in him. He's got really underrated ball playing as a lock. What a terrific pickup for them.
Probably the signing of the season so far. I mean, when it comes to bang for buck, he wasn't even he had to get upgraded to top 30 before the season started. He's been outstanding. Kick out on the edge. Talk about scary. That first half, oh my God, they didn't want to tackle him.
He was the one that I thought looked the absolute best in that jersey too. He was just Bulldogs through and through.
Yeah. They've had some pretty incredible wide running forwards in that jersey. He was absolutely phenomenal. At 12, Katoa. Because he's down at Melbourne, they don't, he's not getting the hype he deserves. This guy has been phenomenal, arguably the back row of the year.
Yeah, when he was at the Warriors a couple of years ago, he copped a lot of shit left, right and centre. Could you imagine if Webby still had his hands on Katoa over there?
Which is crazy to say because it's like Bellyache has his hands on him, the greatest player developer of all time. Just shows you how good Webster's going. But yeah, Katoa has been phenomenal. And the thing that is so special, especially at Melbourne, is they've just completely rounded out his game. You don't really watch Katoa and go, oh yeah, he had 3 highlights, but pretty lazy. Or nah, it's completely rounded out. Does all the tough stuff, good kick chase, outstanding.
Well, the crazy thing is, like, Craig Bellamy for, 2 decades, no matter how good and how much attacking upside there is to an edge back rower, he has gone with the defensive back rower. He was very fortunate to have Felice Kafusi and Kenny Bromwich for a long, long time there. Very durable, held those spots for ages, but even now, he will go for the best defensive edge back rower because that's the structure that he wants. Eli Katoa, who, when he moved over from the Warriors to the Storm, had some defensive issues in his game. As you mentioned, Kempy, a few lazy efforts here and there. He's one of the highest attacking upside players and one of the most potent attacking back rows in the game. And he's got Bellamy's trust as an edge back row defender.
Yeah. Yeah, and like Bellamy's not going to put just a good attacking edge back rower. You have to be good in both sides of the game. At 13, Kurt Mann. Mate, like, it's going to sound really harsh, but I did think Hutchinson, there's still a lot of questions about some of his decision-making at 7. I feel like a lot of their, good stuff came off Mann on the weekend. Like, I really do. Mann through the middle, connecting, both sides. I thought he was outstanding, Kurt Mann.
Yeah, and he was good on the weekend, but their best stuff over the last 3 weeks has been through Kurt Mann.
Yeah.
They're going to I believe he's got a hand injury, does he?
They're going to miss him.
Broken
They're
hand.
going to miss him.
Yeah.
Such a shame. And look, when he comes back, I think he should be their starting 13. I really do.
Yeah.
I think he's terrific, what he brings to the middle of the field there. He played nearly this whole game with a broken hand.
Mental. Absolutely mental. At 14, Hughes. Whew. Talk about being on. And just reminded everyone, it was only 2 years ago where it was Cleary, Hughes. And there was essentially no argument about it. Just reminded everyone. At 15, Robson. Outstanding game. Also, special shout out to Cotter. I thought Cotter was phenomenal yesterday for the Cowboys. At 16, Smithies, incredible for the Raiders. At 17, Leo Thompson for the Knights. Now, our 3-2-1 for the week. I've just made a call on the fly. Initially, it was, so this is what it is. Burton at 3. 3 points for Burton. Just so crucial in like, could be a season-defining win for the Bulldogs.
Do you want ma'am? Happy with that?
At 2, initially we had Egan, but the more I've spoken about it, the more I've thought about it, and just I guess marinated on it. I've put DCE at 2. DCE at 2.
Ches was my 3 for the week.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, DCE at 2 for me. The more I think about it, the more I just remember the game and everything that happened. I put DCE at 2 and Wade Egan at 1. So our 3-2-1 that we have come to for this week, Burton gets our 3 points, DCE gets our 2 points, and Egan gets our 1 point. I think that maybe because DCE is already so good, we just kind of like, you don't give him as much raps as, say, a Burton who... It's a young guy that we want to see play really well. You know, that's probably, if you just looked at performances, DCE would probably get the 3. But when you take into consideration the fact that the Bulldogs are desperate right now for Burton to stand up and the fact that he did it in 3 tries, maybe that just gives him the edge. Is that a fair statement, do you think?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, happy with that.
So 3-2-1, Burton, DCE, Egan. So... Matty Burton, he is our hungriest player. Thanks to Menulog. Use code Burton, BURTON, for free delivery. That is BURTON for free delivery. Massive thank you to our partners at Menulog, and I hope you guys absolutely smashed the pizza. $7 off pizza last week with RTS. So Matty Burton, our hungriest player, and as we said, like, the standard's been set now, and I think that the ingredients for the way he plays is pretty clear. It's like run first, pass second. And also, you know, I know Kikau's injured, but really utilise that edge back rower to give you the space you need to do what you do. So much so that, like, obviously, always consider the player out the back when you're playing that, that block shape. But I think that it's made it pretty clear he needs an edge back rower hitting hard holes or breaking tackles to give him the space that he needs to do his work in.
As most halves do,
yeah,
as well. And, you know, I think with Matt Burton, because he won a comp at such a young age and was so good at Penrith, we do sort of forget that he is in, year 3 of being an NRL 5'8", in a team that's struggling. He's had different halfbacks the entire time. So, you know, he's a star, Matt Burton, but playing in the halves in the NRL is fucking hard.
It's tough, especially...
What is he now, 23 maybe?
Yeah, 23 maybe.
He's young.
It left me a little bit a bit perplexed with it in his best position because... As you said, it was definitely his best game for the Bulldogs, especially in those conditions against a team that should be title contenders in the Roosters. A hat-trick of tries, outstanding. I still just saw in all of his tries
really
just a hard-running centre.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's just going to take a really good 7 to basically be... That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay for him to be a... At the moment, though, with the Doggies, it's like... They need at least one half to be able to direct them around and get everything done. And the question still remains as to, is that Hutchison? Is it Sexton? Sexton got booed again, strangely. Very strange.
Very upsetting.
18th man. Don't know what's going on there. Seems like a good bloke, Sexton.
Uncalled for. Bit of character building for Sexy.
Yeah. So Matty Burton, he's our Menulog hungriest player. Use Burton for free delivery. And also, make sure to grab a case of bloke beer from your local. But let's get into it. Storm defeat the Broncos 34-32. What a game of rugby league. Now, defence. Like, I know a lot of people have had, negative comments about defence. And yes, there were some tries that you'd go, that's not up to premiership standard defence. But I'd argue a lot of the tries that were scored were just crazy good attacking footy. And so I'm not too worried about either side's defence. I do think that both teams showcased that they are probably Penrith are head and shoulders at the moment, as in premiership favourites. But I think the Storm and Broncos showcased that they are still a step above the rest of the comp at the moment. It was an incredible game of rugby league. And if you're the Storm, Nelson Asafa-Solomona came back on the weekend. Did he end up getting suspended or not?
Yeah, I think he has got suspended, yeah.
Well, that sucks. But long term, this Melbourne Storm side with Nelson coming back, with that spine playing together, it's exciting times for Melbourne.
To be fair, Nelson played the week before.
Okay.
So was Craig going to bring him back?
You'd have to assume his aim is to bring him back, surely. Like,
I mean, if I had Nelson, I would have brought him in straight away. I wouldn't have brought him through.
But like, even if there are like issues or whatever, you'd have to assume that the plan is to work through those issues to get him back to the good shape that he needs to be in first grade. You wouldn't. It'd be very strange if their plan is for him not to play again.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, no, it's just interesting that he played the 2 weeks in Cup.
I'm with you. Yeah. Like, even if he is coming back from a injury, surely you can get 20 minutes off the bench for him.
Especially when you're running with 3 guys that are playing 20 minutes off the bench.
Yeah.
Wasn't the word that Bellyache wasn't happy with how he came back to pre-season conditioning wise, and he said this isn't up to our standards.
Yeah.
So I'm with you, mate. It's Nelson Solomona. There'll be a plan to get him back in the NRL team for sure. There will.
Yeah.
Like as well as they're doing,
He just signed a 4-year deal.
They still need him as a middle, and it'll just be whether it's attitude, whether it's getting him into shape to be ready for when I say ready for the NRL again, he has had some injury concerns, but getting his fitness up to scratch. Look, he's played in the NRL for a long time and he's been one of the best middle forwards for a long time. He'll be back, he'll be fine, but mate, this is what has made Melbourne the most consistent club for a decade, 2 decades, is their standards. And from the reports coming out of the club is that Nas didn't meet them this pre-season. Bill Ait's gone, okay, we'll come back through reserve grade.
Yeah. Did you watch the game on the weekend?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
As in
Oh, no, the
Nelson?
reserve grade.
Yeah,
No, I didn't. Sorry, no. I was like, what the fuck is this?
How dare you, sir? Guru, not watching an NRL game. Let's talk about Jerome Hughes.
Just before you go to performances, Kempy, I couldn't agree more with the sentiment around like the defensive issues and that. I watched this game and I was just going, the execution in attack was just masterful from both teams. As you said, okay, you can pick out a few things defensively that certainly the coaches won't be happy about, but the attack was so good and so in sync for both sides. I was just like, this was probably my favourite game of footy this year. Just the quality of it, the points. I absolutely loved it. And yeah, sure, there'll be things to fix defensively, but the attack, just 2 fantastic footy teams.
And you can see in this game, as you said, Kempy, it's these 2, Penrith, and for me, the Warriors are the 4 best coach sides in this competition.
Yeah, at the moment, if you had to lock in your 4 teams that could win the comp, it is Broncos, Storm, Penrith, Warriors.
Yep.
In my opinion, everyone outside of that, is potentially could win the comp. But right now, if a final series happened, I would be shocked if a grand final wasn't between 2 of those sides.
Yeah, those are the big 4.
Then that's not to say that teams outside of those 4 we just mentioned can't win the comp. Just right now, form-wise, and just the way the standard of footy that they've played. And obviously, Broncos, I mean, the crazy thing with the Broncos is they were missing like Piacora, Wilson, Haas, Walsh, Reynolds for the second half. So it's going to be good when they get them all back. But back to the Storm. Another thing as well, think about the crazy attack we saw. 85% completion rate for the Storm, 86% completion rate for the Broncos. Like, what a good game of footy. What a good game of footy. Okay, in regards to the Storm. So in the off-season, Bellamy basically came out and said my key players didn't play as good as they should have last year. So my assumption is that he put a rocket up in the off-season, and no one has responded better more than Hughes. He has been phenomenal this year. And on the weekend, just reminded everyone, as I said, a couple of years ago, it was Cleary, Hughes, and that was it. There was no argument about it. And then I think last year had a quiet year, and a lot of people kind of started leaning towards your Mitchell Moses, your Hines, but I think on the last night he cemented himself as he is top 3 for sure, top 2 probably, but also just the unique way he plays 7. His kicking game is becoming like so much better. It's crazy. I think they got 5 repeat sets, and I think all of them were off Hughes. But because he is a fullback at heart, his running game is essentially as good as most top-tier fullbacks. So as a defensive line, it is a nightmare to defend a guy that his kicking game is getting better and better each week, his passing game is getting better and better each week, but at the same time has the same running game as a fullback.
And that's where you got to give so much credit to Craig Bellamy that, when he made the decision years ago when, I think they lost the grand final with Brodie Croft, and then he made the decision to go with Hughesy. He didn't coach the halfback that he wanted. He coached the halfback that he had. He built him around his strengths. He didn't force him to play like this guy or play like that guy. He just let him play like Jerome Hughes and just add these little elements to your game. And, you know, when you consider as well, like, Cam Munster also was a fullback playing 5'8". He's built an incredible halves pairing around these two, and they are just so unique in their position compared to everyone else. Bellamy just lets them do their thing. It's unreal.
The sign that, for me in the moment of the game for Jerome Hughes, and there was plenty of them, it was in the first half, I think pretty early on, and got the ball, it was fifth tackle, it was in his own half, and I think it was a defender rushed up on him, beat the defender, shaped kick again, feigned, and just saw the half a gap open up in front of him. He just goes, I'll back myself. He just took off, went straight through the middle of the Brisbane Broncos, one of the best middle defensive outfits in the competition. Ran about 40, 50 metres, kicked for Xavier Coates. He sort of half-bottled it, should have been a try. But that is the sign of a halfback at the peak of his powers, completely confident in his game. If he gets that wrong, he gets absolutely roasted. But he's like, nah, I'll take it on. It paid off. I don't think for periods of last year he had that level of confidence. He went quiet for a little bit. Great sign.
It's a sign for as a halfback that the game has slowed down for him.
Yeah.
He's just seeing it all perfectly.
And here's another really important part of his game that's just getting better and better. And this is the part of your game that takes a few years to kind of develop. And we always talk about being patient with halfbacks. So just a game plan to get to a specific player that has been identified as a mismatch and also identified maybe as a bit of a spot. And what is a spot? For people listening, you're in a video session, a spot is, okay, guys, we've identified this player. If you put pressure on him, run, big bodies at him, has a tendency to miss tackles. So what do? They just get to certain points on the field. Hughes just goes straight at Ezra Mam and sends big Katoa at him. And Katoa ends up scoring 2 tries from that. Now, the first one, I have no problem with Mam missing that tackle. The first one where he gets in front, gets bumped. I have literally zero problem with that because Ezra Mam, it's like, the only time I have problems with situations like that is when they don't put their bodies in front. If you put your body in front like Ezra Mam did and you get bumped, I go, that's rugby league.
Completely fine.
Yeah, fine. You had a dig, didn't work. It's all good. And then the second one, to just know that he's going to be a bit hesitant now with his decision-making to go back there again, and then obviously Katoa goes through untouched. But then it gets even better. So they identify a spot. Then they have the wherewithal to have a game plan, which Hughes is running to get to that spot, which gets them essentially 12 points or at least 8. Then the next half, the first time they get down there, what do? They send Katoa at Mam, but instead of hitting a short line, he does the wraparound play. And you just go, that's such a fucking smart game plan because Ezra Mam's going to bite so heavy on Katoa. The defence outside of Katoa is going to sit there, shit, maybe Ezra's going to miss the tackle, so I need to be closer. That's the sign of a good half.
Player of the week for me.
So
it was incredible. And even like the touch that Pappy had, like the ball went from Eli Katoa to Pappy to Warbrick in a split second. No one held it for more than half a second. It was unbelievable.
It was rugby league poetry, that wasn't it? There's nothing better than a good wraparound getting executed, doing it that well. Warbrick had Arthur's beaten by about 2 metres on the flank. That's how well they had it done.
And like think of the soft hands from Katoa. We're talking about a big back row. We're talking a guy that's literally just steamrolled Ezra. And he has also the skill set to have soft hands wrap around, which is super hard to time.
And if he puts it here for Pappy, the play's screwed. Yeah. It's done. It's over. He got it in the perfect spot.
And that's a good half can build into game. I mean, that's what Joey was so good at. Like Joey was so good at, he didn't get you maybe in the first 20, but he would just come at you, and just apply, just turn the screws a little bit more, and then eventually you'd break. And that's what I loved about Hughes' game is that obviously he got the rewards initially, but he was so committed to the game plan that he didn't go, well, I've seen Katoa literally run straight over Ezra. He could have easily gone, well, I'm just going to keep doing that. And then obviously Ezra would have adjusted, the Broncos would have adjusted and probably made the tackle. Instead he said, no, I'm committed to the game plan. The game plan is we go at him in the first half with short lines, and then in the second half we start doing wraparound plays. It was just a masterful performance by Hughes.
And once again, just expresses what we said before about a well-coached side, that all are on the same hymn sheet. They know exactly who they're targeting, where they're going at, where they need to be on the field for that play the ball, for the 2 play the balls before. Really good rugby league.
What do you think of the Storm, mate?
Yeah, they were very good. And you were speaking before about DCE against the Panthers. Would they have won the game without him? They probably wouldn't have. I think without Jerome Hughes, the Storm don't win that game against the Broncos. Look at their previous game. They lost to the Knights 14-12. He was obviously a big out. But, Yeah, they look good. You're right. These guys, both sides, a bit of a step above the rest, but just seeing them all come back in, particularly for the Storm, Munster, Hughes, they look very, very impressive, and it was a hell of a game.
Now, someone else, Harry Grant. He is just like when he's playing your team, he is a migraine because you're just like, fuck. Can you just give us just that? Any time he can put pressure on you, he puts pressure on you. And if you're a fan, obviously I'm a fan of the Broncos. I'm just sitting there going, can you just give us a second? Just give us fucking one set where you're not constantly probing our forwards and making them panic. He does it better than anyone I've ever seen of just making forwards panic.
Try being a fan of a team that had him for a year and then let go of him again. Makes it even worse. Even worse.
He is incredible though, like his ruck recognition, and there's a number of hookers doing it at the moment that's unbelievable. But I feel like when you're watching on TV and you can see the ruck from aerial, it's easier to, in my opinion, it's easier to tell on TV when hookers should go.
Yeah.
Sometimes when they're out there. And sometimes Harry goes and I'm like, no, it's not
Nothing
the right
on.
play.
Yeah.
You've missed this. And he just makes it happen.
He makes it work.
Yeah.
He makes it work. His ability to just increase tension in the defensive line, it's something I've barely ever seen
Imagine
before.
him defending on the back foot as a forward pack and having Harry Grant doing that one-handed scoop up, and he's got Munster on his left pushing up in support, Hughes pushing up on the right in support, and Pappy in behind him just going, holy shit.
Yeah.
There must just be cues that Melbourne identify in markers because they've done it for 25 years now. Between Brandon Smith jumped in there for 15 minutes and won Dally M Hooker of the Year. Craig and Harry Grant just keeps doing it. Now, I'd love to know what the cues are with markers and A defenders that they see that just, this is the moment.
They never miss an opportunity.
Yeah.
Like as soon as you see one marker, you know, as a fan of obviously the Broncos, I'm sitting there going, please just play it safe. They go, no, we're putting pressure on you. And the ability for players outside of him to identify, that's all effort areas. Very rarely, and I'm sorry to put the boot in, the amount of times Damien Cook got out and there was no one with him was unbelievable on the weekend. And yet you go and look at Egan, he's got 4 people to choose from.
Yeah.
And so Cookie looks like he's having a bad game. No, Cookie's trying. No one's frigging going with him. Literally no one.
I feel so sorry for Cookie at the moment.
I 100% do too. I think he's had a red-hot crack this year and he's been let down by the people around
How
him.
frustrating was it? And we'll get to it, that moment that Cookie got out this weekend. And he actually came to a complete standstill waiting for someone just to come with him. Then he passed it. He's just going, what the fuck is going on?
What's crazy is no one even arrived late.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not even like, it's too late to pass it. Literally everyone just stood there and looked like.
Yeah.
And whereas the Storm are probably the best in the comp, as soon as Harry goes, they are all pushing through.
We'll get to it soon. We won't go too far into it, but the Warriors, that exact same thing with Egan at the moment. When he goes, he's just got blokes everywhere.
And I think one of the biggest gains by the Tigers at the moment is that the forwards have worked out how to work with Appy. So sometimes he's too smart for them, but they've worked out just to push with him.
Okay, outside of that, I thought Munster, good solid return. Xavier Coates' try where he caught that ball. Oh my God. Unbelievable stuff. I will say, sorry to be negative, but Warbrick's got to sort his form out. Holy. Honestly, I reckon Bellamy would be close to going, mate. You've got about a game or two before you get dropped.
Yeah, he's got a lot of errors in his game. And I know he's still new to the game, but we're pushing 3 years now, aren't we?
Even if it's been 1 year, he set the standard with his own quality game. So there's no, me personally, and you might have a different opinion, if he was thinking in his head, I'm still learning the game, so hang on a sec, mate, you set the standard last year with an incredible season. So you can't now turn around and go, I actually can't play that well.
Yeah.
Not saying that you were saying that, but that's the way I see it. Is like, no, he set the standard. He needs to stay at that standard.
So who really stood out for me, mate, and I think he's going to have so much upside for them. Sean Bloor.
So
Sort of
solid.
an out party, I reckon. He was fantastic.
I thought Howarth was great when he came on too.
Yeah.
Jeez, he's strong in contact.
Should be noted as well, and timing is just awful, but Joe Chan actually played Queensland Cup on the weekend. He played 80 minutes for the Brisbane Tigers. So
Really?
Scored a try. Did pretty well.
Jeez,
I didn't watch, just looking at stats, but you don't want to give Sean Bloor an opportunity.
It's really disappointing that you didn't watch, but it's all right. How fucking hard is it to get in that Storm side, though?
Yep.
You would have thought Chan walked straight back into it.
Yeah, well, we mentioned the standards at the Storm. Berlier hasn't liked we've seen somewhere. Being an edge defender, back row, probably defensively. He's going, back to reserve grade. We were winning games. I think that the game before he got dropped and had the hand infection, whatever it was, set up a really nice try for Pappenhausen. They won that one. Not good enough.
Yeah, just
Shout out to Joe Chan's lock forward in that game, 36-year-old Chris McQueen.
Oh, my God.
Oh, stop it.
Lightning.
Yeah, good.
Lucky last one there, Kemp, before we move on. Tyron Wishart, who's just made that 14 spot his own, coming on.
Great 10 minutes.
I think they were behind at the time.
Yeah.
Comes on and just runs like the biggest front row in the game to score a try. Had no right, put him back in front.
Like, if you want to know why Tyron Wishart is in that side, that's the play.
Yep.
That's the play. He's gone, you know what? I'm just going to run. I'm going to want this more than my opposition. Because that's what it was. Because he ran into Ricky and Baker. A massive front rower, and Ricky, who's usually a good defender, and just said, I want this more than you boys do. And won the game for him.
Brave line.
Yeah, and it was pure just desire. He's a utility. He had no right. He should have got absolutely Sonny Bill W'd. Like, fucking dominated.
It was such a brave line that if he ran it, got smacked, got folded and dropped the ball, he'd go, what the fuck did you do that for?
Yeah, silly.
What are you
That's
doing?
a dumb line. Yeah, you're a utility. What are you doing running straight at a front rower? But no, he just wanted it more. He genuinely, that's why the game was won. He wanted it more than the players that he ran at, which is very Storm-like. I think their front rowers have done a pretty good job. I think with a lot of questions around the Storm's forward pack, I think their front rowers have done a pretty good job this year. Have they, set the world alight? No. I think they've been pretty solid though.
I think they've been great. Imagine if we were sitting here in round 5 giving the Melbourne Storm pack a rap and we're going, where's Nas?
Good point. It's a good point. Okay, now onto the Brizzy Broncos. Yeah, look, in the moment, you're like super frustrated because you're sitting there going, boys, that was one that got away. Like, we could have gone down there missing 4 or 5 players and just completely ambushed the Melbourne Storm at home. Then you take a step back and you go, look, if we had gone down there with a full strength side and lost by 2 points, we'd all be like, yeah, that's all right. Like, down at Melbourne, they're a premiership threat. Look at that spine. And so you've got to, take it into context. Yes, it was a missed opportunity. But I tell you what, it definitely sent a reminder to everyone that this Broncos side, when they get going and that attack clicks, it is genuinely unstoppable. It is unstoppable. It's seriously special. Ezra Mann looks like he's getting back to his best. Paddy Carrigan was absolutely outstanding. Tristan Saylor, aside from a kick or two at the end there, was outstanding. So, look, I think that when you look at the full context of everything, with all the players out, the fact that they were so close to winning it, you can still walk away with as happy as you can possibly be with a loss. Like, obviously you're not happy you lost, but it's the happiest you can be with that loss.
I want to give a guy a rap. Katoni Staggs, mate. 16 runs on the weekend. I'm trying to get his stats up here. I can't seem to find them, but I feel like over the last few weeks, he's sort of gone 12-plus hit-ups.
141 metres, 48 post-contact.
Yeah. Love to see it.
Perfect.
We don't need you to have 30 hit-ups. If you can get close to that 15 number, you're going to put Brisbane in a bloody good spot week in, week out.
Yeah. What about his other centre, Selwyn Cobbo?
Yeah.
Mate, when he just got on the outside of Meaney, it looked like he barely even touched his chest. It's like delicately just went, no, thank you. Mate, he is. And when he ran around the winger as well and threw that ball back inside, he is special. I tell you what, we were doubtful of his him playing centre. So far, it's been a masterstroke.
Yeah, I thought it would take a lot longer than what it has, for sure.
Mate.
Like, I thought it could take half a season, but I feel like it's taken 3 weeks.
Yeah, credit to Kevy for making the call and going, because I think Cobbo came out and said he wanted to play centre. He was so good on the wing, had a few errors in him, but again, pretty early on in his career, you could understand why. Like, no, mate, just stay on the wing, make that spot your own. Did it. His ball playing's been terrific. His work rate's been terrific. Good, congratulations to him, because it's been an overwhelming success.
And just some of the plays that he comes up with, you just go on. Like, there's not many centres at the moment doing that. Like, obviously there are centres playing extremely good footy, but he does. Like, he will risk everything. He will go for that play that most 9 out of 10 centres will go probably a bit dangerous. He'll just go for it.
Yeah, and he came up with a poor play at the back end of this game that turned out to be a pretty costly one. But I mean, the way that he just backs himself to come back against the grain and try and put a chip over the top into the middle on with the game in the back, and people say, oh, lost in the game, whatever, but just have the confidence to do that.
Well, I mean, if Renault's on the field, he doesn't do that.
100%. Yeah,
It's just because there's no who's the kicker.
Stags 11, 12, 12 runs this year.
Right.
As in, okay, so before and then on the weekend he had 16.
And 16 on the weekend.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But last year he was going in single digits.
Yeah,
quite
sometimes
often.
6 or 7. No, I think Staggs has been really good, and he seems to be playing like a senior player now,
Yeah.
rather than a younger player that just get me the ball, I'll do something
Like,
crazy.
there's been a few times over the last few weeks where he's caught it off the kick off. The front row has been there clapping his hands. He's just gone, nah,
Yeah.
I'll just fucking go.
I'll take it. Love that. I feel sorry for Jesse Arthurs. Don't get me wrong. You have to make that play. Like, a lot of people say Selwyn shouldn't have passed it. Maybe, but if you go back and watch the replay, there is a chance Warbrick holds him up. Like, if he lands that contact right, he could have held him up with Jesse Arthurs. I feel sorry for him to the degree that, like, of course he didn't mean to make that mistake. And also, he was outstanding outside of that. But you just got to make that play.
Yeah, you can nitpick all you want and say, could have done this, shouldn't have passed, should have run himself. Mate, it was like marginally high. He catches that 99 times out of 100 and scores. Up to that point, he was exceptional, Jesse Arthurs.
Oh.
His timing and his combination with Cobbo, it's come on so quickly. I love Jesse Arthurs and what he's been doing. Mate, every winger at some point in their career, they have a barrier for a moment like that. It was a shocker, but it happens.
And, like, if you want to be, like, in his defence, it did kind of just, like, pop out of nowhere. Like, at full speed, you, as a viewer, I know we've got a different angle, but I'm sitting there going, oh, someone can just bump Warbrick here and he'll go over. But, yeah, you've just got to make that a play. Also, Katoni Staggs, he should just pass it off the deck to Billy Walters rather than running it. And so that's the frustrating bit, is like the game was there to be won. It was just two errors that really cost us. And also Fletcher Baker, second time he's been bumped by a much smaller man for a try. Yeah, Ricky and Baker, they've just got to do better. That's just, like, both of them, you know, the whole team had a red hot crack. But in those moments, you cannot afford to switch off. You just can't. On your line, you can't.
Yeah. Had a really good game last week, Baker, but as a whole, I think when you're full strength, he's not in my 17.
No, I think he needs a bit of time to, like, it's the thing that's letting him down is just those little moments.
Yep.
It's just those tiny moments where he's on his line and he's not thinking, I will die before someone gets over this line. He's thinking, I'm just here to make a tackle. Like, someone's making a run, I'll make the tackle. Because if he's thinking, imagine this, you go back to that moment and he's thinking, I'll die before someone gets over that line. Wishart gets absolutely folded. Absolutely folded. And Ricky, obviously, as well, could have helped in that situation. So
Kempy, 68th minute, Broncos up by 2, penalty on the Melbourne line.
Yeah.
They take the 2
Strange.
to go up by 4. Melbourne score 4 minutes later.
Strange.
Do not rate it.
Yeah, didn't rate it at all. We had him under the pump. We had all the momentum.
Not even a hindsight thing. Like, just as soon as they went the penalty, it's going, why?
Well, I literally wrote in my notes 2 points. Why? Didn't make sense to me because, like, if you're not going to win the game by 2, you're not going to win it by 4. I didn't understand that. Like,
Well, Melbourne went downfield. I think it was the Tyrone Wishart try. I believe they converted that and went up by 2. It's like, what have you done?
yeah,
Does that happen if Adam Reynolds is on the field?
probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. I mean, again, we're talking about a side that was already down on troops and lost Reno in this, and they were that close. So, as I said, in the moment you get frustrated because you're like, opportunity lost, but you take a step back and you go, you know what? It's as happy as you can be in a loss. I was really happy with the boys. I thought they fucking ripped and teared.
I thought, obviously speaking about Adam Reynolds, who missed the second half, I thought that when Billy Walters was forced just into that halfback spot, I thought he did really well.
Wasn't bad. Solid. Yeah, I thought he was solid as well.
How about Adam Reynolds getting a repeat set without a hamstring on half time? And he went onto the blind side as if to say, like, I'm gone, don't give it to me. I can't remember who it was. Might have been Walters or someone. It might have been Smoothie at number 9. Went left, went right to Reynolds. Reynolds going, oh shit, rolls it in, gets repeat set.
So good.
So he's done for the year, Reynolds. Is that the gist or
For the year.
or what's the go?
Oh, it's a hammy.
Yeah. So how long?
Oh,
But pretty minor. I
probably,
think,
yeah,
isn't
3 or
it?
4 weeks max.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It looked like the way he reacted.
Well, it's because he's a knee.
Yeah.
You just assume it's to the knee.
Yep.
But it was, minor strain, they reckon. So I reckon
Okay.
4 weeks.
Did look a bit scary on the night.
Fucking oath it looks scary.
Like,
But it's just he's such a veteran, he knows.
yeah.
Like, as soon as he felt that twinge in his hammy, if you haven't done your hammy before, you're like, oh, it's just a twinge, doesn't hurt that much. But if you've done your hammy before, you're like, done.
Yeah, well, I went to bed that night. Obviously, the Broncos said, just a hammy. And I thought, I don't know if this is just a hammy. This,
But to be honest, as a former Bronco, that's like fucking nowhere near as good as Adam Reynolds, but as a former Bronco, it made me super proud to see how much he fucking cared about being on the field.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that a guy that has achieved so much in the game is in tears at that age because he wants to be out there playing for the Broncos, that's what you want as a club. Like that, as a fan, myself, that's what I want out of my 7. Could have very easily gone, like, I've done everything. Like, I know he hasn't won. Oh, he has won one comp. Yeah, like that's what you want to see. How many veterans do you see kind of get injured and they just, which is fine. Like, it's a part of the business. But in the perfect world, you want to see him hurting.
Going to play a quick game with you, Kempy. Who am I? 20 hit-ups, 177 run meters, 43 tackles, only one missed.
Patrick Carrigan.
Too easy.
The greatest man ever to live.
He's a freak.
If we lived 1,000 years ago, he'd be a tribe leader, I reckon. I can see him in some fucking little fur coats and shit.
He's so good, man.
He's so good. He does it every fucking week. Mate, he has the body feeling. He has his body getting through it. I will say, don't want him playing 80 minutes every single week, though. Oh. Save that, just that beautiful body, Paddy. Save it, baby. Save it. But, yeah, he was outstanding. Just a quick shout-out before we move on to Cora.
Oh, yeah, Big Ben. 24 minutes.
Mate.
12 runs, 115 metres.
And a try.
Well, and the thing that I liked about the try was that was in his second stint when he came. When he came on for the last 4 minutes, and straight away goes, give me the ball. Keep the game alive. Bang. Went straight over. Absolute handful with the ball in hand.
If you have him and Willison coming off the bench this year,
yeah,
it's a fucking game changer.
Yep.
It's an absolute game changer. And that's what I'm so excited about, because I actually thought he was going to come into first grade and get dominated with just the contact, because he's such a big body and he doesn't have his man strength yet. I thought people were going to get under him, wrestle him, and just turn him over. Mate, they were having nightmare. Look, to be honest, it looked like Nelson Solomona was on the field, but for the Broncos.
Yep.
They were having absolute nightmares tackling him. And that's the thing with him now, is like the key for Takora is like, there's going to be a part of you that's going to want to come out next week or the week after and go, no, not this is easy. He would never say that. But like, fuck, I'm winning most of the contact here. I'm going to start offload. I'm going to start doing this because like I'm dominating contact. Nah. All you need to do is real simple. Run hard, tackle hard, and you will be unstoppable. Just don't complicate your game. Don't think you need to start putting in footwork or ball playing or any of that stuff. Just run hard and tackle hard and just like push the urge down, because when you're winning contact, very easy to get excited and start doing crazy stuff. I mean, we've seen Nas do it at times earlier in his career. So you just got to keep it simple, because Jeezy was good.
It comes at the expense of someone else. Obviously, Dean Mariner is going to be out for a couple of weeks, and he's been doing incredibly well. But God, I'm excited to see Corey Oates back on the wing.
Big opportunity.
Huge.
This is what happens in seasons. People get injured. So yeah, anyway, good stuff from the Brizzy Broncos. Don't forget, KO is a place to watch all 8 games of NRL each week. There is also plenty of other great content you can watch across so many different sports. Make sure you jump on KO to watch your team play every week.
Big back catalogue of Grubs videos on KO as well. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, next rain delay in the IPL, go and help yourself.
There you go. Go and help yourself to some great Grubs content. Speaking of getting some grub, every time your team wins, you get a free grilled burger. The Monday after the game, head to the link in the show notes and follow the prompts, which include picking your favourite team and signing up to grilled loyalty program called Relish. Then when your team wins, you get 2-for-1 burger voucher to use on the following Monday. So if you're listening to this audio-wise, like on Apple or Spotify, go to the show notes in the app, and you can click straight through to the link to sign up. And as I said, literally takes 2 seconds, and a free 2-for-1 voucher every single Monday your team wins. You're kidding. If you're watching on YouTube, obviously, it's in the caption underneath the YouTube video. Make sure to sign up, and a massive thank you to Grilled for supporting the show.
Some hungry boys on the panel this week. I think Timmy's the only one enjoying the 2-for-1.
Yeah, I'm sweet.
Who are you taking?
Matty's down on his luck at the moment. So
Alrighty, Doggies defeat the Roosters 30-26, and this game was carnage for everyone involved. Injuries on both sides, blokes getting sent for 10, blokes getting sent off the field. The Dogs in the first half, I'm sitting there going, I didn't know they had this in them. Like, I genuinely didn't know they had this level of rugby league in them. Second half, going, oh shit, I knew they had this in them. But look, what an important win for the club. Like, you could understand the Roosters are probably not where we thought they were. At the same time, to get a win over the Roosters on such an important night in such a crazy game, that's a massive confidence booster for a Bulldog side that's been working their absolute arse off.
When you talk about the Thursday night game, like just being the most pure rugby league you can find, flipping to this game Friday 6 p.m. It was like watching a different sport. It was unbelievable.
Carnage.
The weather, the condition, like the knockouts, it was just off its head. Some controversial calls in there. But geez, Canterbury fans, just enjoy it. There's been a win coming for a number of weeks. I think they've played well enough to win on a few occasions over the last few weeks. So just lap this one up and enjoy it, because they had plenty of opportunities to lose this one. It was ugly, but they found a way to win it.
Yeah, and, maybe they did play this good for a half a footy last year. I don't recall a 40 minutes where they've played this good last year. And so it's like, okay, you've got the evidence of the 40 minutes. Now, can we make it 50 minutes? Can we make it 60 minutes? Can we make it 70 minutes? You just take what you can in those situations.
Yeah, I mean, what they had to put themselves through the other night and the guys they lost, like the Bulldogs team of last year would have just fallen into a heap.
And you never want to make excuses, but if you want to, you can look at the players that got injured in that second half and go, okay, maybe that's why they fell off a little bit in that second half.
Yeah, for sure. It wasn't pretty, but take the W. And Matty Burton, we already spoke about him, but I just thought he was just tremendous in this one.
It just reminded me, I think that because it's been quite a while, we forgot that, when he first came across from Penrith, he was known as a big game player. Went into Origin in that centre position, got in that big blue, came back on, did his job, and basically you're looking at this guy, put him in the big moments, he'll make it work. And because the Dogs have struggled a little bit, we haven't seen that. This is a huge game for the Bulldogs. This is like the biggest game of the year for him, pretty much. Yeah. He was outstanding for him. Timmy, what do you think of the Doggies?
Yeah, a manic game of footy. And it's like so many different angles that you can assess it from. Look, at half time at 26-0, you're thinking this is on track to be one of the Doggies' best wins in a number of years. With 10 minutes to go, and they almost folded and lost it against a 12-man Roosters who'd lost their halfback, who'd lost their fullback, who'd lost their winger. You're sitting there going, this could be one of their worst losses in a number of years. Anyway, they gritted in and got there. And as you said, Kempy, despite the second half capitulation, they just held on. The signs in that first half, even before the carnage did ensue with the Roosters, the signs...
18-0 up before anything bad happened.
So the signs were so good in those conditions as well. You sit there and go, we can build on this. Yeah. Because they were doing it against one of the what should be one of the better teams in the competition. So really great sign for the Dogs. And as you said, the reality is they had Connor Tracy get injured. They had their fullback Blake Taft go off. They had a broken hand to Kurt Mann. They had... Kick-out injured. So... they had a lot go against them as well. It's easy to focus on the HIAs to the Roosters and the send-off, but the Doggies had their fair share of troubles.
I also thought pre-game, when I saw the team list coming out, like to see Salmon on an edge, Patolo start, I looked at it and went, Serrato's lost his mind here. Well, this is bizarre, but that's a team that came out and led 18-0 against the Roosters before any of that shit happened. That's a team that's playing for their coach.
Yeah. And there's one thing that you cannot deny is this team is playing for Serraldo and for each other. The team last year clearly, strongly disagreed with Serraldo's methods. They were not on board with what he wanted to do. And whether that's correct or incorrect, whether those players were right or wrong, at the end of the day, this current squad, they're playing for Serraldo. You can tell that they'd run through a brick wall for him, and they're playing for each other. In regards to the first half, another guy I want to give a shout out to, and we'll get to specifics soon. He had I think one error towards the end there. I think Marnie's last 2 weeks have probably been the best 2 weeks in the jersey. So the game starts, first set or two, maybe second set, but very early. Dom Young, an absolute man mountain. And we saw that, baby. Whew, ripped shirt. Kidding me?
New LinkedIn photo at the very least for Dom Young after
oh my
the weekend.
God, talk about silver lining. Yeah, I got sent off the field, but I looked hot as shit doing it. Holy heckers, man.
Yeah.
Man, he has not missed bench press day, that's for sure. Oh my God. Jeez, let's all just...
Blake Taft day either.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate the ripped shirt?
Yeah.
Did he get a start in bloat at the start of the year?
I don't think he did, but I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Good to see him bringing the V-neck back to Bondi. 15 years out of fashion, looking pretty good on Dom Young.
But anyway, Dom Young, he's taking his first hit up. Basically, like, what is he known for? Incredible finishing, but crazy coming out of his end, strong tarries. Marnie, probably the smallest player on the field, shoots up out of the line. He drops the ball. Sets the tone for the entire game. Do the Bulldogs go on to win that game without that specific moment? There's an argument to say, no, they don't. because that moment happens, all the boys get G'd up. Guess what happens? The momentum completely shifts immediately. They score 3 tries. Well, they score more than 3 tries. They score 26 points unanswered, all from that moment from Reid Marnie.
Yeah, and I remember only 2 or 3 weeks ago when we went up to Redcliffe, when I saw you at the airport, it was actually the first comment we both said to each other, like, I'm a bit worried about Reid.
Yeah.
Since then, he's been tremendous.
Yeah, absolutely.
54 tackles with 3 misses.
Yep, and I think last week it was a similar numbers as well. He's kept the tackle count down, and so that's what Reid can offer. Like, it's smart. If he does smart work, that's what he can do. So I think he's been much better. I think it goes hand in hand too with he's actually underplaying himself a little bit now. He's not trying to create something himself. He's not looking to. He's basically just going off the deck, good service, give the ball to Drew, give the ball to Burton, and let them do their thing. Whereas I feel like when he first came, he felt, because he was a marquee signing, he felt the pressure to be like, I must be creating things.
Yeah. When
it's like, no, mate, all you need to do is fucking work your ass off and get good service. And everything.
57 tackles last week, 2 missed.
There you go. So in the last 2 weeks, he's made 110 tackles.
Incredible.
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Just on setting the tone there, obviously off the back of that, they got the scrum. And another guy I reckon keeps improving week on week was Blake Taff.
Mate, he looks so much better.
Yeah.
He looks so much better. It's getting me close to me saying, don't put Critter at fullback. Because I think he's improved. Out at the first 2 games, I thought he was really poor. I thought he was New South Wales Cup standard. His last 2 games, the poor bloke's obviously going to be out this week, I'd assume. His last 2 games, I think he's been pretty bloody good.
Yep.
Done his job.
Yeah, 100%. There isn't a world where 3 weeks ago I thought he could get a HIA, miss a week, and walk back into the fullback jersey. I think he's close to a certainty to walk back into
And I think he's doing what Serraldo was hoping in round 1 or 2. And that's just like, yes, is he going to be, Dylan Edwards? Is he going to be Tommy Turbo or, Drinkwater? No, he's not. But is he going to fit into a system of getting the ball to our strike players, or at least getting the ball to players in space? Yes, he can do that at his best. And he's doing that. What do you reckon, Timmy?
He looks awesome, doesn't he? And again, I was his biggest skeptic 2-3 weeks ago, same as you, Kempy. I thought, I really want to get Crichton to fullback. I'm thinking we do possibly get Crichton at fullback this week, and we get a look at him with him out. I'm excited for that. I'm still not convinced, certainly long term, that he's their best option at number 1. But as you said, with pressure against him, with pressure on Serraldo to keep picking him there, he's been fantastic the last couple of weeks and said, no, I can do this. I am an NRL quality fullback. And that try to start the game in the conditions where he just pinned it, dived for the line early, slid through in the wet, was a great sign. So, yeah, credit to him. He's been great.
Yeah, and the pressure on him, you got to remember, it's just a young man, constantly probably reading comments of people ripping on him and blah, blah, blah. And, mate, it takes a pretty big mental fortitude to push through that and get into good form. And as I said, is he, a top 5 fullback in the game? No, but is he doing what it says on the box? And that is get through a bunch of work, get the players outside you into good space, and if you find some space, have a dig. I think, it's definitely improved.
Do we think Critter does play fullback this week? I think he's the obvious.
Tracy?
Well,
Tracy's
would that be
hurt.
Oh, fuck.
Tracy,
okay.
They got decimated with injury.
Calf, so, yeah, well, they'll get Fox back. He'll play 1 wing. Blake
His
Wilson
back, is he Fox?
was a concussion, so not guaranteed.
Okay.
He might
They'll
have
get
another
Blake
week.
Wilson back though.
Blake Wilson was an illness, so look, if he passes concussion protocols, Fox will be back. So they'd be the wingers. Kiraz moves to centre. Sherry will stay at centre. Critter fullback. The other option is Joel Papali'i.
Ooh.
Potentially. Depends what they want to do. So
But the thing with the Critter situation, it's tough, is he's going to have 1 game and people are just going to judge him on that and be like, nah, can't play fullback. And it's like, fuck, he needs a preseason there. He needs time there. He needs game after game to get his timing right, to get everything right. So that's the only worry I have with putting Critter there for 1 game.
Yeah. The Blake Taff, the rundown of Dom Young as well.
Oh, yeah.
Sattler-esque.
Yeah, so good. So good.
Papali'i on the weekend, 1 try, 161 run meters, 1 line break, 5 tackle breaks.
Damn.
Tell you who else had a blinder in reserve grade, by the way. Jarrell Skelton. Not sure if you saw the try he scored, but he almost ran through the back fence. He was unbelievable on the weekend, Skelton.
Could they go Kiraz at the back with Skelton?
I don't like Kiraz at fullback. I think he's
okay.
doing a good job centre wing, wherever you want to play him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the injury list is Kickout, King, Mann, Tracy, Edwards, Taff. Damn.
Oh, boy.
Just on Skelton, his stats from the weekend: 1 try, 302 run meters from 22 runs, 102 post contact, 2 line breaks, and 10 tackle breaks.
So really, the only thing stopping him first grade is defence.
He could play this week. The opportunity's there.
Yeah.
I reckon it'll be a sniff to play this week. Yeah.
I mean, fuck, what else you got to do? What else you got to do? 300 fucking metres, 10 tackle breaks. So really gutsy win from the doggies. Anyone else that stood out for you guys?
How long will Kickout be missing for? Do we know?
I think it was a pretty substantial injury. I think it was like a fucking...
Mate, people will laugh at it. With how short they are of just forwards off their bench, I wouldn't mind bringing Skelton off the pine. Just put him on for 15, 20 minutes. Just run hard. He's going to be hard to handle. They're just to have someone to bend the line.
Well, we'll probably see Katonga start on the edge with a bit of luck. Well, I mean, I think we will, won't we?
I think they have to. Yeah.
Unless they were to actually shift Curran to the edge, but they seem pretty content on keeping Curran as a middle. So,
Yeah. So they're going for scans to rule out fibular fracture for Kickout. So it genuinely could be like he could be out for a while or not at all with Kickout, which is like
Yeah, big loss. If he's been so good.
been so good, and like all their go forward revolves around him doing something on the edge there. Similar to Penrith a few years ago, which is so crazy that they just went, yeah, that's all good. We'll sort it with Penrith. Like Penrith's game plan was literally around Kickout, getting a quick play the ball. They said, yeah, all good. So yeah, really, really good win from the doggies. And they just got to build confidence from it. Keep building, keep believing. Anyone else stand out? Obviously, massive congratulations to Sherry coming back, returning the NRL.
Thanks, Helen.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you. Now, onto the Roosters. We'll get the biggest talking point out of the way. Dom Young. Look, I'm surprised this is even a question. Like, in my mind, that's absolutely every day of the week, every day of the year, every day of the century a send-off. Like, shoots in. Was it technically a swinging arm? No, but at the same time, it was a forearm put out. Obviously, Trent Robinson, respectfully, that's his opinion, but I got to strongly disagree with the opinion that that wasn't a send-off. I thought that was a send-off every day of the week, and to hit a guy with that force, and okay, it's not necessarily blindsiding a guy because he's not coming from the behind or anything like that. But if you're going to scream in like that, you don't have a duty of care, but you do have a responsibility of what happens to a degree because you're making the choice of like jamming in. You've got a responsibility to play within the rules, and that much forceful contact to the head, mate, that's a send-off every day of the week. And I'll be honest, I think he's lucky to be getting 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, I thought he'd get more than 2, and I couldn't make sense of Trent Robinson's comments. I
agree with him on the Radley thing. The Radley thing was ridiculous. Yeah. What the hell? I was like, what am I watching? I can't even see the hip drop. Sorry, Guru.
Sorry, just on the 2 weeks, he hasn't done anything before, and it was a grade 3 careless. So if he was going to get more, they'd probably call it reckless. So if you think it was reckless, then that's fine. But
I think it was reckless. Yeah. I personally think it was reckless. Like that kind of tackle has to be out of our game because we're lucky, mate. Taff got so knocked out, he went face first in the ground and didn't move. Like that is scary, scary stuff. We need to get it out of the game.
One of your favourite words, Kempy, the optics of it. It couldn't have looked worse in a game that's trying so hard to crack down on concussions in the game and reduce them and head contact. It couldn't have looked worse.
That kind of stuff, you just got to go from the game. Like that was, for me personally, that was crazy.
Grade 1 reckless would have been 3 weeks with an early play. So,
yeah.
And you mentioned there the word optics, like that one looked awful, as did Radley's. But I don't think it should have been a sin bin.
No way that Radley's was a sin bin. Like that's jumping at shadows. That that was crazy. It's like I couldn't believe that one.
He hardly even kind of had hold of him. Yeah. Kind of like one arm.
And it was Connor Watson that was basically tackling him. That was bizarre to me. Like I don't understand that.
And you've got to question if it was Egan Butcher instead of Radley. Does he go?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Very bizarre. I thought he was really unlucky there. But yeah, the Dom Young one, I think that every day of the week that's a send off. I mean, there was not even mitigating circumstances. It didn't even look like Taff ducked. And I get it. Dom Young's a really tall guy. So obviously his arm is going to be higher than most people. But it's like, yeah, but you got to work with that.
That might have been a little blessing in disguise for Dom Young. He was having one of the all-time barriers of the games up until that point. We played 26 minutes of it.
So bad.
A couple of those attempted tackles on kick out were like so mediocre.
So
And
bad.
It was like, as a bloke who's worked on his defence so much, particularly last year at the Knights to start this year, it's like he didn't want to be there.
Yeah,
It was the one
very
that
strange.
kick out went on the outside of him. Like, for me, that would almost be a coach killer. Going, don't take a winger
when he
on your own 20. What are you doing? But he just left him for dead.
When he got stepped by him
Yeah.
and he didn't lay a finger on him, it's like, what? His head just wasn't there.
He did not want to be there.
He just wasn't. Something must, I don't know. He just wasn't concentrating at all. But yeah, I personally thought there's definitely a send off. I reckon I would have probably given him 3 or 4 weeks.
I don't know if you guys saw it, but talk about the Radley one not being a sin bin. Did you guys blokes notice when Kikau knocked out Teddy, Manu was chasing behind Connor Tracy, who was
Yeah, took
in
him out.
support, and Manu just dives at him and tackles him, and it went across the field. And because everyone was so preoccupied with Teddy and the stoppage and all that,
Should have been a penalty.
it was like one of the clearest sin bins and professional fouls I have ever seen,
Yeah.
and there wasn't a word said about it.
Yeah, fully tackled. I saw that too. I was like, geez, they're lucky that all that drama happened because that was 1,000,000%.
Because there are that many referees and video referees and all that, the bunker looking at it. Like, how did one of them not see that?
Yeah. Part of me thinks they see it and they go, you know what? Like, is there much drama around it? No, okay, sweet. Don't worry about it. I got Teddy, incredible bravery. And I know, like, he got knocked out and you go, well, brave. He's hurt himself, but one of the bravest attempts I've ever seen. Seriously,
Especially when you take the context. Like, after what happened to him a few years ago with Sivo, it's not a hope in hell I'm ever even thinking about doing that again. And this time with kick out, with a 70-metre run-up, Teddy he's just too tough for his own good.
way too tough. Like an incredible show of bravery. I will say, anyone that goes, oh yeah, just tackle low, when people blow up about like, mate, just tackle around the legs. Yeah, okay, bro. When you got blokes like that running at you, tackle around the legs, Jesus Christ. But yeah, incredible show of bravery there from Teddy, and hope he's all good because he's had quite a few at the moment. So hopefully that's sweet.
Wasn't it wild if you were Teddy in that moment, like from home watching kick out? Like, I was watching him go down the sideline, the 40, the 50. I'm going, geez, he's going at a pretty good pace. He'll slow down soon. I feel like he was running downhill. It was like he was getting faster.
Like to see a guy that big move like that, and the bravery for Teddy to have that much time to think about what's happening and go, I've done everything in the game. I've proved myself literally 10 times over, but I'm still going to put my body on the line for the team. It's I get that it's very easy for us to sit here and admire his bravery. He's the one with the concussion, but that was friggin' brave as to me.
There's a lot of fullbacks in the game there who, and I get it, probably just go
Arm
for that
tackle.
intercept.
They
Or
would
just,
intercept, or they would have gone like that and just try to arm tackle him.
They've a very new look Rooster side going to be running out next week, boys. We've got, particularly in the halves, obviously Joey Manu went to fullback for periods when Teddy went off on the weekend or for the rest of the game, but with Sammy Walker gone, obviously Sandon Smith still out injured. We spoke about it in the green room beforehand, like Joey Manu might end up at 5'8" this week, so he could go back to fullback. They've got Docker Clay, who's been playing a bit of halfback in New South Wales Cup. It's going to be a new look side.
Yeah, so let's talk about the Roosters. Great comeback. Showed a lot of bravery for sure. And like we know the Roosters can do that. It's getting harder and harder for me to believe that on paper they're as good as we think they are. Mm-hmm. Let me be clear, I was the one pushing the idea that this side on paper is a premiership threat. Mate, at the moment, I've got to say on paper they are not what we think they are.
Yeah, and, it's very easy to, once again, Tedesco, Walker, all these guys knocked out. They got played off the park in the first 20 minutes. Like,
18-0 without any dramas.
In those conditions?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's... I mean, like you always say, rain's the great equaliser. Like, it looked like it wasn't raining when Canterbury had the ball.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about the Roosters. I just think that, like, yes, can they go on runs? Maybe. But they just... And look, I will give them credit. Even though it wasn't working for them, they were super aggressive and they were jamming that Bulldogs pack at times. But, man, I don't think they're the team... I think we've overestimated where they're at in regards to on paper.
Aren't they frustrating? Because I completely agree with you. And then you look at this game and go, how on earth were they in the ballpark of being in this game of football? Like, they show the grit that they did on the weekend, and they've done this a number of times over the years, that then part of me goes, well, fuck, when it all works out, are they the real deal? But it's like they seem to play better under adversity when they're struggling than when they're all there.
I just think there's just been too many years like this. Like, too many years. They're 2 from 5. Like, they start the year off really well, and we go, well, okay, Roosters are on here. Mate, they're 2 from 5 to start the year. Like, they've got, the media's not even talking about it.
Yeah.
They've got one more win than the Rabbitohs.
And I'll let you talk about it. You made a really good point in our group chat, but do we know less about what the best halves combination is now?
So basically, and this is my concern with the Roosters, that they've stuck so strong with this pairing. Sam Walker goes off. Kiri has the best game, his best second half I've seen him have in forever. Like, he killed it. Like, he literally single-handedly got them back into the game. And you're going, fuck. So Kiri's still got it, but does it need to be his team? Like, 100% his team. Like, this Kiri Walker thing is the most bizarre combo pairing I think I've ever seen.
And you come away from that game going, okay, Walker's better without Kiri. Kiri's better without Walker. They're both better with Sandon Smith. What the fuck are we going to do?
Yeah, what do you do?
Well, we said that exact thing last week, didn't we? We said individually, without the other, they're both awesome, Walker and Kiri, but together it doesn't work. And then this week, just double dominate.
Yeah, he killed it. Like, Kiri, he was taking the ball to the line. Like, it's basically the second half. I've got my notes here. Kiri finally taking to the line, and they score. Like, he gets deep in the line, takes control of the side, and all of a sudden it looked like Kiri of old. He was running the ball. There was high tempo. The reason why Kiri used to be so damaging is he would hit the line at such speed, he would reduce the amount of time the defense had to make a decision. So you either had to make your decision, or you made your decision too late, and it was obviously a try. And so it genuinely makes I've said it for a couple of years now, but that question around this spine, it just gets bigger and bigger every single year.
Well, isn't it going to be a fascinating watch this week? And with his, let's say his halves partner is Joey Manu, like, it is his team. He's getting around the park. He's the out-and-out number 7. If he comes out and kills it this week, like,
what do you do?
Robbo's just scratched his head going, I don't know what to do here. I'm going to lose whichever way I go.
Yeah, but the hard thing is, though, is that, I know he was out a little bit when Sam Walker got injured last year, but they were struggling. And Drew Hutchinson really helped him, get into, form again last year. But Sam Walker came in and they were going on a run.
Yeah.
It's like, very strange, very strange. Now, some positives for the Roosters. I thought White was outstanding off the bench. He was a dog through the middle. Questions around Terrell May getting 20 minutes.
What the hell? The week I bring him into my Supercoach team as well. What's going on there?
Mate, he must have something against you, Robbo.
Honestly. But what a waste. What was the game?
Very strange. Maybe, as you said, maybe the send-off.
Robbo is very quickly heading into, with his forward pack rotation, heading into that Ricky Stewart sort of areas from a couple of weeks ago, where the more I study his rotations, the less sense I can make of it. Like, it was strange. Like, you even have a look like Nat Butcher was out on the weekend. So Sicily Tupanoa had his opportunity to come in and start on that edge. He played 80 minutes. He had 4 runs for 17 metres. In 80 minutes.
And, like, it's not like they did have no possession. Like, they had decent chunk.
To be fair, he might have shifted out to centre when Manu moved and stuff, but Sicily.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Sitili here. That's his bread and butter, is friggin' explosive ball running.
There was a point there where they had 11 guys on the field and they needed someone to run the football.
Yeah.
Terrell May played 19 minutes, and I'm willing to say that there is logic to this. I haven't dissected it all enough that, like, when he came on, when the send-off happened, everything. But I'm assuming just around the carnage that happened elsewhere and players moving positions, that it just ended up that Terrell played only 22 minutes. But
he didn't come on, I think, till 5 minutes to go in the first half.
I had 2 messages from people that were separate that I don't have any context for this, but apparently he was almost late to the game.
Oh,
I think something might have happened pre-game or something like that could explain it.
You'd think when all this carnage ensues, you go, all right, Terrell,
he's the man you want.
We need 60 straight.
Yeah, give us 60.
He'd go, sweet.
Yeah. So something must have happened.
When there's no carnage, he's the guy you want 60
Yeah.
straight.
Yeah, something must have happened there. Because Robbo, he's a bloody good coach. He'd have his reasons. Roosters, unfortunately, I know people don't like speaking in hypotheticals, but they could be 3 from 5. We could be sitting here going, yeah, pretty good start to the year from Roosters. Now you're going, no, there's no way to slice this. This is a disappointing start to the season for the Roosters.
Silver lining, I thought Angus Crichton in attack was very good.
Yeah.
It was great. Missed a couple of tackles, but geez, he looked good with the ball.
Yeah. Now, on to Knights defeat the Dragons. Before we get into it, don't forget to give us a follow on Sportsbet Feed. You open the app, go to more, press feed, type in Denon, boom, give us a follow. It takes 2 seconds. You can copy the bets I do. You can see what I'm punting on. Plus, we've got a big plan around it. Knights defeat the Dragons 30-10. This game, obviously torrential rain up there. And what I liked about this game for the Knights is, okay, are they anywhere near the standard of rugby league that we thought they would be at this time of year? No, they are. In my opinion, no, they're not. But I saw signs of the gritty side that I saw last year. And this is a game that you can take back and go, you know what? Something to build on here. There's something to build on. They've gone, that's 2 in a row now for them. They have shown signs of grit in both those games. Yes, obviously the Storm were under strength, but they still showed signs of grits to hang in there and get the win. They showed signs here where Dragons looked like they were mounting an attack, and then the Knights kicked on. And so with the Knights, it's all just about taking the little wins where you can. You know, obviously it's a big win. They got the 2 points. But when you're talking about standard of rugby league, it's looking at the little wins. It's looking, okay, boys, we did this really well here. We did this really well here. Because sometimes you can just get caught up in the negativity and it's hard to get out of it. And so, for example, Kalen Ponga now outright leads the Dally M. He's been outstanding since starting the year. Is he playing as good as the 10 in a row? I don't think so. I think if his 10 in a row game is like 10 out of 10, I think he's playing like a 9, probably a 9 out of 10 at the moment. So still unbelievable, but that run that he went on is like literally one of the greatest of all time. So he's been outstanding, and it just shows you how important leadership is to him now, the fact that he's backing up last season with another great season. But you look at other little things like Leo Thompson, you know, just really gritty, aggressive. Reminds me a lot of Fisher Harris a few years ago. I thought he was outstanding for him. So there's a lot of little wins that you can take for the Knights, and you've got Tuala, who was outstanding. And so, yes, are they where they want to be? No, but you've got to work with what you got. That's 2 wins on the trot. There's some wins you can take from that.
I want to give a little shout out to the people in Newcastle. 9,448 turned out for this one.
Mental.
Incredible stuff.
Absolutely mental.
Send them all a case, Kempy.
Hey? What was that?
Just some outstanding chat from some of the fans there as well. We had the snorkels and the flippers out. Very good gear from all those fans that got out there. So massive shout out to them.
Yeah, you mentioned KP there, mate. For him to be doing what he's doing in those conditions, it's sickening. It's insane.
I think the scary thing is you were saying, Kempy, on that run last year, that if that's a 10 out of 10 for KP, that is a, what'd you say, 9 out of 10 or an 8 or whatever.
Yeah, 9.5.
I think he's gone, compared to that run, he's going at about a 6 or a 7 out of 10. Like, he's been solid to start the year, but his solid is Dally M medal leading because he's that good. So with this mixed start to the year for the Knights, obviously Ponga's been a constant and been solid, but there's a lot more to come in KP.
Yeah,
and there's off the back of that, there's going to be a lot more to come in the Knights.
Yeah, I think once guys around him start doing him more favours.
Because that's where I'm at, where I go, like, you could even make the argument he's doing better than last year because he's doing everything himself. Like, he's getting no favours. But, yeah, like, when it comes to, like, purely form, like, last year was unbelievable, and that's a scary thing. If they can just click a little bit more, then we may genuinely see the same form we saw last year.
Because it's round 5. We've seen 3 halves pairings there without Greg Marshall, and Tuala's doing a fantastic job coming out of their own end, but you cannot replace Greg the Leg coming out of their own end. So
Greg the Leg?
Like that one?
Holy shit. What are we referring, like, what leg are we referring to, bro?
No comment.
Oh, wow. Also, breaking news, Joey John Stalker just got arrested. So the Guru, he'll be leaving after this show, and you may not see him for a few weeks.
And Guru's ankle bracelet's going nuts.
And Kempy has refused to pay bail.
And that's actually a true story. Joey has a stalker, 28 years old, gets arrested. You know that meme with Christian, what's her name? That lady, and she does that? Cringe. That's what I'm thinking. Very cringe stuff. You're a 28-year-old bloke obsessed with another bloke. Very.
You ever had a
areas.
stalker?
You know what? You know what, Roo?
Yeah.
I've had some interesting interactions with women. Let's just put it that way. I may have been hiding in my house with the lights turned off at one stage of my life. I'll just put it that way.
You were hiding in your house or in her house?
In my house. she was hiding in my house. No, I was hiding in my house and the lights were off. But I'll just leave it like there. Be rude.
Yeah, right.
Dear God, I want details.
Very strange. It was very strange areas. Trust me, very strange areas. And I'm always like, do you really want to be this obsessed? Because like, I'm definitely not worth it. I sent her a picture of my face, going, "Are you sure about this weirdness?"
She thought she was at Jarrell Ye's house.
You know what's funny is this was actually post-career.
Oh.
Wow.
What about it? Yeah, like wow, like oh yeah, it's just your footy that gets chicks. It's not your fucking personality or anything like that. You're not a fucking good bloke or anything. You fucking pieces of shit. Unbelievable, unbelievable stuff here. Oh man.
God.
Anyway,
Is this a gossip podcast? Or
yeah.
footy,
What
mate?
is this, Men's Weekly? Jeez Louise. Get back to a bit of rugby league here, boys. Timmy, how do you think the Knights went?
Well, you mentioned Kempy there among all the getting sidetracked. Just a bit of grit back in the Knights. And the 2 tries they conceded in this game, there was the Ben Hunt try off Zach Lomax's freakish foot pass, which, you know, it happens. You can't have done too much more defensively. And then there's the Zach Lomax try, their first try off a kick. So there's 2 tries within the first 21 minutes. The one off the kick, wet condition, sweet, is what it is. Just an awesome defensive effort. They completed well in the conditions. They moved the ball really well. So couldn't have asked for sort of too much more in this game.
Now, it's only been one game, but I do think the fact that Hastings had a try assist, Cogger had 2 try assists, you're probably looking at your pairing for the rest of the year. Surely, as in, look, if they fall off a cliff tomorrow, that happens, but surely you just stick for at least a month.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see any changes anytime soon. I feel so sorry for Tyson Gamble because he's been pretty good this year, to be fair. He's laid a few tries on for Tyson Brazil. He's obviously a huge part of their big run last year, but I think it's reasonably evident. I think it was evident even in the trials. As much as I didn't want the halves combination, I think this is the best one.
Yeah, it's tough on Gamble because, you know, we talked about them getting their steel and their grit back. Like, he's a big part of that. He's a big part of that steel and that grip and that kind of like underdog attitude. I wonder how he went. Can you get his stats up for Rezzies? But Cogger, look, what I thought with Cogger, interestingly, it was actually Cogger doing a lot of the kicking, like the short kicking game. And I thought he was outstanding in the short kicking game. What do you think of Cogger's game?
He was great, wasn't he? Tyson Gamble, no big attacking stats or anything. 17 runs, 100 metres, defended well. Defended pretty well, 22 tackles, yeah. I thought that Cogger was tremendous, though. Obviously, Jackson's got a very good kicking game, but Cogger, like, in a weekend where there was a lot of very good kicking games, his short kicking game in the wet was tremendous.
Like the moment where he punches the ball in super hard, knowing that it's a wet track, and it just basically stops in the goal line, that was absolutely outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. And, you know, Cogger had 10 kicks compared to Hastings' 5. Does that confirm for you that Hastings' ankle is still not right?
Yeah, I don't think it's been right for quite some time.
Because he's kicking, like, it used to be a strength of his game.
Yeah.
Now it kind of feels like he's gone, you know what, you do the kicking,
Yeah, in saying that, I mean, like, he went down and played reserve grade for the Knights the other day. I think he had 6 tries. I think 4 of them were off the boot. So I just think that they got out there and Cogger had the hot hand with the kicking game.
Yeah, okay.
I think credit to Jackson, he addressed that and just said, you do your thing.
Yeah. Would you, so 6 grubbers compared to the 2 of the Dragons and 6 bombs compared to 9 of the Dragons. So clearly there was and that's smart. Like, the good thing for Knights fans is that's smart footy. Like, you know, you'd be shocked at the amount of NRL players that will get in the wet weather and they won't play wet weather footy, you know?
Well, they're, you know, 2 of the first halves you'd want in your team for those conditions because say what you want about them, you can critique them in one way or another, but they're not lacking between the ears, those 2 footballers. So they exactly who you want in the wet.
And these are the 2 sort of footballers why I absolutely hate this new short dropout rule. Because
they build pressure.
It's just shit.
Yeah, I don't know. The new dropout rule, I'd love to hear the thoughts of people that enjoy it.
Why?
I'd love to hear why do you enjoy it? And I have seen comments saying they enjoy it. Let us know in the comment section, like what enjoyment do you get out of the short dropouts? We've spoken about it quite a lot. I'll give you the enjoyment I get out of repeat sets. It's obviously the skill set to roll it in, but then it's seeing the mental toughness of the defensive side that I think is like some of the most exciting. Like, think about some of the most iconic parts of Origin. It's been, you know, wow, we defended our line for 5, for 6 sets. And so that's the part that genuinely is some of the most exciting part of rugby league. And that's why I think repeat sets should be super promoted. But I'd love to hear your thoughts as to what do you get out of dropouts that is super enjoyable for you, because I think it's added absolutely nothing to our game.
Yeah, and as we said in the preseason, like I understand what the NRL is trying to do, but the punishment for screwing up a dropout has to be worse than get your defensive line ready and set to defend 6 tackles 10 metres out.
Rugby league will be a better place when that shit rule is abolished.
Yeah, hopefully, seriously. Okay, in regards to specific players, we already spoke with KP. Tuala, outstanding again. He's really, really good. I've always been a fan of Tuala. He actually reminds me a little bit. Now, I know Jesse Arthurs is a little bit bigger, and I think Jesse Arthurs is probably a little bit of a better player. But for me, he reminded me of him, because you've got to remember, like, Jesse Arthurs, yes, was he incredible grand final? Yes. Has he been great this year? Yes. Jesse Arthurs got loaned to the Warriors, and it was almost to a degree of like, we don't really need this guy's surplus for us. We don't really need him. And so he also played a bit of centre, and I just think that every time I've seen Jesse Arthurs play, I don't think he gets the appreciation he deserves. He's starting to get to the Broncos. And I'm the same with Tuala. Like, okay, Jesse Arthurs is beginning to have these incredible plays where you go, wow. But for a lot of his career, he gets through a lot of work, he do his job. Tuala is similar like that. Like, he gets through a lot of work, he does his job. Is he going to have the crazy, flashy plays like a Dom Young? Like, no, I don't think he is. But at the same time, he's a bloody good defender. He does exactly what you need of a modern winger, and he's pretty safe. I think he's a great player.
He ticks so many boxes. And then the big one you said there, Kemp, he's a great defender. He can switch between centre and wing quite easily as well. He's a strong finisher. His positioning on the end of that back line, whether it's left or on the right, he's always in the right spot. I'm with you, a big fan of Anari. He's landed in, while Greg Marshall's been out, that golden spot on the left wing at the Knights, reaping the rewards of it. And, yeah, we had question marks who gets the wing spot at the start of the season. He's far and above won that.
Well, a lot of people had Jenkins, but unfortunately Jenkins, he had a bit of a Barry Crocker on the weekend, and hasn't really set the world alight. Obviously, coming from Penrith to the Knights. Is it Penrith, correct, Jenkins?
Yep. Yeah.
You'd say Tuala absolutely gets that wing spot, surely.
And you have a look at his last few seasons, starting from 5 years ago, average run metres per game, 103, 199, 113, 124 last year. Ever since Greg's been out, he's taken it upon himself. He's averaging 172 run metres.
That's a bloody good knock. Bloody good knock. Oh, yeah, I like Anari. And also, he's the kind of player that he's a squad player in the sense that he's never going to break the bank. So you're never going to have to pay Dom Young money for him. And you need guys like that in your side that aren't going to fucking smash your salary cap. But at the same time, they're going to give you 150 to 200 metres every game.
And this is where once they do bring Greg Marshall back, I noticed in the first 2 rounds when Greg played, every single team was just kicking down to Anari Tuala because you don't want to deal with Greg. But now when he's returning the ball like he is, great spot to be for Newcastle.
Well, it's great for both because it's a 1-2 punch now. Yep. It goes, Greg takes a run, I take a run. Greg the leg, get your leg out, bruh. Take a run.
It's a shame Dom Young isn't going to be available for
Did you just say Dom Yum? Wow, that
don't mind it.
I don't mind it. Dom Yum, the shirt ripped.
We can get that done. Merch drop coming soon.
6th of May.
Dom Yum, and it's just a picture of him with his shirt ripped.
And it's a V-neck as well.
And only you're wearing it on the show every week.
Things the viewers do not need to see is my chest.
Imagine that pigeon chest out in the show every week.
Yeah, mate. Flutters of bloody surfboard.
Timmy, my eyes are up here, Williams.
Dom Yum playing up in Newcastle this weekend would have been awesome. Huge shame that we don't get to see that.
Yeah, true. Very good point.
Thanks,
good point. We misdirected you with a bunch of shit talk, but you did have a good rugby league point there,
Thanks.
so I give that to you.
Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? We'll talk about Leo Thompson. The thing with Leo Thompson now is this has to be every single week because unfortunately the Saifidi brothers have a tendency to be a bit inconsistent. And it's just been like that for their career. They play origin level, then they're a bit quiet and they might miss a couple tackles and whatever. Then they play origin level. And so Leo Thompson is the guy in that squad that can go, you know what, I'm the stalwart. I am the rock, the centre. It's going to get through a mountain of work. What you got there?
Oh, no. Don't worry.
Through a dummy?
I got the time wrong. I just read the numbers in the head didn't work.
That's all good. It's all right. Had a great flow there, but just whatever. Leo Thompson needs to be the rock, the horse guru.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the last 2 years he's been tremendous. I remember at the start of last season we had Jackson in the studio here, and man, he wouldn't shut up about Leo Thompson. Just saying how good he's been in the preseason and how like he's sort of become almost their James Fisher-Harris. Like the stats aren't astronomical, but he's just tough as nails.
Yeah, and it's just that kind of I wouldn't say he's an enforcer yet, but there's edges of it. Like he's put it this way: out of that forward pack, he's probably the guy that has a bit of a screw loose. I think they obviously lost Barnett. Who definitely has a screw loose.
I love how screw loose gets mentioned. You just like straight to Mitch Barnett.
Hetherington's coming off the bench, so less time to do it. And also, he's got too many screws loose, so you don't want to let him off the leash.
Yeah.
And so Leo Thompson kind of needs to be that guy.
But similar to James Fisher-Harris, like I remember when he came into first grade, there were so many screws loose. You were just going, this can't
Mate,
work
he was
out.
like Hetherington. Like,
Well, he was Mark Geyer all over again.
mate, he was
just
a loose unit.
And then he just found the straight and narrow. And I feel like Leo Thompson, like I constantly look at him and think, my God, he's so many screws are loose here. But he's incredibly consistent and just does a job every single week. And you're right, like the Saifidi boys, 2 State of Origin props. Surely at some point they've got to be looking around the room at Leo Thompson going, hold on, I thought I was the guy in this forward pack.
Yeah, and to be fair, Daniel Saifidi I thought he had a good game. I mean, both Saifidi brothers were solid. So I'm not saying that they didn't play well on the weekend, but they do go a little bit up and down throughout a season. Whereas Leo Thompson does seem to be the guy that can give you a more of a baseline performance each week. He might not hit the heights that Saifidi hits, obviously, but at the same time, he probably won't hit the lows either.
And when you get the week that both the Saifidis play their best footy and Leo Thompson does what he does, good luck beating Newcastle. KP's going to run a train over sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And that 3 front rower rotation, if Saifidi play the best they can play, plus Leo Thompson there, that can compete with anyone because it's an origin level. Leo Thompson, he averaged the most meters per minute against Australia off the bench. So we're talking about, at their best, a top-tier front row rotation.
And keep in mind this week, like Leo Thompson came back in, but Tyson Rizal also wasn't in this side. And I thought he'd been their best forward in the first month. So I thought they would really, really miss Tyson Rizal, but he came in and did such a good job.
I've been impressed with Kai Pearce-Paul. Like, I expected him to be, offloads and flashy and highlight reel. I did not expect him to be one of their most consistent players of the start of the season. Like, I haven't watched a game that he's played for them so far this year where he hasn't been at least in their top 5 players, in my opinion.
I was the exact same, mate. I thought he'd be padding the stat sheet with offloads, tackle breaks, tries, try assists, but I thought there'd be like missed tackles and maybe not a huge work rate and all that. It's been the complete opposite. He's hardly had an attacking stat to his name. They will come as he settles into his combinations on the left edge. With Ponga, he's had different halves partners come in and out, which kind of helped. That'll come, but just his motor on him.
Yeah,
he gets through huge work. Defence, by and large, has been good this season. A few little areas to work on, but again, he's transitioned to the NRL far quicker than I thought he would.
And when the attacking stats start, I think they're going to flow.
Oh, for sure. Once KP gets his timing off KPP, shit.
Yeah.
KP and KPP.
It's mad.
That works. It works. Then that's going to be scary. Once he realises, okay, this is when I'm noticing that his arm gets released at this point in time, it is just going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, and once they get Greg back in a couple of weeks, like that left edge of Newcastle, you get him on a dry track on a good day.
Not good.
KPP, couple of screws loose, rugby league handful. Newcastle Knights.
What do you think of the Knights, mate?
They were great. I think you've summed it up. You've touched on all the players that did really well there. The 2 halves, I agree. I think they, just to circle back to those guys, especially in a wet weather game like that, just they kind of managed the game very well. And I wonder, I know coming into the season we were kind of like, are they a little bit similar, those 2 halves? But maybe when you got KP at the back, who's just a attacking machine, maybe having 2 game managers in the halves is not the worst thing, and just kind of picking them out, getting the team to the spot on the field where you can get KP involved. But look, they look really good. It's taken a couple of weeks for them to click together, but they were very impressive in pretty challenging conditions. They got the Chooks this week, so they looked abysmal last week for most of the game. A few injuries as well.
Huge opportunity for the Knights to get a win here, to jug a win off the Roosters. Because then I think after that they've got very winnable. Very winnable is tough, but I think they've got to win them.
Dogs, then they've got the Dolphins who are first at the moment, then the Warriors. So they actually have got a couple of tough ones.
So they could go 4 from 4.
They could.
Well, actually, if they've already won last week, they could go 6 from 6. Like, that's a genuine possibility. What an opportunity for the Knights.
Yeah.
Jeez.
If you want the more extended version, so they go Roosters, Doggies, Dolphins, Warriors, Tigers,
Tough game.
Titans, by Bulldogs.
Ooh.
There's some winnable ones.
This
there.
is season defining. This next 6 weeks for them, it'll define their season, I think.
Yeah, just have a look at that Titans game in a few weeks' time. That's at Magic Round, Saturday, 3 p.m. KP on a dry track at
Ooh,
Suncorp.
KP
Oh, boy.
and KPP as well.
Screws everywhere.
Screws everywhere on the ground. Hopefully that's not OHS.
Watch your footing.
3-legged Greg out there. But it's all happening.
Dom Yum will also be there at Magic Round.
Watching.
Going, damn, wish I was still at the Knights. So, yeah, Knights, you get the wins where you can, and there's a lot of positives from that game. On to the Dragons. Look, the most disappointing thing with the Dragons is just how inconsistent they are. Like, they go from, in a match as well, like, you can watch them for 10 minutes and go, you know, Leilua on the edge, through on the edge, they're hitting their 3-ins, they get, you know, going again, Benny Hunt looks on, and then the next 10 minutes you're going, like, wooden spoon stuff. We'll get to the positives first. Lomax, again, with an outstanding game. Now, reports are that the Eels have offered him a deal. Apparently, it's reportedly less than what he's on now, still around the 650 mark, which is, you know what, if I'm the Eels, I'm that desperate. I'm just, like, you probably want to get him for around 500 as a good deal, but if it's around the 650 mark, I'm that desperate as an Eels. I'm going all in.
Yeah, bloody oath.
Like, far out.
I know there's a lot of, things that have to go forward to make it happen, and it's far easier said than done, but, like, do you just cut ties early and do a player swap and go, all right, he doesn't want to be here by the sounds of it. They've given him permission to leave.
But if you're the Eels, would you bother? Why would you? Because they've already come out and said he is not at the club next year. And so...
Dragons.
The Dragons.
Yeah.
So you go, mate, we're not giving up anyone. Like, I look at the Eels and I go, if they're being honest, could they win a premiership this year? Probably not. Now, Mitch Moses coming back inside changes a lot. But I wouldn't be willing to lose a player for Lomax when the Dragons have already played their hand and said he's gone next year. What do you reckon, Rudy? Do you agree, disagree?
I just think it's such a bizarre situation. I've never seen a bloke play better that doesn't want to be somewhere. I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm a club signing Zach Lomax next year, I know he wants to play centre, but it wouldn't shock me if he ends up somewhere else playing wing.
I mean, he's been friggin' awesome.
Why would you move him?
Why does he want to play centre? Like, he's so good on the wing.
He's been his best footy probably we've seen the first month.
Like, the obsession with wanting to play centre, like, you stand 3 foot to the right, whatever team you're playing in, they're going to let you roam and do what you want.
Are we being a bit hoodwinked? That's the narrative that's been created. Like, for example, he has said, yes, I do want to play wing, but he's also said, I'll do what's best for the team. So are we being a bit hoodwinked that that's the narrative of the Dragons, or, people that are on the other side of Lomax going, let's put out the narrative that it's purely about being centre, kind of like what happened with Critter, how it was like, yeah, Critter's leaving because he wants to play fullback. Then he gets over there and it's like, didn't come anywhere near fullback. Maybe we're being a bit hoodwinked and he just wants to go to a club where it's a better environment.
If I was a betting man, which I might be,
I think you are, actually.
I would be very confident on saying he plays wing wherever he goes, I reckon.
I think he lands at the Eels 100%. I think he lands at the Eels. Like, I'd be shocked if he doesn't land at the Eels.
Well, he gets signed on more as a winger than he does a centre. Straight up.
Yeah. And I tell you what, that Eels side with him on the wing, I mean, I'm not sure what's happening with Sivo. Hopefully he can find his best form again. But them kicking to him, like, they haven't had a guy like Lomax since, what, Virgo?
Yeah.
Like, it's been a while. It's been a while.
ages.
Also, wing's mad. You make 3 tackles, you score tries, you make line breaks.
Yep.
Bro, you got to do heaps more.
Hang out with footy players.
Yeah. Heaps better.
Yeah, so look, whatever happens there, he was outstanding. That flick pass was like, that's been building up for 12 months, I reckon.
Yeah.
He's just been holding it in his soul going, I'm just so desperate to flick pass, but I can't. And then the moment he felt it, he felt the moment and said, this is the moment. And just went fucking booze. Do you reckon he made that noise?
I think so.
Did you hear it on the mics?
No, because it was too wet. There was a bit of wet weather interference, but could have gone anywhere, but it turned out to be a masterstroke.
It was a fucking masterstroke.
Yeah.
What did you guys think of the Dragons?
Mate, I've been really impressed with Tommy Eisenhuth over the last few weeks. He's come off the bench last few weeks. I think he's playing about 45, 50 minutes. But I just... honestly, I didn't realise he was this good. He looks so integral to me to everything they do. And they look so much better when he's on the field.
Yeah, when they signed him, I was like, he's the last person they need. And they've got so many battlers already. Why would you... But I agree with you, mate. I think he's been phenomenal.
I thought Francis Molo was really good too.
They just extended him for a couple of years too.
It's a good signing. I like that.
Mate, he's been so underrated for a couple of years now at the Dragons, in my opinion. But, yeah, as an overall, it's just the consistency they need to sort.
Moses Sully, I was just going to give a bit of a rap to. No errors in the wet, 170 metres, 14 runs, didn't miss a tackle. Not bad in the wet weather. Again, we've spoken about him a few times this year, but credit to him for just, knuckling down, getting better and better, and he's probably having his best year yet so far.
Yeah, for sure, mate. Moses Sully, he's been so consistent for what do you reckon, 2-3 years now at the Dragons?
Yeah.
Super consistent. Yeah, defensively can sometimes read poorly, but give me a centre that is in the top 3 centres of the game that doesn't have bad reads at times.
And I also reckon that if Sully didn't have the start of his career he did, I reckon it makes us focus on him more in defence too.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's been really consistent in defence. I've been like, we said it, 5 or 6 weeks ago when he re-signed or whatever. But to think where he was 5 years ago to where he is now, I would have almost called it impossible.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got to talk about it. Sloan put onto the wing. It's just, I admire Flano for really sticking with Sloan, and we have to remember, I think he's still only 21 years old. So he is very young, but some of the defensive stuff he did on the weekend, there was even stuff with when they scored that try from the kick from Cogger when he just jammed it into the thing. Sloan was on the short side, and he just jogged. It was a 5th tackle.
Yeah.
And it was just like that. So that's not even about putting your head in a bad space. That's just purely effort. And it's just, I don't know. How many chances do you want to give a guy? I know Flano's a new coach, and he is 21. So there is obviously time, but you can still develop in New South Wales Cup. And although he has had a good attacking start to a degree for the year, some of this stuff is just, as a former teammate of other players, it's just unforgivable. Your players around you are busting their ass. They're putting their bodies on the line for you, your brothers out there, and you're not willing to just put your body in front or get your head in maybe a bit of a tough spot. It's unfair on your teammates.
And there was moments there defensively when Lomax was at fullback that wasn't perfect by any means, but there was no lack of effort there.
Well, we spoke about earlier, Ezra Mann, completely bumped. But he just put his body in the line. So it's all good. And it's like the same with Sloan. It's like, mate, we don't care if you miss the tackle. Just put your body in front. But for some reason, he just doesn't seem to like to.
It's amazing with Zach Lomax. I'm sure we all agree he was the best player on the field for the Dragons.
6 errors.
6 errors?
Yeah, it was crazy. But, I mean, most of them just trying stuff, really.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What do you do in the Sloan situation, boys? I mean, he's been hooked to the wing.
I'm giving him another week for sure. I think he's done enough this season. And look, I've been his biggest critic at times. He's done enough to get another game. And the reason being, it's easy to be critical, but far out. These were some just obscene conditions of footy. And look, it was obvious for everyone to see. The effort areas weren't there from Sloan at times in this game, but this won't happen again this season, them playing in conditions like that. Sloan now has an opportunity, like Xavier Savage did last week with the Raiders, to bounce back and go, no, I'm a stronger mental player than I was this time last year or 2 years ago, get better conditions, and you don't want to make excuses for him, but I'm 100% giving him another crack at fullback this week, 80 minutes, and saying, all right, mate, show us what you've got.
Yeah. I'm giving him, for sure, absolutely giving him another crack this season. It's just the concern is this pattern existed before Flano got there. So I was like, for example, he comes out and he kills it next week. 4 weeks go by, another game, he plays like this. So I don't know what Flano's going to do. I don't know. Flano was literally quoted saying he needs to put his head and, body on the line. That's why I didn't, some of the decisions he's making. What would you do, Guru?
No, I agree with both of you. I'll be giving him another shot. And if you are going to move him, if you're Flano, it's going to be a tough conversation that I'm playing the guy at fullback over here that doesn't want to be here.
Yeah.
Such a strange situation.
I was watching their New South Wales Cup side absolutely dominate Manly. Maybe last week. Their fullback looked pretty good.
For the Dragons?
Yeah.
Off-hand guy? He played on the weekend?
Yeah. Been playing fullback for him, I think.
Yeah, he looked good at fullback. So
Something about those boys.
yeah, I just feel like they need a good environment to excel at. But yeah, the week before, the New South Wales Cup Dragon side looked unbelievable. They towed Manly up. Where are they sitting on the ladder?
They are sitting, the Dragons.
Yeah.
We could see if Birdie is out, he had a knee issue there. We might see that Sevilio Tamale get a start.
I like him.
Yeah, he looks good.
I think he's a good player, yeah.
So could come in this week potentially. There's a few options. They could put one of the Fenai boys at centre as well.
I don't think they should add again. I don't think
I'd put the young fella.
Yeah, I'll be putting the young
I
fella
reckon
in.
he'll get a crack.
Yeah. They
Sixth they're coming. In
come
Cup.
6. That's all right. And it's so how many equal points? Like, what's their points compared to first?
They have played 4 games. They've won 2.
Okay,
So,
that's right. 6.
middle of the range.
Not bad for a team that their first grade side, a lot tip for the spoon.
Yep.
Yeah. So look, the Sloan situation. It's just going to be a matter of Flano just needs to work his magic. Really. I agree with you boys. I'd be giving him an extra week, but he'd be on notice for me. Unfortunately, it's just a pattern, it seems like. That just every now and then he'll just have this game where just his head's not there. So hopefully they can work it out.
They got the Tigers at Campbelltown. Knowing my luck, he'll probably come out and score another hat-trick and,
Tear you apart.
Yeah, we won't be talking about him. I think he's been pretty good this year. Obviously, Timmy summed it up pretty well. It was like a once-in-a-season weather event that he probably had to do it. It's not easy to be... And I know both teams had to do it, but...
I'm sounding really harsh here, but what the hell does weather got to do with having a dig?
Yeah.
That's true.
Like what? No offense, boys, but fucking just rip in. That's even more. Like, get involved.
I wasn't having a dig. I didn't leave the house for 2 days. I sympathise with Tyrell.
Look, I hope he is. Because, can you just confirm? He's still 21. It's got so long, and there is so much potential. And you also have to ask yourself, what's the alternative at the Dragons at the moment? Do they have a young guy? Like, Faino's been good at fullback, but he's had a couple opportunities in first grade too and hasn't, killed it. And there is just so much upside with Sloan that it's worth just hanging in there. But at the same time, you just got to get through to him.
Dragons, as you said, they play the Tigers this week, who, been a little bit up and down. The week after that, at Wynn Stadium, Friday, 6 p.m, they play the Warriors. That's going to show us who the Dragons are.
Oof.
They've been up and down this year, but the Warriors, if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile against that Dragons mob in 2 weeks.
Yeah. So look, where I put the Dragons right now, they definitely look better than I thought they were going to look, but they have a huge consistency problem, and so that's part of the growing pains with Flanagan. I do think they've reacted to Flano. I do think they play for Flano, and I do think that they are heading on the direction up. I think that there's, it's not a disaster start to the year for the Dragons, in my opinion. Thoughts?
Agree.
Yep.
Great. Okay, now it's time for Warriors defeating South 34-4. And
Speaking of disasters.
Ooh, put the boot in there.
Yep.
Did the Tigers win on the weekend?
Let's not deviate from what's right in front of us. We'll get to the Tigers who are robbed later.
Okay, our LDV T60 power play of the week is Wade Egan for his game against the Rabbitohs, specifically the passing through Charles Nickel-Klokstad that led to SJ's try. The LDV T60 has 160 kilowatts of grunt, which makes it one of the most powerful utes in its class. 7-year or 200,000 kilometre warranty, whichever occurs first, and it's auto from 38990 drive away for ABN holders. At that price, why go secondhand when you can have a brand new LDV? All right, let's get into the game. Let's just get straight into some Egan love. Mate, he was unbelievable. Now, I got it in my notes here. That play... got it in my notes. It's good. Okay. That play with Charles Nickel-Klokstad was a masterclass in space and awareness. So Charles Nickel-Klokstad, they get a normal play of the ball, maybe a little bit quick. Nickel-Klokstad sits in his left pocket, so the other side of the ruck. And then Tohu Harris looks like he's hitting an unders line, behind the markers. So you've got your markers, you've got your A defenders. A defenders are your first defenders. And there's usually a gap between those two that has to be filled. It's a brave run, but it's a tough run. But it's a good run if you can get it. But the dummy half has to have the ability to hold that A marker. Anyway, so that he gets out, he holds that A marker, and then Tohu Harris hits an overs line, which pulls the A defender apart and creates a huge gap. And as that happens, Chance Nickel-Klukstad wraps around to Egan's right pocket. Egan doesn't even look. He just throws the ball up into the space where Chance should be, and he goes straight through. The only way you can defend that play is if you've identified that it's happening before it happens. It was an absolute masterclass. And to top it all off, to make it even better, we spoke about it earlier in this game, Damien Cook having no one supporting him. With a play that happened that quickly, that silkily, he had multiple options once he broke the line. Chance Nickel-Klokstad inside and outside him to score the try. It was arguably, in my opinion, one of the plays of the year so far, how well it was executed. And that is a masterful coach understanding spacing around the ruck.
Webby, at the moment, for me, is a red-hot favourite for back-to-back Coach of the Year. What he's doing with that side is incredible. And this is, I was going to say, the first time he's had his full-strength squad. He still doesn't have it.
Well, he's missing Walker?
DWZ, Nikore, Metcalf, he's starting 5'8". I mean, like, they're just... and like we spoke about it a few weeks ago, they started 0-2. And
Montoya as well, I think?
No, he played.
DWZ, sorry.
DWZ, yeah. They started 0-2 a couple of weeks ago, and it was just so evident there was a fantastic footy side there. I bagged them all pre-season. It was completely fucking wrong. They've now won 3 in a row. They could win every game until Penrith in Magic Round. Mate. Genuinely, they're playing that good, and I'm filthy because I think that Magic Round game is going to be the Sunday afternoon game, so we're going to miss that one, I think.
What are you talking about? Why don't you, the headline is the Tigers versus Dolphins is after that game as well, so surely you're staying. Sunday 6:15.
Are you going to hang around?
Yeah.
What about that jersey, by the way? We haven't spoken about it yet. The LG Magpies.
Go Pies. We're back at one of our spiritual homes this weekend, so I thought I'd get around the boys.
Just on that too, Keith Barnes passed away this morning, one of the great Balmain Tigers of all time, Golden Boots.
Ballet. Rest in peace. Timmy?
Yeah, it was... I'm glad you mentioned that Wade Egan and that exact play came, because I had it at the top of my notes as well. And we often refer to his importance in this team and how crafty he is around the ruck. And that was the perfect example of it. You broke it down nicely, and just to tip it off, just that little double pump to Chance, to drag in Cookie just that little bit extra. It was exactly what we've said the whole time. He's so crafty around the ruck. It was the best example I've seen of it.
Mate, it's beautiful. And the thing is it's such a well-crafted play, because if Chance sits on his right pocket, then the defence looks up and goes, what they're going to do is that old Billy Slater, Cam Smith to Cronk to Billy Slater player. You hit Cronk, and then Billy Slater's on the inside and the gap opens up. But because Chance hit on that short side, and because the timing has to be so precise that Egan is he's not passing the ball to Chance, he's just popping it up. And Chance needs to be there. Like, the timing of that is beautiful. And so the reason why it's such a masterful play is that the reason why it works is if the defence is doing their job, it should work. So if the A marker is making sure he's got the dummy half, if the marker is doing his job, he's got the dummy half. If the A defender is doing his job and making sure Tohu Harris is taken, then it should work. It actually is one of those plays it actually won't work against lazy shit defense. So for example, if that A defender just goes, fuck it, I'm not even going to check Tohu and just stands there, he's going to be in the way, and you're going to be like, so it's just a beautiful play, and just that added little extra bit of special touches with Chance sitting in the left pocket, just to hide his run. Just beautiful. Seriously beautiful stuff.
I just love... We mentioned last week in terms of the Warriors sort of emulating the Penrith Panthers and their style with the big, powerful back three and their yardage and the way they sort of are copying the way of that style of football. But in terms of just their depth as well, like, what do we say about Penrith? When one man goes down, it's next man up mentality, and whoever comes in does a job. Mate, it's been the same thing at the Warriors last season, and then again, evidently this season. And Tamari Martin, he's the perfect example of that, because Tamari and Luke Metcalf are very different 5'8". Like, Tamari Martin's a better ball player, a bit more silky. Luke Metcalf, a stronger ball runner. But he came in and he just looked like what Luke Metcalf had been doing. They know that SJ's there running the show. He's got the keys to the team and he runs it all. But Tamari Martin was just pushing up in support. When he got a quick play of the ball, he'd go stuff it and he'd pin it and he'd back himself and take the line on. He did exactly what Luke Metcalf's been successful with this year.
Mate, I totally agree with you. He was actually my 6 in team of the week until I was like, oh, Burton, he's my 6. I thought Tamari Martin was outstanding. And I can't believe how much his ball running has improved. Like, you know, and understandably so. Even before the head injuries and that, sometimes he was almost tentative to go to the line. He was just pure ball player. But I can't believe he must have put some muscle mass on or something, because the amount of times he pushed through that first tackle, genuinely shocking. And the scary thing for the Warriors is, although Metcalf is their first choice 6 or was their first choice 6, they might look better with Tamari Martin at 6.
Keep in mind with Tamari Martin, it wasn't that long ago he was told to retire because, was it bleeding on his brain?
Yeah, crazy.
It's just, what...
He had 2 line
many
breaks.
human beings that would ever play sport, let alone contact sport again after that.
He had a try assist, 7 runs, 85 metres, 3 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, 22 tackles.
And without taking anything away from Tamari Martin, if Chanel Harris-Tavita was there, he would have done the exact same thing as well. It's just how good this system is.
Yeah, it's just, mate, I'm genuinely impressed at how good Tamari Martin looks, and if he can hit his ceiling plus get a running game, holy, geez, going to be unstoppable. Another, fact that I think that's, reflecting it onto the Rabbitohs, that's a real big concern is that Sean Johnson, 633 kick metres, and it is getting to the point where if you don't have a 6 or a 7 with a big boot, you will not play towards the end of the season. Like as in the top 4, you won't get close to a prelim, because all of the best teams have a 7 that can just kick you off the park. And I look across to the Rabbitohs, Dean Hawkins, 8 kicks, 313 metres. Cody Walker, 5 kicks, 164 metres. And look, I understand that they, just looking at their time in possession, I mean, they had 45 possession, so it's 45% possession of the ball, so not too bad. But the concern with the Rabbitohs that's even, on top of all their other concerns is that they don't have a half that can kick a ball as deep as most of the top tier teams.
Well, I think the Roosters have a similar problem with that at times as well. Like, Sammy Walker can time a ball. He's got a big kick on him at times, but there's also times where between him and Luke Keary, they just lack that long kicking game a little bit.
Massive. But anyway, we'll stay on the Warriors. Who stood out for you?
I want to give a big rap to a guy that stat sheet wise, you read it, doesn't really stand out to you, but Rocco Berry. Defensively, he was so good, and that try that he scored, talk about bravery lines.
Oh, mate.
Right up there.
And again, we've spoken about it so often, but I think that he's got so much potential left in his game. And what I love about his game is if you don't watch the game, you think, this centre for the Warriors is doing fucking nothing. But you watch the game, similar-ish to Barnett. I know Barnett's stats are quite good, but you need the right mix of players. RTS, he's your showstopper. He's the guy that's going to be on the highlight reel. And then you need other guys, like Dwayne Bennett used to do this really well. He'd balance his side. On one side, he'd have showstoppers. On the other side, he'd have battlers that just get through work and tackle really well. The amount of little, 1% plays that Barry does, and just you can't get him on the stat sheet, it's almost every game.
Yeah, and for the rest of the season, when DWZ's back and he scores his 20 tries that Chance puts him over for, and everyone will compliment Charge as DWZ, it's the line that Rocco Berry runs every single time perfectly that does as much work for it, but there's no stat for it.
No stat for it, and I'm so excited to see how much he improves over the next 24 months, because he's in his 3rd year of rugby league after Union.
I'd love to see it be some form of stat in rugby league, like the decoys that guys are running to create tries.
Yeah, how much space is created or something.
Something along that, because it is so important. If they're not there, you don't. It doesn't happen.
Well, I mean, when you watch the lower tier teams go out, do their plays, attacking plays, the first thing you notice is how lazy that lead line run is. You're like, no one's fallen for that at all. You are literally yelling to the other team, I'm not getting the ball. You may as well stop and yell that with how hard you're running that line.
And there's also layers to it that, when Rocco Berry does it, he doesn't get penalised for it. Because right now, if I'm coaching the NRL and there's someone running a lead run, I'm going, you run into that guy.
Yeah.
You charge into him. You make it look like an obstruction every day of the week. It should be a very important stat in rugby league.
Mate, speaking of lines, Jackson Ford. Mate, they're the hardest, most straight lines I've seen since Boyd Cordner.
Yep.
Like, he is fucking absolutely nailing that unders line. It's, what is it, the second week in a row where he's just gone straight through because the line's been so hectic? He had one error towards the end, but I didn't think that was his fault. I thought that he got a hospital ball and basically got tackled. He got it. Outside of that, geez, he's improved. Like, in a side that has Nikora coming back, Kate well as well on the other side, to think that he is the first picked back rower just shows you how far he's come.
I'm going to sound like a dick, but without putting a shoe into the Dragons, mate, he hasn't even improved that much. This has just always been him. They just never gave him an opportunity.
Yeah, and that's not even the current Dragons. I mean, it's the old, administration that let him go. So,
Mate, like, you talk to any Dragons fans or anyone that was watching them play New South Wales Cup, and they're just sitting there going, "What the fuck isn't Ford getting a bait in this team?" It's ridiculous.
Adam Fanua-Blake, once again, he's getting into Payne Haas areas where, I mean, he probably got into Payne Haas areas last year, but once again, another year, huge numbers, and you expect it. You genuinely expect him to do something special.
Almost 200 metres on the weekend. Again, 82 post contact, absolute machine. And you sort of wonder what's going to happen when he leaves next year. How do you replace that? Like, I know we don't even almost we just gloss over it now. We just kind of expect it, but that is a huge hole to fill for next year. So hopefully they can strike while the iron's hot this year while they got him.
Had to speak about it's negative, but Tavanga I thought had a Barry, especially that first half. Just like, holy shit, it just was not working for him. In a side that spots are so hard to come by full strength. Just got to sort that kind of game in his repertoire out.
He's always had these in him, hasn't he, Jazz? He's tough as nails, but yeah, he's always had a few errors in him. And you're right, mate. Like, when you've got, Marasa Niokore, Dylan Walker coming back over the next few weeks.
Laban was really good when he came on.
I think Niokore is longer term now. He had the foot injury, but I think it flared up.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
So
Yeah.
I think he's gone till maybe around 12 or 13 or something. Dylan Walker, who he gets named at the last few weeks and just keeps dropping out. He must be super close.
Surely.
So
Well, he wasn't even named this week.
wasn't even named.
The 2 weeks previous he wasn't.
It's
Didn't
been
play.
weird.
It's
And
been
you've got
strange.
Harris Tavita, Laban coming through well. Ali Leatua, he's named at 18th man, so that's interesting. Jeez, he must be close, the big fella. Oh, I can't wait to see that centre just ripping and tearing. Look, Warriors absolutely are a premiership threat. This is the best I've seen the Warriors look probably since their grand final, maybe even better. Seriously, I don't remember their whole year in their grand final, game by game, but I can't remember a Warriors side where heading into the weekend you knew you were going to get an 8 out of 10 each week.
Yeah, and we spoke about it last year during the season. I know that I was pretty vocal about it, pissed a lot of Warrior fans off, but I said to them all last year, like, you look great, but I don't think you can compete with those big sides. Now they are a big side.
They're a big side.
I cannot wait for that Magic Round game against Penrith.
I think they're the second best looking team in the NRL right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't push too hard. Yeah, you know what? Panthers and Warriors. Yeah, I agree. So at the moment, I'd go Panthers, Warriors, Storm, Broncos in how they've looked.
Yep.
Warriors $15 in the comp.
Ooh, juicy.
Really?
Juicy.
What do
Yeah.
I feel like a top 4 finish at the moment? Sorry to be on the spot, but
No, that's okay. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, sweet.
I'll pull it up here.
Nice guru. You did put him on the spot.
I did put it on the spot. I wasn't that sorry either.
$3 top 4 finish.
What?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Wow.
That on your feed, mate.
Might go for a feed later, actually. Right. Was keen for a feed?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Chicken or steak?
Warriors
Good job,
$3
Christian.
for me.
I'm talking about betting. Go for on Sportsbet feed. You can all follow me, and I like to call it going for a feed. Anyway,
Seamless integration there. Seamless.
okay. All this positivity, I need to bring it down with some negativity. Rabbitohs. Okay.
$15 to win the spoon, Rabbitohs.
Holy shit.
Do you want a top 4 as well, Guru? Or are you right?
Okay. The biggest talking point, obviously, Latrell Mitchell. He gets suspended. Brain explosion. Absolute brain explosion. Clearly a superstar that is extremely frustrated, with his own form, with everything going on at the club, with all the noise around it. Pretty lucky not to get sent 10 in the bin for that. Look, there's a silver lining here. I do actually think Latrell probably does need 3 weeks to, not just Latrell, like, because like the thing is everyone's going to try to focus on Latrell and say like he is the problem, mate. There are so many more problems at that club. His form is just one of those problems at the moment. To say that he is the main problem, I don't think that's true. But I actually think that watching Trell play on the weekend, that looked like a player that all the headlines, all the noise, all the negativity, it didn't look like a player that was enjoying being out there. So although losing a player of his caliber is never a good thing, the silver lining is this. You take away, you go, okay, boys, Latrell is out for 3 weeks. Let's reset here. Trell, you go back to training, you rip and tear, and you show the boys how much you do love this club. And people, I know people like to think that he doesn't love the club, but you have to remember Latrell's on unders at the club right now. Like, he has been offered substantially more money to go out of the clubs, but he stayed at the Rabbitohs for unders because he believed in, the premiership, everything. Now, I know that that's not reflecting at the moment with form-wise, that it's not been the best last few weeks for him. So, basically, you're as a club, sometimes you need like big dramatic moments that help you reset the cycle or reset everything. So you go away, you go, okay, Trell, mate, just come to training, rip and tear. And yes, you're not playing on the weekend, but you've got an opportunity to show all the boys that you're still in the fight, that you still want to fight with the boys. On top of that, it gives a guy like Gray an opportunity in first grade at fullback so that if he comes in and plays really well, Latrell, when he's playing well, is 100% one of the best fullbacks in the game. Latrell currently, with all the dramas going on with the form and everything like that, maybe Jai at the back for now and him at centres is the best for everyone. And that could be that opportunity wouldn't have come about without this situation happening. So Demetrio has an opportunity to bring Gray in, and it looks like he's going to debut. He's been killing it in New South Wales Cup. If he does kill it, then maybe you go, Trell, look, mate, let's just simplify things for you. Get in the centres. We give you a good ball. You don't have to worry about all the shit of like getting the boys around the park and all that kind of stuff, and just get back to enjoying rugby league. And then you look at your halves and you go, do we bring Jackie Whiten in? Do we not bring Jackie Whiten in? Again, this moment, yes, it's a negative, but you can turn it into a positive for everyone. The problem is, and we spoke about, Latrell isn't the problem. His form is just one of it. There are so many more wrong things at that club right now, and I don't think that at the moment it has the leadership to get itself out of the situation it finds itself in. And I think that the administration need to be held accountable for this. They're the ones that re-signed Demetrio on a 3-year deal last year at the start of the bad run that they went on. I think it's a 3-year deal. Now, granted, there is a 9-month clause where they only have to pay him out 9 months. But yes, we should hold the players accountable. Tell me a single player in that team that's playing good footy. So if all of them are playing bad footy, then who do we look at then next? It has to be the coach and it has to be the administration. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. If there were a few good players playing really good footy, then you could go, okay, maybe it's just a mixture of things. So, look, if I'm Demetrio, it's a huge opportunity to turn things around. It's a huge opportunity to try things. But unfortunately, I think that club is in way more dramas than just the form of the players on the field.
Guru, can you hold that bottle up for me? Straight up.
Yeah.
What have Guru and Jason Demetrio both got in common?
They're under the pump.
Yeah.
I was so scared there.
Was it worth it? I don't know.
It was 100% worth it.
Absolutely.
Oh, as soon as you said, can you pick that up? I was like, I fucking know where he's going. Great minds think
good
alike.
halves pairing over here.
That's great stuff. Yeah, we're a good 6 and 7.
Yeah.
We are. We're a great good 6
That's
and
one of
7.
your best, I reckon. And it's a good catalogue.
Boys, what are your thoughts on after Mark? Or just give us your thoughts on the situation.
Yeah. There's reports going around that, if he doesn't win this weekend, it'll be the end of him. The players just aren't playing for JD. It's that simple. I mean, like they scored that try on the weekend. I think they scored first. They scored early. Scored first through Isaac Thompson. Mate, they couldn't get past second tackle after that. Like, how on earth, when you've got the players that you do in that side, does the call not just go out? Just hold the fucking football. just get through a set, get ourselves into the grind. And South Sydney just refused to do it. And then you have brain explosions like from Latrell. Like I personally think he's got very lucky to get 3 weeks.
Oh, very lucky.
I think it should have been much more than that. That was just like, how long have we known that you cannot put your arm between the players of the legs? Between their legs.
So he got it for the striking.
Okay, sure, but the ill discipline when your team is in as much trouble as they are, it's just ridiculous.
Well, I think it's just a symptom of the environment is terrible at the club right now. Like, and that's what we spoke about. Even in my season preview, I said basically it was like South Sydney Symphony. You know, are they all in sync? Are they all on board? They absolutely aren't. Like, they are not in sync at all.
And yeah, like I quite often give shit to Matty for 12 months ago when we were at the Caxton and Magic Ground, him running around going, who's going to beat us, who's going to beat us? And at the time, it wasn't, shut the fuck up, Matty, you've been over the top. It was, shut the fuck up, Matty, we know.
Yeah.
No one's going to beat you. You're that good right now. To look at where they are now, less than 12 months later, they are an absolute shell of what they used to be. And you can blame Latrell, you can blame Hawke, you can blame whoever you want. Mate, you could put Joey at halfback and Lockie at fullback in this side. If the forward pack's going to play the way they are, they stand no hope.
Yeah, and like, look, the key players absolutely have to take responsibility, and they do take responsibility. But unfortunately, this is a side that is. We talked about the Bulldogs, you know, how they've reacted to Serraldo. This side is not reacting to Demetrio. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I mean, firstly with Latrell, is he the problem with the Bunnies? No. Is he a problem at the Bunnies? Yeah, he is. His form isn't where it needs to be. Despite the poor form, there's also been a lot of good things that he's done across the start of the season.
Well, even in the game, you know, some really soft hands for that first try, and we know he can do that.
But I just look at stuff, and you mentioned Kempy, you can tell it just looks like the weight of the world's on his shoulders, and all this pressure's building up. Then it leads to doing dumb things. It's like just things like the media scrutiny off the back of the post-game interview a few weeks ago was so avoidable, and it's like he's put that on himself. And then you look at the two incidents on the weekend from the shot on Johnson, which there was that, and there was the through the legs, the lifting tackle. When there's penalties in the heat of the moment, and it's like, you know, a little fleet-footed fullback steps inside and you clock him high, or something happens, you go, okay, it happens, like it's rugby league, accidents happen. Neither of these two things were accidents. They were completely avoidable. The second one, where he put his arms between the legs, the score was 6-4 at that time. The Warriors got a penalty from that, marched him downfield, and they scored 2 tackles later. He's let his teammates down with 2 very dumb plays. Like, if you're sitting there and he's the star of your team, not that anyone's excusable for doing that, but particularly the star of your side, you sit there going, mate, like, why? Like, we're battling our ass to stay in this contest, to get a win, climb back up the ladder against one of the best sides in the competition, and that happens. It's like, you can't excuse that.
Oh, for sure. There's no, you know, anyone that tries to excuse those 2 brain explosions, it's like, mate, like, are you being for real like that?
One of them is a brain explosion. To do it twice, it's like, come on.
It's just, and that's why I think that, you know, the Rabbitohs need to use this opportunity with Trell and the playing group is like, this is an opportunity to go, you know what, you're not playing for 3 weeks, but you've got an opportunity to rip in and show the boys how much you care.
I think you're right, Kempy. I think it's going to be a blessing in disguise for Latrell's form, because it goes one of 2 ways. Either Jai Gray comes in, he struggles, the Rabbitohs lose games, and Latrell sits there and has time to think about it and goes, fired, I've let the boys down, I could be out there helping them out. And he comes back fired up. Alternatively, Jai Gray kills it, they win a few games, and he goes, oh shit, like my spot at fullback's under pressure. They might move me to centre. I've got to come back in and show that I'm the man in this team. Either way, I think Latrell's come back from this ready to rock.
Yeah, I genuinely think you can, if you've got the problem is, that's if you've got a good environment to take advantage of a bad situation. At the moment, I don't think they've got a good environment.
And you know what, there was obviously, you know, the elbow to SJ. There was the moment with Toy Harris, but fuck, if I was at South Sydney, the moment that I would be sitting down with Latrell and watching in the video was the moment when Jack Whiten got down the left side and he was looking for Latrell to wrap around him. Latrell just walks next to him for like 3 or 4 seconds. And you would not be able to find a tape of another fullback in the competition doing that. And this is a team under the pump with a superstar there. That's the moment that I'd be showing Latrell going, mate, we can't have this. You are the most... that is the number one thing that every opposition side wants you to do. And you could even tell Jack, you know, as close as they are, Jack was looking at him going, the fuck are we doing?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, we're seeing this is a real symptom of just the environment is poison. And I hate to bring it up, but The fact is, Burgess made some hard truths known about, and Burgess has come out and said, look, there's no issue with the playing group. My issue was with the way it was being run. Essentially, I'm not quoting him, but that's the gist of what Burgess, the issue that he had. Look, I'm not inside the four walls at the Rabbitohs, but outside looking in, it looks like Sam Burgess was bang on the money that unfortunately Demetrio is not running the place. Like, for example, here's another one. Peter Momazelis gets re-signed. He is way too good to be sitting in reserve grade. And look, even a lot of us would have Havili, maybe starting 14 or whatever. But at the same time, there is no way he re-signed that contract. And this is pure speculation, but there's no way, in my opinion, he re-signed that contract thinking he wasn't going to be playing NRL that year. He waits, 5 weeks to get on the bench, and then he gets on for like 10 minutes at the end of a game that's already over.
In a game that you lose 34-4.
Yeah, and so it's like, that suggests to me that there's that the communication between head coach and player either isn't there, or players are being told one thing but another thing's happening. We've also got the Josh Mansell interview where that was the case. And so, unfortunately, I think Demetrio's days are numbered. I really do. I know it's very early, but we have to remember this is now, 16 games and 4 wins?
5 wins, 15 losses. So it's 5 from 20.
So 5 from 20 with that roster.
Yeah, it's unacceptable.
5 of his last 20.
Yes. So he's won 5 of his last 20.
Yeah, and that's not that's not a cellar dwelling team. That's like a team that was leading the comp. You just said it, Guru. Like
for that 20, they were close to undefeated, weren't they?
They
no one was getting near them.
Unbelievable.
And I don't disagree with you guys when you said that this could be a blessing in disguise. But they take on the Sharkies this week, coming off a bye. They've had 2 weeks to prepare for this game. They then have a bye themselves, South Sydney. So it makes sense for me that JD will probably depart at the end of this week. Give them 2 weeks to prepare for Melbourne and Penrith.
Yeah, it's rough.
It's rough as guts.
Yeah, and look, administration needs to take responsibility for this as well. They just re-signed Demetrio after all that Burgess stuff happened, and maybe they didn't like the way the Burgess was delivered. The communication of it. Maybe that's the case. But at the end of the day, the report is that he had an issue with the way Demetrio was running that side, and unfortunately, the evidence would suggest he was correct. Now, maybe correlation doesn't mean causation or whatever, so maybe there's other things that have happened since then. But with the information that we have right now, it looks like a team that unfortunately isn't being run correctly.
So it's 5 wins, 13 losses, and 5 wins, 13 losses, and the wins were against the Gold Coast, the Warriors last year, which was a good win, the Tigers, the Dragons, and the Bulldogs.
The Warriors one was in that torrential rain over NZ.
What do you think about the situation, Matty?
Yeah, it seems like that Sam Burgess was right. There was a pretty telling article that came out this morning from Michael Chamis, just detailing everything. I implore anyone to go have a read of it. But yeah, he mentioned in there that apparently club officials were under the impression that Mamazelos was going to have a 1-2 punch with Cook this year, and then he went against it last minute. So that's just one of the few things that they've listed. It just, you're right, it's not a roster problem. The roster's great. The roster's a good roster. It's a top 8 roster. So why are they playing so poorly? You're right. Like, it's not like there's a couple players playing well. Everyone's playing really badly. And the other fact is I think I counted 10 players are contracted from 2026 onwards. And these are a lot of high profile players on big money. Like, this roster ain't changing. So yeah, I think the next step is probably going to be Demetrio's probably going to lose his job. Yeah,
and as I said, like, if you don't get me wrong, Latrell, Cody Walker, their form, and all the other boys, like Ilias wasn't the best, and I know he's not as big a name as that as those boys, but and even their front rowers and their forwards, so their form hasn't been good. So that is a problem in the situation. But when everyone's form is bad, then that's when you have to go, okay, is the problem is the players to a degree, but at the same time, is it the environment that's creating this bad form, or is it the players that are creating this bad form? I don't know. And as I said, I'm not sitting here saying the players shouldn't take responsibility. They do. They're the ones that cross the line every 80 minutes. But at the end of the day, yes, it is a player's job to play that 80 minutes as hard as they can, all that stuff. But it's a coach's job to get the best out of them. That's literally their job, to get the best out of their players. And at the moment, there's not a single player that's getting the best out of him.
I was told by two separate people on Saturday morning that Ilias had been given indication that he'd be back in soon too.
Damn.
Whether that's true or not, don't know how you want to read into that, but
Well, look,
give you the hot tip if I've heard it. Hawkins has probably heard it.
Well, I tell you what, it's just another strike against JD dropping him too early, because he's clearly not the problem.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just another strike against Dimitrio's decision-making on key situations that hasn't worked. Like, for example, Havili gets that 14 role, he's not even in the side anymore. Like,
As soon as Ilias got dropped and they got pumped by the Roosters the next week, the first thing I thought was, wow, all the pressure's off Ilias now, he'll come straight back into first grade. So I didn't mind that he dropped him, but I thought he'd come back pretty quickly after that, because he would have come back into the team and there's no real pressure on him. Well, there is pressure on him, but not as much pressure as there was in round 2. So there's a long list of things.
If he was fit this week, I think Ilias shits in.
surely he's in. Yeah, if he was fit this week, he'd be in for sure. Surely. I thought it was probably a little bit too early to drop Ilias, but again, we're on the outside looking in. JD should have been aware that Ilias wasn't the problem. Do you know what I mean? Because that's his job. He's in there. He can see what's going on. He sees all the stats. He sees all the numbers. So it's okay for us to be wrong about it. Even if we said, yep, it was the right decision to drop him. It's okay for us to be wrong about it, because it's not our job to be a head coach of a team. It's not our job to make. We can just have our opinion outside looking in and say, you know what, we got that one wrong. Unfortunately, JD made that decision, and it was clearly the incorrect decision. And that's just another strike against the current environment at the club. Look, there's I guess the storm is brewing that Bennett could return. Honestly, their most obvious option forward, if Bellyache, isn't going to retire, and I don't think Bellyache will ever coach another team other than the Storm, but let's just say he's going to fully retire and he's not going to coach another team. I think this is what I think their most obvious path forward would be if Dimitrio is not going to be there. They bring in Wayne. He has the clout and the ability to clean out people that need to be cleaned out, as in administration-wise or whatever. The people, put it this way, people that sent Sam on his way. And then I think that he's also a person that can bring Sam back in a couple of years' time, maybe 2026.
Wayne can write his own check going back in there, can't he? If they want him bad enough, he can just be like, I'll name my price.
Name my price. And the thing is we know that Wayne can work with Cody Walker. He can work with Latrell Mitchell, Jackie Whiten as well. That roster under Wayne, we know that's a different situation.
Sam walking out ages worse every single week. It gets worse week and week.
Yeah.
Every loss, like you could argue he's the biggest club legend of the modern era. Like,
yeah,
crazy.
And look, who knows? Like, it's not to say that Sam's, perfect and he did everything perfectly. Maybe he did communicate it incorrectly. Maybe he made some wrong steps. But the thrust of his argument of this is not being run correctly seems to be true.
Isn't it amazing? Like, straight away the attention turns to Wayne Bennett, and I'm sure there's every chance he will come back. I'll give you the hot tip. If I'm 75 years old, the last thing in the world I want to do is walk in and try and clean up this mess. But it's crazy. He could do it in a couple of months.
Honestly, maybe less. I reckon he could do it in about 3 or 4 weeks. He could clean that up. Because the players would immediately respond to him.
Yeah. And this is where I had a mate that's a diehard South Sydney fan. He says to me, the problem is that we've got too many guys that are over the hill. And I'm like, you're telling me that if Wayne Bennett coached that team next week, you wouldn't see the best out of Cody Walker, Damien Cook, these sort of guys? Bullshit.
Yeah, no way. And look, we can focus on Cody Walker and Trell, but like, how many times did Cookie get out of dummy half and there was no forwards with him? No forwards. Like, that forward pack, unfortunately, is like, it's a bottom 4 forward pack right now, if I'm being brutally honest.
They completed at 60%.
Like, what? I do think as well, I think Cam Murray needs more power to be able to go, boys, this is not good enough. Now, I know he's not the type of player to be, to talk a lot. He shows through his actions. But, I think that the club's got to fully get behind him and just go, mate, you're the future. And ironically, if Sam Burgess was there, there's one player who'd be getting behind, it'd be Cam Murray.
Yeah.
But it's a disaster.
Let me just say, first and foremost, I am soft as butter as they come, but I don't know how some of those forwards are making eye contact with Cam Murray during the week.
Mate, it's like
Like, honestly, like the amount of effort that he's putting in, week out, and what he's getting from some of the other guys in his team, it's just, and, once again, without, piling on JD, see how many minutes Talis Duncan played this weekend? 21.
I don't get it.
What's doing?
Like, when your four-pack's playing that bad and Jairo isn't there, it's like, surely just back the guy in.
What have you got to lose?
Bizarre. And, like, it's not like you've got origin-level forwards just, like, totally keeping him out of the side. It's like, there's an opportunity to give this kid a crack. It's right now.
Well, this is the thing. Like, I'm looking at their side on the weekend, and, like, respectfully to him, he's just had a very tough few weeks. So I'm looking going, I can't pick Sean Kepi next week.
Oh, no way.
After that performance, there is just not a hope in hell I can. And then I look and I go, well, who do I replace him with? Maybe I do pick Sean Kepi all of a sudden because there just isn't much doing there. But to have Talis Duncan on the side and just not be playing him for 20 minutes, one of the best young guys in the game. And I'm so confident that whoever the new coach that comes in, I reckon they play Talis Duncan for more minutes. It's just going to make JD look worse.
The progression of David Miley's got me scratching my head too. He got promoted to the starting team against the Broncos, and then he got dropped last week. And then in New South Wales Cup, he plays 70 minutes and kills it.
70 minutes.
Scored the first try,
check
didn't he?
that.
Too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, one of the best young forwards literally in the game. Literally in the game. I got to put my hand up. I really thought Kepi was going to be a really good buy for the Rabbitohs. Now, maybe later in the year that will come true. And I thought he was outstanding his first game. And he was outstanding in the trials, but the last couple of games, unfortunately, just...
David Miley, 69 minutes, a try, 272 metres.
Oh. Now, that's a response you want from a player getting dropped.
But then it's also like that player should never be getting dropped.
Why was he dropped?
Yeah, what do you reckon about the Rabbitohs, mate?
I think you said it all. Very disappointing, very underwhelming, and definitely a very talented roster that's just not buying in at the moment. I think the brain explosions of Latrell just kind of sum up the whole situation at the moment. But it's going to be very tough for him to turn it around. Pretty tough ask. I mean, Guru covered off who they've got coming up next to basically go, you're coaching for your career. What are we going to find out next week without Latrell? They're $2.80 outsiders against the Sharks that we probably don't already know.
Fortunately for me, like, even if they were to go and jag a win against Sharks, it's not enough for me, to be honest. With that roster, I think the writing's on the wall, unfortunately.
What team would you pick this week? Like, for me...
I'd be going Jai Gray at fullback.
Yep.
I would be strongly considering putting Whiten at 6, Walker at 7.
I think Walker has to be the 7 this week.
Because unfortunately Hawkins like 2 unforced errors on the weekend.
Mate, if you're a coach that's coaching for his career this week, how can you not put the ball in Cody Walker's hands? Yeah.
And I know
if you're JD, I want to know, okay, do you give a fuck or not? Let's put it in the hands of, Latrell's not there, Cody Walker's the next man up. Let's find out for myself. Do they want me here or not?
Yeah.
And you'll know pretty quickly.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's a disaster, and you never wish a bloke to lose his job. Like it makes me feel sick talking about this kind of stuff because it's so serious. But fortunately, we've got to call it like it is, and it just has not worked. It has not worked, and it hasn't worked for a while.
Can't wait to see Jai Gray.
Oh, I cannot wait. And you know what? I can't wait to see Trell bounce back because he's been through tough times in his career before, and we've seen him bounce back. We've absolutely seen him bounce back, and. Yes, brain explosion. Yes, he's let his teammates down. And yes, he's done some silly things this year. But at the end of the day, there's a human underneath that all. And like that pressure, being Latrell Mitchell, an iconic person in Australian sport, it's a lot. It's a lot. And yeah, look, other players have dealt with it. I get all that. But remember the human, I think. Just remember the person.
I think that's such a good point because everyone calls him a grub because he does all this stuff. But the fact is, after the Joey Manu thing, he didn't get suspended until the last round of last year. Like, he has the ability to clean up his act, which he has in the past. Clearly, he's just frustrated.
And like the Joey Manu thing was what,
2021.
So we were talking 3 years ago.
3 years.
Like, very rarely with a player do you try to bring up something that happened 3 years ago to go, oh yeah, like that's just how he is. Like I know he's on the edge of the line, but as you said, he hasn't been suspended. So
he'll come back in 3 or so weeks and rip and tear.
Yeah, I think so. I got faith in him.
He got suspended once last year, but it was for a bullshit reason.
Yeah, I got faith in Troll. He'll be back. I got faith in him.
Latrell is going to miss 3 weeks. They have a bye in that, so it's going to be 4 weeks until he's back, which means he returns round 10. when your Origin teams picked? End of round 12-ish, around that mark?
Yeah, look, I would be, if I was to advise Trell, it's like us advising Trell, he's a superstar, he's done everything in the game, but I would just be like, mate, just rip and tear, get your body in the fittest shape it's ever been, because that's the strongest message that you can send. If you get in really good nick and you come back, because that's all actions, that's not words, that's not talent, that's pure dedication and hard work, then genuinely, if there's one bloke that can turn this around for the Rabbitohs, it is Latrell Mitchell. It is Latrell Mitchell. There's very few people in the NRL that could, past and present. Latrell Mitchell is definitely one of them. So I'll back him in. Hopefully he can bounce back. But he definitely has to show the boys that was a mistake and that he's going to earn back what happened.
Because, I mean, at the end of the day, I would argue this has probably been Latrell's worst 5 games on the trot we've probably ever seen so far. It'd be right up there.
Well, he was great in round 1.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He scored 2 tries. He's had 2 tries. He's had 25 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks. And it couldn't have gone much worse for them in the first 5 weeks. So if they can find something and Latrell can just turn it up a notch,
and also,
he can turn this very quickly.
His forward pack has been very
awful,
below average. And so for all the other outside backs that we give, grace to and go, forward pack's getting dominated, so hopefully he can. But in saying that, all that being said, whether his form was 10 out of 10 or 5 out of 10, you just can't have those brain explosions for your teammates. You just cannot. Okay, it sucked talking about that. Made me feel like shit. Manly defeat the Panthers 30-18. And that is right. Manly are our Mosh bounce back team of the week. The bounce back of the week is Manly Seagulls. They had a bad loss against the Dragons, and they bounced back to beat the Premiers on Saturday afternoon. Mosh is the place to go for smarter hair loss treatment. Most men think they have only option to try and combat hair loss is to spend thousands at clinics, and many don't want to go all the way to doctors about it. Well, times have changed. Moss is 100% online, so there's no travelling to doctor clinics or pharmacies. Moss deals with every bloke on a case-by-case basis. Their Aussie doctors will give you real advice as to where you are in your hair regrowth journey, prescribe you what works from over 90 treatment variations that are delivered straight to your door. Join over 30,000 other guys in the Mosh Hair Growth family and get $50 off your first treatment when you use treatment plan with code BLOKEINABAR at checkout. Completely customized, totally online, and cheap hair regrowth solutions for $45 a month. Smarter hair loss treatment all starts with a quiz at getmosh.com.au. Link will be in the show notes on YouTube and also in the show notes on Spotify and Apple.
Code is one word, bloke in a bar.
Code is one word, bloke in a bar, for $50 off your first treatment. Make sure to sign up, guys. We had a lot of people sign up before, so get back in there and make sure to sign up. Manly. In my preview, I think with Smithy, I was saying this game is one of the biggest opportunities for Manly to see where they're at. How are they a fast starter and then the wheels are falling off, or are they a side that started fast, little bit of a hiccup, but they're the real deal? They were phenomenal on the weekend. DCE was outstanding. Tommy Turbo looks like almost like what injury history? You're not looking at him. He's not limping around, or he's not. I'd even argue in the year where he had his one of the greatest years of all time, he would still sometimes hold and clutch at things or whatever. I feel like this is as fresh as he's ever looked. Manly were absolutely outstanding, and they are absolutely the real deal. I think that I probably had them. I think the preseason predictions was 8 to 7 to 10 maybe. Now, I think that if they don't make the finals, it's a really disappointing season for them, and their goal should be top 4.
I'm finding this team so hard to read. So impressive on the weekend. The 2 weeks before that, I was pretty let down by them, to be honest with you. I agree that with their squad, their goal should be top 4. I'm finding it really hard to put my finger on what the Manly Seagulls are about. I don't know if I'm the only one, but...
Look, I am, but I was so happy to see his performance on Saturday because I have so much belief in them that they can compete for a title. Again, we've said it all before. They really need key players to stay on the field, Turbo and DCE. But provided they can do that, on the assumption that they do, we were at risk particularly after the Dragons lost last week, going, are they just pretenders? Are they going to be flat track bullish, which they've been accused of in recent years? To go and do this against the Panthers side, look, sure they're missing Nathan Cleary, but we've seen this team without Nathan Cleary. They thumped the Roosters the week before. We're far better than them. They did this against a full-strength Panthers pack, minus Scott Sorensen. He was the only one missing from there, I believe. It was just a reminder, no, they are contenders, and they did it convincingly.
Yeah, and as I said, it's probably the first time ever where I've seen a forward go out and say, all right, Fisher Harris, Leota, let's go. By himself, really. Like, don't get me wrong, the other Manly forwards had a dig, but Brown was genuinely saying, like, I'm going to shoot out of the line, I'm going to try to jam you. And it's the first time Leota and Fisher Harris didn't really fire a shot back. I haven't seen that before. Now, I've got a theory for that, but I'll talk about that when we get to Penrith. The thing that I like with Manly that excites me is if they can sort their defence out, that attack, when it's humming, it's genuinely some of the best attack in the competition. Like, they become almost unstoppable with the amount of weapons they have. You know, whether it's DCE, whether it's Brooks, whether it's Tommy Turbo, then you've also got Olakau'atu sitting there on the other edge, just absolutely. You know, we talk about Kikau's game. Olakau'atu's been doing that every single game this year. So, like, we get, oh, wow, what a game from Kikau. Olakau'atu has been absolutely destroying edges essentially every single game of the year. It's just about that defence, and it's about fatigue. Like, for example, can that forward pack last the whole year? They've still got Lodge to come back. They've still got who else? They've got another front row, I think, out. Or is he back now? So Sipley's back.
Sipley was
he played really well.
Start, so he's back.
He played really well. Anyway, so they've still got Lodge to come back in this front row rotation. Again, it's all just relies on their defence. If they can sort their defence out, I can't see why they can't finish in the top 4 to 6.
I am really excited to see them this weekend take on the Warriors. Big performance against the Penrith Panthers this week. I think that any team in this competition can, as a forward pack, can really get themselves up for a game. Now they've got to go back-to-back against arguably two of the best forward packs in this competition. I think we're going to learn a lot about the Manly Seagulls this week.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we've seen what they can do when they get themselves up for a game, but how can they back that up? Like, are they, it's a great point, like, it's usually the game after that you want to see, because I think every NRL team can get up for one game. And look, that's a bit unfair on Manly. They've got up for more than one game. But perfect example. Remember last year against the Storm? And we're sitting there going, oh my God. Yeah. They bashed the shit out of the Storm. And then it just seemed to fall off a cliff. Or not fall off a cliff.
It's like those Eels vibes of yours 2 years ago now, Kempy, where it was just 1 week unbelievable, the next week terrible, and they'd even have a couple of bad weeks in a row, and you just sat there and just went, I've still got a good feeling. If they make finals football, ideally top 4, they can beat anyone on their day. I think it's going to be similar with Manly this year. I think they'll stay fit. They make the top 8. They can push for top 4. There's going to be some bad losses like the Dragons last week. We haven't seen the last of that, I don't think. But we know they can beat the best now and compete, with the best sides in the NRL. Granted, I know Cleary was out, but still, it hasn't stopped Penrith in the past.
And look, the Seagulls had their own issues, like Garrick concussion in like the first 3 minutes. We spoke about a few teams a few weeks ago. They lost their centre, and it completely ruined their rotation.
Well, how about shout out to Benny Trbojevic? He gets shifted out to the centres off the back of this. What did Penrith do? Not last week, but the 2 weeks prior, the exact same thing happened to the Eels and to the Broncos. They shifted back rows out to centre. They relentlessly peppered those edges, and they just had a field day. Benny Trbojevic went out there and did what the other back rows, what other teams couldn't do, and he plugged the hole. He paying for himself there.
Yep.
He was really good. Like, there was a few missed tackles, but again, he's still a back rower playing at centre. There was a bit of a lack of communication with Cherry Evans late in the game for a try, but he had a beautiful tip on for a try for Borlo. He was fantastic.
We'll talk about it quickly, but it's not really much to talk about. Obviously, that try was a knock-on with Kohler. I don't know how you get that wrong.
I reckon we need some more people in the bunker, and then it won't happen.
You know what? We need a bunker for the bunker.
Yep, agree. We'll sit here and watch it on the screen.
The second bunker.
Doesn't it just open a can of worms? I'm sure you feel the same, Kempy. I am so not looking forward to the comment sections over the next few weeks, because it just sets a ridiculous precedent now. And, I've got people who are drawing me lines on the screen and everything saying, so it wasn't a knock-on. Bro, it's been a knock-on for 110 fucking years. It'll be a knock-on in 110 years.
But also, drawing lines, how can you draw a line on the angles that they use, for one? For two, yes, it looks like it may go, because he steps forward. It's a knock-on every day of the week. Come on.
I don't hold it against the referee or the touch judge in that moment. Would I have called a knock-on? Yes, but they let it play out. How on earth it got upstairs and they didn't, Old saying, if it quacks and it's got feathers, tip, it's a duck.
It's a knock on.
It's a knock on. Well, and what I don't get is calling it a knock on was the easy decision. Like, if they call that a knock on, no one's going to sit there and go, "Are you kidding me?" Whereas they don't call a knock on, and everyone's like, "What?"
But now when they do call it a knock on the next few weeks, everyone's going to go, "Are you kidding me?" And I get why you're saying that. Especially if you're a Panthers fan, I'd be filthy.
And what was quite interesting is didn't see anyone from Manly blowing up about it when they were blowing up about the obstruction call a few weeks ago.
The silence was deafening.
It was deafening.
Park, wasn't it?
And this is what we mean. When you get a terrible call against you, they usually come back for you. Throughout the year, every team gets a terrible call, and then usually a terrible call goes their way. They usually come back.
It was great to see as well great to see the NRL 360 panel tune into Bloke in a Bar each week, and they took your advice last week, Hammy. They got the line out for Dylan Edwards. Back page.
What's doing? Where's
your
royalties?
Now, it was slightly misleading. So they basically said that if he just kept running at that speed, he would have made it. But obviously a fullback is not going to go, you know what, I'm just pinning my ears back for the try line here. That's not how a fullback tracks. Like, a fullback gets that first 10 metres quick, then he holds up to see, he sits in the pocket of where the ball is just in case there's an offload inside. But anyway, they do owe you a bit of money.
They do. Reach out. Some free KO, be good.
Okay. We've already spoken about DC's incredible performance. Who else is out for you boys?
We already spoke about him, but Nathan Brown, I'm not sure if they win that game if Brownie's not there.
He completely shifted momentum, legitimately single-handedly lifted momentum for him.
And, yeah, you go back to their preseason, and he did the preseason with the guys that were new to the club, and this is Nathan Brown. He's a state of origin player. He just came from a grand final 18 months ago. I assume he's got 150 odd first grade games under his belt. Like, he could have quite easily shown up to that preseason thing, just sent it in, got through it. No one would have cared.
Yeah.
Instead, he wins it by a country mile. And if you get an opportunity to go and watch, I think it's called The Manly Way.
It's a good episode.
It's good gear.
Yeah, good bit of gear. Who else stood out for you boys in this side?
I just wanted to, you boys had a good chat about Ches before. I was quiet in the back corner, but just want to mention there was that momentum swinging intercept that he took.
Yeah.
There was the fact that Ruben
intercept.
Garrick, the goal kicker, went down injured, and Ches comes in and hits 6 from 6, and a few of them from the sideline as well.
The joke.
2 try assists, a try in a milestone game from him in front of the crowd, really wet underfoot. Obviously didn't rain during the game, fortunately. Just listening to the crowd cheer, what was it, Ches. It was a special afternoon.
He's just broken their record, played 310 games. Not many have cracked the big 400 mark. Do we reckon he's a sniff of doing that?
He genuinely might be a sniff. So what, he'd have to go 4 more years?
4
Gets to the end of this year.
4 more years.
Yeah, if he gets to the end
He's
of
not
this
getting
year,
any worse.
330 odd by the end of this year, so he'd need 70 more, so he'd need to play probably 2.5 to 3 more seasons.
So 3 conservative.
He'd have to be about 38, 39, probably a bit too much.
Shows you that Cam Smith record is just like
crazy.
insanity.
I think what you do need to remember with DCE, though, from memory, like, he was young when he won that premiership in his first year, but he was like 21, 22. Like, if he would have started when he was 18, like some of these guys, he could have given it a real... Well, I mean, that would put him almost at 400 now. We'd be sitting here going, did he get to 500?
Young Trent Hodkinson kept him out.
Yes, true, yeah.
Okay, now on to the Panthers, the Penny Panthers. So here's my theory on what happened there. I think that So what you do at training each week is there's a lot of data that goes into how you're feeling, are you fatigued, you're not fatigued, how hard the session was, and they can actually really judge where a squad is at energy-wise. And, some people might think, like, when you get into a season for the NRL, it's like the same training basically all year round, but it's actually not. So what the sports scientists do, or the head of fitness or whatever, they basically create plans where you're like peaking and troughing at certain points. And so they might, in periods where they want to try to get a bit of running into your legs to prepare you to peak at a certain time, they might train you a little bit harder at times. So you might be a bit flatter for that week, but they're aiming towards peaking at a certain time. And so what I reckon's happened at the Penrith Panthers, they've gone, we've just won 3 premierships in the White Row. Our first 5 weeks, we need to set the tone and set the standard. So they have come into the season absolutely red hot, just fucking red hot, hit the ground running. And I reckon what's happened on the weekend is they've tried to time it. So just as they hit the bye, they are pretty much conked out. And so they get the bye, they get that 2 weeks off, and they're resting their players, and they get that recovery. And I just think that they hit the wall one game too early. You looked at it with the time with Isaiah Yeo, he came off. Jerome Luai came off at the end of the game. They looked a shell of themselves. Like even Fisher Harris and Leota looked nowhere near as aggressive as they usually look. And so I reckon they've just timed it. Like they've hit the ground. Like what have we said this whole year? This is the best they've probably ever looked at the start of the season. They look unbelievable. And I think that they may have just timed it, missed it by like 4 or 5 days. And that's what we saw on the weekend, a fatigued side that was hoping to get to the bye.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think there's every chance that's happened. And I think not the moment, but the thing that stood out for me coming from that is you saw Nathan Brown come onto the field and just go bang, punch him in the face. And normally Penrith go, okay, we'll go with you.
Yeah.
Sweet. Didn't really get a shot back.
No, I didn't see a reaction, really.
No.
It didn't seem like they were sitting there going, oh, okay, you want to have a crack? Like they usually do. Like, you look at the grand final with Carrigan and Leota, like that was genuine. All right, you think you're the best forward pack? Let's go.
And on the back of that, when you are maybe a little bit flat like that, the last thing you need is one of your bench front rowers to get knocked out. What about poor old Liam Henry getting penalised for being unconscious? Poor bastard.
Oh, yeah. Man,
They're clamping down on that this year, so...
Sleeping in the rock.
Kempy, I do. Firstly, I love the idea, I love the thought. It's got me really intrigued. I really want to know the answer. Like, I want to get MythBusters onto it and just have this confirmed or busted.
Yeah,
I'd love to know someone from Penrith if you are on the money because it's fascinating.
Yeah, I'd be really interested because they look to me like a team that just hit a fatigue wall. Like even. Taruva 131 metres. I know that's like a lot, but that's actually nothing for him. Tungo 118. Taylor May 89. To'o still 206.
Ridiculous.
And Edwards 270. Their forwards, Leota 95. Fisher Harris 75. Like, not even cracking the 100. Garner actually, 132. Liam Martin 73. Some of his defence though, Liam Martin. He missed a few tackles there that I was a bit surprised at. Even Isaiah Yeo, this would be normally a good game for people, but 121 metres. Yeah, I just think they look fatigued. They look super fatigued.
Yeah, and whether you're right or not can be like, I came out of this probably with a more simplified thought on it that, and from what I've heard, there's a lot of guys carrying injuries there, as there are in most NRL sides.
Fisher Harris played 34 minutes. No, he's carrying an injury, but 34 minutes, Fisher Harris?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of guys playing big minutes there that are carrying injuries though. And, even if, maybe your tapering thoughts might be on the money, if they're not though, I walked away from that thinking this is a team that just had their eye on a bye next week.
Yeah.
That need it desperately.
Need it.
Honestly, there might not be a team in the history of the competition that needed a bye more than this side when you consider... you say the last 3, realistically, it's the last 4 years, what they've put their bodies through.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So I don't think it's anything to be concerned about, nothing to worry about, but it just shows you these guys are human. These guys are human, and there is a way to beat them, and they're not going to be perfect every single week. And if you've got a really strong kicking game, you can move them around a bit.
Must be excited to play Penrith after their worst performance in 4 years, coming off a bye with Nate Cleary returning.
Yeah, we tell them up at Bathurst, full strength, big whoop in the driving rain. Bring it on.
That'll be Galvin's return too. That'll be a cracker, actually.
Yeah, good luck, Penrith. The regional New South Wales specialists in Bathurst. So bring it on.
Almost like a second home ground for you.
Oh, about a fifth home ground for us.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the old fortress up there at Bathurst.
Okay, in regards to performances, aside from there was definitely uncharacteristic errors from the outside back from Penrith. I think Edwards come up with, didn't he drop the ball his first carry back? Yeah, I think he did. Obviously, you never see that from Edwards. Yeah, Edwards really first run dropped the ball on a kick return, and then there were multiple uncharacteristics from their backs as another error. And so, yeah, it shows you that their machine, if it's just a little bit off, it can be quite a ways off. But it's so well oiled that it's almost like a Ferrari. Like one little tiny thing goes wrong and this Ferrari almost turns into like unworkable. And you can see if their outside backs aren't absolutely churning through the meters, they just don't seem to hit the same
they still ran for more metres than Manly.
which is insane.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing you need to consider is that 24 minutes into this game, Penrith are up 6-0. Like Manly did well in this game.
Did extremely well, and like the key factor I looked at is it's just the kicking meters. They are like head and shoulders above with the kicking meters. In regards to meters made, per set distance, the Penrith still had an average of 43 compared to the Manly that had 35 meters per set, which just shows you like Chez's kicking game was on an absolute other level. But I just felt like their outside backs just didn't click into gear as much as they usually do. They were still outstanding. But out of all of that, Dylan Ed was absolutely phenomenal.
He's a joke. Talk about going another leg when Cleary's out. And we often sit there and go like, Dylan Edwards plays his role so well in this team and, might not necessarily have the attacking heights of some of the best fullbacks in the game. And, as a fullback, he often sweeps on that right side but doesn't go down the left a lot. With Cleary out, he's just taken upon himself to get more involved in attack. The last 2 weeks, he's been brilliant.
Well, I've seen quite a few people say, you take Edwards into another team, he wouldn't be getting these stats. I disagree. I think you put Edwards in any team. Okay, would he have as many tries or tries? Yeah, maybe not. But when it comes to carting the ball, that has nothing to do with Cleary.
But I think the last 2 weeks, without Cleary,
he's stepped
seeing
up.
him step up has shown that. He'd have a different role in another team.
Yeah, absolutely. Like there is more to Edwards' game than just a meter eater.
I think as far as the meters and everything, I think he'd have more in a lesser side.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Imagine if he didn't have Brian Toe, one of the greatest meters guys we've ever seen next to him.
You know what's crazy is I genuinely made the mistake of going, geez, Ty had a quiet game on the weekend.
Shame on you.
And then I looked at the stats. I was like, what the fuck? Did you feel he had a quiet game though before looking at the stats?
Yeah.
Like as in wasn't, his rips not
quiet
bad.
game, yeah.
Like, man, far out. Like the fact that he can just, I don't get it. I don't understand.
84 post contact.
Like,
Goodness
far
me.
out. Unbelievable stuff.
Like his body shouldn't be able to do this for too much longer.
It shouldn't be able to do it, but even in quiet games, he's still running 200 plus. Outside of that, I will say, Fisher and Leota probably didn't strike back to Brown, but late in the game, a fucking dog, Mitch Kenny, said, fuck you, you have dominated us, shoots out of the line and tries to fucking jam Brown. And I was just like, that's what Kenny's about. Like, you're losing. You're probably not going to win the match, not even close. And there's one guy that's been terrorising you all game, and you go, you know what? I'm just going to try and hit you. And he does it. He does it. Like, that's what Mitch Kenny does. I absolutely love what he brings to the side. And no matter how many times I say it, I still think he doesn't get enough appreciation for his defence. And I still think that we focus so much on attack, and we're guilty of it. But his defence in that system, it's as important as the try assist that you see from players in attack. Who else stood out for you boys? Or didn't, or whatever?
I think just with the Jerome Luai, firstly I'll say that going into this week, he'd won something like 8 or 9 in a row without Nathan Cleary in the team. Some of those teams were without other Origin stars, it's a credit to him and shows, we mentioned last week, he can lead a team around. He doesn't need Nathan Cleary there, but I've just found him, I'd like to see him start playing a little bit more direct. He's been successful with it for a long time, but sort of crabbing across field, going a little bit sideways, and then instead of just straightening up and playing out the back, and he's got these strike weapons out there in Taylor and May, getting them some good early ball and trying to get defenders to bite in, he'll just step off his left, and just keep going. I think he just needs to, at times, sit back, straighten up that attack on the left edge.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think he's just so used to, that's what their game plan is. Keep dropping blokes under, and fatigue the middle. And then what Luai does, he goes, a fatigued middle, that's my bread and butter. I keep stepping back in. But if Cleary's not there, it's like that, as we said, that machine is so well oiled. If it's just a little bit off, you're not going to see Luai be able to take advantage of things set up by Cleary.
And Cleary does the same. Cleary just brings blokes under all the time. But then when the time is right, he just straightens up, plays dead set direct, and goes out the back. And on that right edge, Tungo's got the space. Yeah. He's got the one-on-one or the half an inch on his centre, and he takes it every time. Yeah,
no, I agree that there are moments. It's just so hard to turn it around so quickly because you've been playing a specific style, a very, very structured system. But I agree there could be times where he just plays almost like just a pure ball player, just to the line, out the back. He does it sometimes, but yes, he does have a tendency just to crab across field. So, yeah, it's going to be not too bad, though. Not too bad. As I said, I think that they're all sitting there going, oh, my God, thank God we had a bye. Imagine how battered their bodies would be with the high-energy style of footy they play. Jeez Louise. Okay, on to...
I was almost surprised they brought Fish in this week.
I was very surprised.
Even if he was
Give him
good,
a
I'd just give him a
week.
Yeah, I was very surprised that they brought him in, but it might be a matter of like standards. Like if you can play, you don't, you play.
And then, there's every chance that Ivan maybe tried to rest him and Fish went, no, fuck that.
Yeah,
Give me my
absolutely.
jersey. Yeah.
But yeah, I was super surprised. I'm like, this guy has been through the ringer for 4 years. Just give him an extra week. That means he gets 3 or 4 weeks off. He'd be frothing at the bit to get back out there.
Especially when they're only 6 or 7 weeks away from the origin period where, a lot of leadership falls on his shoulders during that period.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Alrighty, now it is time for fan question with the great Dwayne Bennett, who looks like he's absolutely beaming after the good result on the weekend for the Dolphins, mate. How you going, brother?
Oh, great, Danny. Good to see you, brother. Great result with Cuzzy Wayne teaching his old apprentice Benji a couple of things. Few injuries, though. I don't think I've ever seen Felice run so fast.
Mate, seriously,
Great.
very strange scenes, but good scenes. And also I saw, you've been busy, mate. Straight out of Finland rap released on the weekend. Stop it.
Mate, I had to do it. I did the rap to help get everyone excited for the game this weekend, especially for this big game. It's a big game. And look, Dolphins versus Broncos, Denon, as a Finlander yourself, I think you're going to find it tough because, you're up there. You're going to find it hard to sort of figure out who you're going to support in this game. What are you going to do?
Oh, mate, it's a tough question for me. That's a tough question. But speaking about tough questions, mate, what's the question this week?
Righto. This question, I think this is a hard question because there's so many players to choose from. And it comes from a human being named Tom. He's a Roosters supporter, all right? But he wants to know your opinion on this. Who is the most underrated player of the past decade? The most underrated player of the past decade. So many to choose from. Go, boys.
Wow, boys, the most underrated player of the past decade. I'm going to throw two out there. And look, this is going to sound a bit strange because they both, played for Origin. There's two, Matt Gillette and Matty Ballin. I just think those two players, like Matt Ballin, obviously behind Cam Smith, anyone behind Cam Smith is going to be hard to get a crack there. And Gillo, obviously he was a huge part of the Queensland dynasty, but I just don't think, when you talk up some of the best back rowers of the last 15, 20 years, very rarely does Gillo get brought up. And I think that he's right up there. He's incredible footwork, really strong in contact, plus a motor on him. I think he's really underrated.
Good shouts. I like those. I'm going to go for a guy that only played half of this last decade. I'm going to go for Gareth Widdop.
Ooh.
Obviously couldn't play Origin and stuff, and Wayne Bennett left the Dragons, and they should have been a club in absolute turmoil. And for a long time, Gareth Widdop just kept their head above water week in, week out. So Widsy gets my shout.
Okay.
Current player for me, boys, Tohu Harris, a bloke who certainly hasn't been underappreciated on this podcast, but what he's done the last decade across the Storm and the Warriors has been unbelievable. You mentioned it already, but inability to play, obviously Origin football doesn't help your legacy and getting your name in the headlights, but the amount of strapping tape that bloke has been through in the last 10 years and to still be an 80-minute middle forward in the NRL with one of the best ball-playing games for a forward that I've seen, heavily underrated.
Random stats guy, we need to find out who used more strapping tape, Petro Sivanasiva, Thurston, or Tohu Harris. Who used more strapping tape? Someone's got to have measured that over the last 10 years, surely.
Over to Rando. I'll let him field that one.
Okay.
My player also played Origin, but I think he was very underappreciated. Matty Bowen for me. Human highlight reel.
Oh, the magic man.
The bums on seats factor. Any Cowboys game, even if your team wasn't playing, you just wanted to watch just to see him and JT go about their work. Travesty that he wasn't there for the 2015 grand final. He'd gone to England by then, but freak, absolute freak. Got stuck in behind Billy Slater. Would have played a hell of a lot more Origin, I reckon, if it wasn't for that.
Matty Bowen, I've told this story 1,000 times, so sorry, potty listeners, and I'll say it quickly. it was the first time I got a bit rattled with confidence. And what I mean by that, I was playing reserve grade. And in my head, I was like, I'll play first grade. Like, I've just got to keep working at it, keep training hard, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so with the Clydesdales, we went up to Dairy Farmers Stadium. And we'd just finished playing and the Cowboys were playing after. And it was the first time I'd seen Matty Bowen live. And that was the first time I went, I don't know if I'm up to that standard. Like, that is quick. That is quick off the first. And so that was my first experience seeing a fullback, like a top-tier fullback, of going, wow, that might be a bit much of a stretch for me. So, Matty Bowen, love that. Dwayne, do we get the people to sign up? How do they sign up to Finlander? Finland.com.au. How do they sign up?
Mate, lots of people are signing up to become official Finlanders. So to all your listeners out there, we know you love your team, but we all know you have a second team. So sign up, become a Finlander and support the mighty Dolphins when your team isn't playing them. Everyone loves a Dolphin. You're weird if you don't like a Dolphin. So go to finlander.com.au, sign up, and you'll even get your own Finlander digital passport. And the first 5,000 to sign up get their own 2024 Budget Direct Fin. Mate, they're amazing. And sign up now, as in the coming weeks, there'll be exclusive offers for Finlanders to win great prizes, mad prizes that you'll tell your grandkids about.
Yeah, absolutely. The plan for the year, guys, is there's going to be prizes all throughout the year, really good prizes, and it's only going to be available to people that sign up to Finland. So that's PHINland.com.au. Sign up, and you can go into the draw eventually. So first of all, the first 5,000 sign up, get your fin, and then after that, all the prize giveaways. And just a little tidbit, guys. I think the dolphin is one of the most intelligent mammals in the world. There you go.
It is. You saw that on the weekend.
We did. Thanks for coming on, brother. I really appreciate it. And we'll see you next week for the fan question. All right, time for Dolphins v. the Tigers. And the Dolphins, they are our early season edge this week after winning against the Tigers. They sit first on the ladder after 5 rounds. Musashi, they're the number 1 trusted sports nutrition brand and are experts in sports nutrition. Use code BLOKE35 for 35% off Musashi products, excluding bundles. And Matty, what did you say to me before about the protein bars?
Unreal. They're so good.
Okay, well, I could have said that. What did you specifically say about the bars?
Okay, sorry.
Jesus Christ.
No, I was fixing my mic then. No, I said I have them after dinner now as a substitute for chocolate because it tastes like a chocolate, but you're eating 20 grams of protein, whatever it is.
There you go. So even if you aren't trying to rip and tear or you're trying to be a bad employee, no. Even if you aren't trying to rip and tear, they're really, really good for meal replacement. And also just a sweetness replacement. Like, I always get cravings after dinner for sweet food. I have a low-carb protein bar, and I think it's like 5-6 grams of sugar, it's not like definitely not that bad. Plus, you get your protein in it. They've got plenty of things. They've got protein powder. That's also good for meal replacement, which I also use. They fill you up. Protein's actually, I think, one of the things that fills you up the most in food. Plus, they've got pre-workouts. They've got BCAAs, creatine, beta-alanine. You name it, they've got it. So use Bloke35, 35% off, not including bundles. And you can also join Musashi United to gain access to Musashi Performance Lab, access free nutrition and training plans for your sport, exclusive content, and a lifetime of discounted products. The link will be in the show notes. Let's get to the Dolphins. I reckon the Dolphins have flown under the radar or even swam under the radar.
Yep, nice.
And they actually do communicate.
That was good.
They also communicate via sonar as well, I think. So
It shows why they're so in sync out there.
So the radar's not working for them. That's why they've swam under the radar, because they're bloody communicating via the radar.
How would they? Can you give us an example of how Katoa and Nicarima would communicate via sonar? What did it sound like?
Don't half-ass this.
I think that means out the back. Is that what you've got?
That's what I heard.
No wonder Katoa scored first in the first 4 minutes.
You didn't hear that on the mic?
I thought that was early kick.
Oh, really? Fuck. I'll have to work on that. You know what, Katoa, can you send a voice message of what what your call is for out the back? Used to be Nike at the Broncos, but that's very different to Nike, that noise. So there you go. Dolphins win 26-16. Look, we've gone in weird areas this episode. Stalkers, dolphin noises, under the pumpses.
All
Anyway,
good gear, though.
all good gear, great gear. But Dolphins have beat the Tigers 26-16. I think they've flown on the radar. Like, yeah, okay, they haven't played the top tier sides. At the same time, we're talking about a club in its second year of NRL. We're 5 rounds in, sitting on top of the table. I think it's outstanding.
Yeah, it's incredible. How cool was that photo of Wayne in the change rooms after? Fucking head in his hands, looking beside himself. It's unbelievable.
It's the best.
Mate, I want to give your little sonar mate a huge rap, Isaiah Katoa.
Speak to him in Dolphin because he doesn't understand English.
I don't know if I have it in me.
Come on, we got to do it once. You do your Dolphin. Everyone's going to do it because I did it.
Fuck, I don't even know where to start.
Timmy? Oh, Guru's the best. Guru, you win.
Like, I was hoping mine had aged well. Mine was heaps bad.
And what were you saying in Dolphin to Katoa just then?
That was next, please.
He's been outstanding though, hasn't he?
Oh, mate, he looks so mature.
He was. I had him at 14 initially in my team of the week until I sat down and rethought. Oh,
That was me again.
that was Guru. There you go.
Is there an echo in here?
Mate, he has been outstanding. He looks so mature. He looks comfortable. He looks calm. His ability to dig into the line, such a young age. I mean, we see halves that are 26, 27 that don't do that. Outstanding. And he was in my team of the week until you kind of mull over things, you rethink about the games. But, mate, I think he's been outstanding. And, look, I don't know if Wayne is playing that game, but it seems to me that was an intentional dropping at the start of the year to get the best out of Katoa.
I think the fact that they re-signed him just after was like, he was always in the plans.
Sure.
It was a rocket.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Roo?
Yeah, I agree. And I also think Cody Nikorima deserves a lot of raps too, because I imagine it's not hard being, a 5'8", if that's what you want to call Cody Nikorima. It's not like he's been a career 5'8". He's jumped around quite a bit. But I just think he's played his role perfectly next to Isaiah Katoa, and I think he's just given him a lot of confidence to go out and play his game.
Yeah. Talk about, what I love about Nicodima's journey is like fighting his way back into that 6 jersey. I think that when he signed from the Rabbitohs, I think a lot of people were kind of like, Nicodima might be done, his NRL career. Maybe it's ready for time for Super League. But no, and even, remember when he came out at the start of the season, he came out and said, before the season, ball had been kicked, that he wants to play 5'8". And I think we all kind of looked at each other and said, mate, you were the perfect 14. Like, you're probably going to end up 14. Good on him for backing himself and getting that 6 jersey.
Could you imagine what Cody would do to the Super League?
Oh, my God. He would, Jai Field and that tear it apart. Imagine what he'd be doing at $6.
$1 man of steel.
Jeez, he'd kill him.
That's overs.
Yeah, so, mate, I agree in regards to Nicodema. We'll have to talk about the negatives, though. Flegler, injured. Herbie Farnworth, injured. Disaster at the moment.
Felice Kafusi, injured.
Shit.
How about that?
Mate.
Wayne said it. He goes, well, he's never run at that speed before. So what did you expect was sort of going to happen?
Well, we said at the start of the season, we were like bewildered doing our predicted teams, and just the amount of depth they had. Thank God they do now, because every bit of it's about to be tested.
Yeah. I like the Herbie Farnworth and Flegler, they're such a different level. I reckon it's going to be hard to replace. And then Gilbert as well. So you've got Gilbert gone, Kafusi injured, Flegler injured, Herbie injured.
Lemuelu
Lemuelu's a chance to return this week, which should be huge, just because they're so short on
I'll
Tuesday.
tell you what, on top of that, it obviously sucks for the Dolphins to be missing them, but they take on the Broncos this week, and it's the week that Herbie and Flegler are out. But just for theatre, fuck that. I want them out there.
Yeah, imagine them running out of Suncorp, packed stadium.
Because neither of them would take a backward step.
No way. And imagine Herbie, would he be marking up? He'd be on that left side. So would that be Katoni Staggs?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. How good would that be?
Herbie Farnworth versus Katoni Staggs. Man. Paddy Carrigan versus Flegler.
Yeah.
Stop it. Holy shit. But yeah, back to the positives. Jeremy Marshall-King I thought was outstanding again.
He's such a good player,
He's so unassuming, and because he hasn't been a 9 for that long. I know he's been about 4 or 5 years now, but his name hasn't really been established as that 9. but far out he's important to their go forward.
Yeah, he'd be my first choice. Kiwis 9, definitely. I know Brandon Smith's there, but I'd be bringing Cheese off the bench and I'd be having JMK there.
It's one thing to be like an 80-minute number 9 in the modern game, but to be an 80-minute number 9 who's also got a lethal running game at all stages of the game. Like often if you see an 80-minute man, Harry Grant's obviously exceptional at it, but they might be like a distributing number 9 who they make their tackles, they give early ball, might not do a lot of running like we're seeing Lussick at the Eels is a bit like that at the moment. JMK's got one of the best running games in the competition as a number 9.
Yeah, he's and he's only going to get better the more game time he gets, the more used to that position he gets, because number 9, it's such a specialist role. Like, not only do you have to worry about, you know, the ball playing, the service, the timing, but it's also about knowing when to make 3 tackles in a row, when to get line speed, like to manage your fatigue. If you're an 80-minute hooker, it's almost the hardest battle, and it's actually probably Cam Smith's greatest strength outside of his mind is like his ability to know when to get line speed, to know when the team needs it, but also know when not to, just because he's the only hooker that I've watched where I've never seen him gassed. Like, I've never watched a game and gone, man, Cam Smith is gone. He just managed it so well.
I think it's so interesting that, you know, this is really the first team I've ever seen with Dwayne Bennett where the hooker has been such an important part of their attack. Like, usually it's a position that he doesn't, I'm not going to say he doesn't care about it, but it's not like...
Bloody Sean Berrigan won the comment 2006.
He moves Berrigan to hooker, you know, who was a centre there. You look at, like, I think that some of Damien Cook's quietest years in attack was under Wayne Bennett. He's had a history of this for a very long time, that his hookers don't tend to blow it away. Whereas Jeremy Marshall-King, like, he's... I know, obviously, you know, Hammer's there and whatnot. He's a superstar, but I think JMK is the most important player in this team.
Yeah, I would actually... Oh, yeah, it's hard to say. He's definitely top 3, and he's more important than people give him credit for, I think. Because if you go back, and we've spoken about it, if you go back and look at when they started to struggle last year, it was when Jeremy Marshall-King was out of that side.
Yeah. Who are you going to say then? Who'd be your most important?
Well, mate, I'm just loving Katoa. Like Katoa the last couple of weeks, for me, is looking like a franchise 7. I think last year he looked like a rookie 7 that did his job and was well. To me, he looks like a guy... And it might sound a bit dramatic or a bit weird, but like he looks like a guy that you could see on a billboard that a club is built around him. Like, that's how confident he looks on the field, and I think his results are so. I think that the only way they go deep this year is if Katoa is playing good footy. So if Jeremy, so it's hard for me to say if Katoa gets pulled out or Jeremy Marshall-King gets pulled out, which one of them is going to hurt them the most. It's hard at the moment. Now Jeremy Marshall-King has way more runs on the board. But that's how much I'm loving Katoa's form at the moment.
This is going to be wild in a few years when you look back, and depending on how Isaiah Katoa's career goes, but he could be the one that we look back at. That's the one that Penrith lost that could hurt them.
That's the closest to it at the moment.
He's 20 still.
He's 20.
Just turned 20 in Feb.
I cannot express to you how impressed I've been with him. And I think that we're not even close to how good he's going to be. I think Wayne has done a masterful job at shielding him from the media. He's... remember when we spoke to him at Redcliffe launch, Matty?
Yes.
Are you still alive or are you dead?
Sorry. I'm having some microphone issues down here.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. But we spoke to him in Redcliffe, and how good was he? Like, so humble, so level-headed, really good kid. Like, there was not even a speck of arrogance in him. And he was signed as this, wonder kid.
Yeah. I've said before, the story goes that Peter O'Sullivan and Wayne Bennett had a Zoom with him for 20 minutes, and they got off the phone, and Wayne said, do whatever you got to do. I want that kid.
And as I said, I think that, a lot of his stuff is between the ears at the moment, really smart footy and, digging in the line. We have yet to see his physical attributes, which you would know much more about coming through the grades. This isn't just a ball-playing 7.
Yeah, like you're sort of the Katoa you're seeing at the moment, you sort of think he's almost like kind of in that sort of Townsend sort of mould.
Renault kind of vibe,
Yeah, but man, he's got some attacking upside. And when he gets some size about him, he starts to run the football, he's got like proper lights out attributes about him.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that it's a credit to Wayne, because Wayne's probably going, look, we know, how many times have you seen a young 7 come into first grade and they immediately try to rely on their natural gifts like, speed, strength, and they just get pounded usually because it's first grade, and first grade goes, mate, the gaps aren't there.
Yeah.
And what Wayne's done so smart with Katoa, he said, look, we know you have that. We could flip a coin tomorrow and you could have that ability, in a second. What we need to work on, though, is your game management, the smart stuff that usually it takes, like, what do you reckon, 5 to 8 years, honestly? Like 5 to 8 years for a half to get to a point where they know how to manage a game. We need to squeeze that down to 2 or 3 years. And I think so far his progress is way ahead of schedule for that fight. Like, if this is what he's at in his second year, what is he going to be like in his 5th and 6th year?
And that's what I think is going to be very interesting with him. And as I've always said, I think he's got potential to be a superstar in our game, but he'll lose Dwayne Bennett soon. Big test for Christian Wolf.
Also, hearing whispers he wants to go to Broncos next year. Do you hear those whispers?
He wants to go there.
Well, I think he said something like, when Renault
Said it in
retires.
Sonar too.
I believe the exact quote.
Sonar, and I can understand that language. So that's why no one else heard the whispers, because it's fucking in Dolphin.
I believe the exact quote for the press conference.
That was quick. You got that press conference up.
Yeah, well.
That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Yeah, I do what I can.
All jokes aside, like really, really smart. And O'Sullivan, that's why he's one of the best recruitment officers in the game. He identified one of the best young sevens, but then he put him with Wayne, and he, I'm sure O'Sullivan knows the only way we get close to a premiership is with one of the best sevens in the game. It really is the way. Who stood out for you, Timmy?
Mate, I've been really impressed with Josh Kerr this year. I've liked him in the past. I thought he did some great things down at the Dragons, but in a real impact role off the bench the whole season, I just think he's been tremendous. And I think he's going to probably have to step up and play a few bigger minutes now with Tommy Flegler down with this injury crisis in the forward pack to the Dolphins. So excited to see what he can do. But, mate, he offers so much in attack. Like, he's not just an up and down forward, eat up a few metres. He's got a great offload on him. He runs a good line, really hard to stop on the line. Josh Kerr.
Josh Kerr, yeah. He's always had potential, hasn't he? Another guy I'm really excited to get there, Junior Tupu from the Tigers.
Oh, God.
Under Wayne. In regards to Herbie going down, what an opportunity for Tafade. This is probably, I'd assume...
Will it be Tafade, you think?
I'd assume... it just depends how they've been playing.
Yeah, I don't know who's been better.
It just depends how they've been playing, but I'd assume it'd be Tafade unless Tessie's gone back and killed it. But sometimes, like, when you get that opportunity and you don't take it, takes you a little bit longer to get back in the side. But if it was Tessie, that's also great. But if you're Tafade and you do get that call, mate, this is the rinse and repeat year on year. This is how rookies with a lot of potential fight their way into a side, is when there's an injury and they play really well. It happened with me. Well, it was an injury. Carmichael was playing Origin, played well at fullback, ended up fighting my way onto the wing spot. This happens literally every single year. So if you're Tafade, if you've had this incredible off season, mate, you'd go all out at this centre spot, because you're going to have at least, what do you reckon? That injury is at least, a 2-month injury minimum. Yeah,
anywhere from 6 to 8-ish.
Yeah, so we'll just say you've got at least 6 weeks to rip and tear. So Dolphins, great start to the season. It's just, not to be too negative, but it is just, let's see how they go against a top 4 side. That's going to be the question that needs to be answered.
It's a shame now as well, because, like Guru said, with their big dogs out for what would have been their first real test, we're not really going to know. We're still going to get a gauge of it.
Because Broncos are missing a few players too.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we're expecting Walsh back this week.
I think so. I think so. But so they'll still be missing
Haas,
Reno.
Piakura. Reno as well now.
Piakura, Willison.
Willison could be back. It was just a head knock at training, wasn't it?
Oh, no, so Willison will be back, yeah. So Haas, Piakura, Reno. Why am I missing one other person? Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, but Piakura, oh no, he did his ankle, didn't he?
He's got a couple more weeks.
Yeah. Okay.
Just had a really quick look through Q Cup. I don't think Tessie New played on the weekend. Tafade did, though.
Okay.
Did you say Mariner?
Oh, Mariner will be out, yeah. But Oates comes in, so that's not, On to the Tigers. Obviously disappointing as a Tigers fan, but, mate, I just can't believe but the fight they showed. I haven't seen a Tigers team get under the pump and look like it's going to be an absolute fucking belting. Go, no, we're not going to roll over, and fought their way back. And there was a period there where you go, oh, shit, like the Tigers could come back here. I love that from the Tigers. What do you think of the Tigers, Hammy?
Yeah, well, we started not great. We conceded a try in the 4th minute, and that is, I mean, years gone by, that's a pretty Tigers thing to do, just get on the back foot right away. But as you mentioned, credit to them, they kind of fought their way back in, hung in there. They're a little bit unlucky as well. I've certainly seen more forward passes than the one to Justin Olam get let go. So it could have been a little bit closer there as well. But look, while we hung in there, we definitely missed Lockie Galvin, I think, a little bit, to kind of taking it into the line a little bit more and kind of creating a little bit. But I'm not that disappointed. Obviously, we lost, but it wasn't we didn't let them run away with it. There's enough signs there to show that this is, this team kind of just looks like they care a little bit more than they have in the last couple. So, look, Dragons this weekend, we crack on, but I don't know. It could have been a lot worse. I was pretty proud of the boys and how they went, to be honest.
Mate, what I love to see, it's another game with Stefano playing some of his best footy.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, finally, he's starting to realise how bloody big and good he is. He was absolutely outstanding on the weekend in a big game at Suncorp. That's what's like, all of your other positions. Like, I know you could cherry pick and go, oh, this one's not that strong, this is not strong. But you look at your fullback, Buller, great.
Yep.
You look at Galvin, great. Caesar can do a job. You look at Appy, one of the best nights in the competition. Mm-hmm. Really, the biggest question has been, can you get that front rower that's a top tier guy right now? Like, we know Clemmer has been, but he's a bit older now. And if Stefano can tick that box, you're essentially ticking all the key positions outside of maybe 13 that,
Played 66 minutes on the weekend. 41 tackles, 1 miss.
Mate, love that from Stefano.
Well, I was going to say Fanua Pole actually played a pretty decent game at 13 as well.
It's his second good game too. He's been good since he's been there.
He's good, man. He's a good player. I wonder if, looking into the future, you got Jerome Luai arriving there. I think Aiden Sousa's playing great footy at the moment. Could there be a world where Galvin ends up in the 13?
Yeah, I can actually see that, especially when he fills out a little bit more.
I think he'd probably need at least three or 4 years.
It's a while away. Yeah. But you've also got Latu Finu there as well. Like, they've got some talent in the halves.
I will say, though, that Bolle is just improving week on week. Like, outstanding again. Like, so, he's still a ways away from me going, like, he's a top tier. Whereas Stefano, like, I could see him being a top tier front rower. Buller, top tier, we can see that. Galvin, we can see that as well. Appy, we already know that. But at least he's on the trajectory to becoming a better...
Caesar's form has been really important for them.
2 40-20s.
Yeah, 2 40-20s, cut the repeat test. His kicking game was phenomenal because, it was touch and go early on and people saying, all right, he's coming back, he's a lot older from the Super League, can he still cut in the NRL? Obviously, he wasn't there in the week like Galvin, but with how impressive he's been to start this year, so important that Galvin has the experienced head in the halves with him to get this team around the park, to do a lot of the kicking and take that pressure off Galvin. Because if Caesar didn't, not so much hit the ground running, but do a job and be the level head, the veteran head in the halves, it could have been someone like Bud Sullivan, who's obviously struggled to start the season, or it might have been Latu Finu in another rookie. That just heaps unnecessary pressure on Galvin. So... if he can keep this form up season, there's no reason why he can't. It'll just help him so much.
I think the big thing with Caesar too, like obviously you got the 40-20s repeat sets, mate, but he leads their kick chase every time. His line speed's good. He's doing all the 1 percenters, just what you want.
Well, and you look at his stats: 14 kicks, 460 metres, and then Bud Sullivan kicked for about 100 metres. So you're looking at about 650 metres. 550 metres kicking. Like. Yes, is it the 600 metres that you're seeing from the top tier sides? No, but at least it's close. It's much better than some of the lower tier sides, which is kind of what you missed last year was a really good kicking game.
Yeah,
you just didn't have that. Interesting though, Katoa 528 metres kicking. So, geez, he's improving outside of side. But yeah, with the Tigers, I will say Bateman really poor start to the game. I know he's fiery, but uncharacteristic errors and, getting caught in the niggle early on, I was a bit surprised at, so he's just got to sort that out.
I love Johnny Bateman, but it's probably a couple of games this year he's been sucked into a bit of niggle stuff and given away a penalty just when we're kind of getting on top, so hopefully he can sort that out.
I thought our boy Twal was really good off the bench too.
When isn't he? It's a great Twal. He doesn't know how to have a bad game, the big fella. Guess how many tackles he missed? You already know it.
Diddly squat.
Yeah, anyway, not too bad from the Tigers. Now, on to the next game. Cowboys defeat the Titans 35-22. What a bizarre game.
Yeah.
You're sitting there going, holy, this Cowboys side is back. It's back. But unfortunately, until they sort out their consistency within that 80 minutes, this is going to come back to bite them. And again, what did we see last week? They played a Broncos side that went, no, we don't play that kind of game. We don't give you 20 minutes to come and kill it, and then you get in the game, you're out of the game. Where we'll be able to defend well enough to stop you from scoring all your tries. And also, when you go in through a lull, we will put a bunch of points on you. So although it was a win for the Cowboys, that last 20 minutes or half or whatever, like you got to be sitting there as Peyton going, what have I got to tell these boys? Like, boys, we're ahead. We're dominating. It's all there. The game it's set. We don't have to worry about points. So let's not get too expansive. Let's not get silly. Let's just close the game out. And then they just go, you know what, Titans, you interested in playing a bit of footy? You are? You want to score some points on us and make this exciting? Let's do it.
People pay their admission. They want to show. Let's give it to them.
Hey. So, look, great win. Like, they've only lost one game so far, so they're four from 5, which is decent. But Cowboys aren't in the business of decent. They're in the business of premierships with this squad. So they've just got to sort that out.
And that's where if the Cowboys can find a way to make themselves a top 4 defensive side,
game over.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild ride all of a sudden. And I know they won well, but I expected a bit more out of them coming off that game against the Broncos.
Look, I thought the first half was outstanding. They were dominant. But I thought that last 20 or whatever, when the Titans just got back into it, I was just like, what is going on?
I think a lot of fans will point to Chad Townsend got simmed in, which I personally don't think he should have, which maybe let the Titans back into it. But I felt like the Titans were getting on the front foot before that.
Oh, for sure. I don't think that was a momentum shifter. Yeah. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I mean, we know they can score points. They're super impressive with ball in hand. It's funny because it's what we've said about the Titans for about 3-4 years in a row now, isn't it? We know they've got points in them, but we just need to see them defend. And it's like, are they a premiership threat? Aren't they? I'm getting more sceptical as the day goes by, just because I think we said last week, even after the loss against the Broncos, their first real test of the year, and they were smoked by an understrength Broncos team. They're going to have their big victories this year, but that means nothing when it comes to finals football, and it gets gritty, and you get like I'm not overly convinced.
Yeah. So look, that's the negative out of the way, is that at least you can identify what the problem is, and hopefully they can basically sort the problem. In regards to performances, Scotty Drinkwater, my God, that guy is just unbelievable to watch play footy. 2 tries, a try assist, 188 metres, 5 tackle breaks, 3 line breaks, a line break assist, 2 offloads, no errors. With the amount of tack that he did yesterday, the fact that he has no errors is absolutely incredible.
Well, that first try he scored, where he got the ball and he was looking around, trying to get in their shape or whatnot. Then he looked up and went, oh, no, fuck it, I'll just score. I'll just run straight through the middle of them and score here.
Yeah, so good. There was a play for me that typified what COD is all about. So I don't know how far it was into the game, maybe 20, 30 minutes. So Drinkwater takes a scoot and he kicks it for himself, and it's essentially a selfish play. But Scott Drinkwater, he's essentially paid to be selfish. Like, you want him to think that he can do whatever. So he does this, it's a scrubber. And most teams, honestly, I reckon 85% of teams, it's a shit kick. They get out of their own in goal, and you'd be in the video session on the Monday with Todd Payton going, Drinky, why the fuck are you kicking with not telling anyone? But guess who's the one man that turns a selfish-ish play into a repeat set, a really good play? It's Cotter, the only bloke that saw it and just said, I'm just running, I'm going for it. So he turns a bad kick into a good kick. And as we always say, a kick chase can turn a bad kick into a good kick. And Cotter does that purely with effort. And it's 25 minutes into the game. So we're talking about those fatigue areas. We're not talking about, he's just come back on or the first 10 minutes. We're talking about that 25-minute mark where usually opposing coaches are bringing on, other forwards to try and pick the pace up. Then 10 minutes later, it's actually Cotter's play the ball that's quick that gives Scotty Drinkwater his try. And these are all the little things that you're not going to see in the stat sheet. You're not going to notice them unless you're watching closely. But that's why it's so important to have balance in teams. You've got the superstar, the highlight reel guy of Scotty Drinkwater, and then you've got the battler that's propping up the superstar. That those plays don't happen if the battler doesn't do what his job is, which is ripping and tearing.
And I love that Todd Payton has just shown how important the battler is by giving him the captaincy this year.
Yeah,
He's nailed it. And you can just see Cotter is absolutely thriving at the moment.
Yeah, so good to watch. Like every little thing that you can do right, he does it. All of the amount of times where a forward will be crabbing across field, and most players go, "Oh, it's not my job to hit short here. I'm on the next play, so I'm not going to hit that short line." No, Cotter's there every single time.
Every
time.
time.
Take that play.
Yeah.
First half, as I said, Cowboys outstanding. Titans only had 38% of the ball for mostly the first half. Who else stood out for you boys in the Cowboys side?
There's been a lot of talk of number 9s on today's podcast. A lot of them stood up. Reece Robson, the form number 9 of the competition. He's been outstanding this season.
It's a hot field.
It's a hot field, but he'd be in the top 3 at least, form-wise.
He's been terrific. And we saw, we look obviously into the stats, and particularly the attacking stats in Supercoach circles. And 2 years back, when the Cowboys made that run to the preliminary final, Reece Robson had a ton of tries, try assists, line breaks and all that, because it was a gun team and the forward pack rolling forward. Last year, when they were severely disappointing, he had next to nothing in the attacking, the stats columns. This year, what's happened? The Cowboys pack are rolling forward again, and Reece Robson is just having a field day off the back of it.
Yeah.
He's been tremendous. He's playing 80 minutes per week. Got a little early shower in this one, but, he's grown a leg since that Origin debut last year.
What I love most about his game is his service has improved. You go watch those tries, a lot of the tries that the Cowboys scored, every bit of service from Reece Robson is right there. It's literally perfect position. I think his service has been absolutely outstanding.
The play that stood out for me from the weekend for him, obviously scored the try, but just the way that came about. Drinky, there was nothing on. He's just hovering back to the field, and then he just goes, fucking give me the ball, I'll take him on. I was watching it live, and I didn't realise it was Reece Robson until he stood up after scoring it, because why?
Especially,
why is he the guy coming onto it like that?
Especially as a number 9, who they're always thinking next play. I've got to be at the ruck, be ready there to get the service out there, and he was the one hitting it.
And that's where he knows, even if he gets tackled there, he's going to get a quick play the ball, and Drinky just goes.
Yeah.
It's over.
These are his stats: 76 minutes, a try, 13 runs, 160 metres, 29 post contact, 3 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, a line break assist, 4 offloads, 29 tackles, only 2 misses. What a knock from a hooker!
Yeah.
It took Egan to have the game of his career to get that team of the week, but if it wasn't Egan, it's Robson in that starting 9 jersey. Look, the good thing is they've got the team there, they've got the setup there, they've got the culture there. It's just about that defence they need to sort out, really.
I want to wish Zach Labart all the very best. ACL, by the sounds of it. I believe that's been confirmed now.
Oh, really?
Fucking awful. Interesting to see what they do there. Valame's been in the extended squad. They've got Valia as well, who's up there, who's probably more noted centre out of the two. But I thought Valame was tremendous last year when he came into first grade. So interesting to see which way they go there.
Well, yeah, because Valame, he's done his best work on the wing for the Cowboys, but he can play centre.
Yeah.
Outside of that, Griffin Neem, I thought he was great again. Jeez, he's just a battler, gets through his work.
He had a few errors last week, and then I think one of his first touches this week had an error, and I thought, oh, shit, here we go again. But after that, he was great.
Yeah, he was great. And Valen Holmes, he still had a couple of errors, Holmes, but, mate, fuck. He's a handful.
He's a maniac.
Actual
The way
maniac.
that he runs the ball, it's just... he's just so hard to handle at the moment, isn't he?
Shout out to all their back five, obviously, except Labor, who got injured. They all ran for at least 180 metres.
What about Kyle Felt? How poetic is it that the game was in the balance and he scores the most tries in the history of the Cowboys with a big play, intercept? That's what he's done his whole career. The amount of big plays he's had for the Cowboys, it's almost second to none. There might be wingers out there that you would rate higher or whatever, but there's very few wingers that have had many match-winning moments that he did, and he breaks the club record with a match-winning moment, essentially.
And, you mentioned there, there's a lot of wingers in the history of the game you'd have before Kyle Felt, but has anyone been better at just sniffing out a try?
It's just, he's just so good at it. And, put it this, heading into this year, a lot of us are sitting there going, well, maybe Valame's the guy to go. And he's gone, no, I'm sticking with Felt. And he gets to break the record.
And, all good and well, scoring tries, that's great. But this year, like this week, 19 runs, 200 run metres, 68 post contact.
Yep, absolutely. Tough. So good, so good. Now, onto the Titans. The good thing is there's signs of fight there. Now, Foran's out injured, so that's devastating for them. But they're just so far off, unfortunately. I will say, I've been a bit critical of Brian Kelly. I thought it was easily his best game. He had one defensive read where his spacing wasn't good and he was really tight to his three and he should have been a bit further out and he probably would have stopped it. But outside of that, I thought he was really good, Kelly.
Scored a good try, set up another one that obviously got taken off them, went upstairs. But geez, that nudge that he put in on that play, geez, that was nice.
Just his defence. If he can sort his defence out, like his attack, it's some of the best in the comp from a centre, but just for some reason that defence doesn't seem to be clicking for him.
Game 150 as well.
Yeah, game
Brian
150.
Kelly. Get around him.
So I thought he's better. Again, as I said, defensively still needs. There's still a bit of concern of him defensively, but he did have some really good moments in attack. Campbell was good, but unfortunately, this side, I don't see him winning very many matches at the moment. I really don't, unfortunately.
It seems a long way off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, they completed over 80% in this game on a track that was so conducive to point scoring. It was a great day for footy and using the ball, playing expansive footy. They didn't score till the second half. And look, as you said, Kempy, it is a good sign that they showed some fight, they showed some ticker, but again, like the Cowboys almost put the cue in the rack a bit, didn't they? And they were like, we've got this game won, and they took the foot off the throat. They scored their 4 tries in the second half. Again, I don't want to be super negative about that, but had all the opportunities in the first half, couldn't convert. It's hard to be overly positive.
Brimo 6 now, surely?
Well, I would. I don't know if Des will.
Surely.
Honestly.
They've got quite a few outside backs. Surely you're going to be chucking Brimo at 6. Like even like the early try they scored was off Brimo, I'm pretty sure. Surely.
Oh, God, look at the Raiders this week. Ugh. Raiders, Manly, Warriors, Melbourne, Cowboys, Knights, Brisbane, bye. Oh. God, I hope I am wrong, boys. But they could be coming out of that bye 0-12.
Well, you take out now, like Kieran Foran played 26 minutes. We just speak about how important he is to this side. He's gone. Dave Fafita was good.
Yeah,
like in his first full game of the year, the signs are good there. He had like 19 runs or something. That'll help tremendously. But losing Foz, like that's going to, we know the impact it has in attack, defensively as well. God.
Once again, hope I'm wrong. But if they haven't won a game before that bye, keep in mind they'll be the first team to have already had both their byes.
Wow. Some positive. I thought Sam Verrills in the second half was quite good, quite crafty. But, they're just a side that unfortunately have not reacted the way you thought they would against the Des Hasler coaching staff. And, they just allow too many things to skate by, and then they've got players in key positions that aren't in form. Unfortunately, Tanner is just completely down on confidence. He's shot. Foran's gone. Tino's gone. It's just, unfortunately, they showed fight, which is good.
Yeah.
But I think they're a ways away. I really do.
Fafita, just the one silver lining, as we said.
Yeah.
He looked good.
Okay, Raiders defeat the Eels 41.
Sorry, before we move on, the kid that made his debut looks bloody good too. Josiah Pahulu, he came off the bench. He was in jersey 17.
Yeah.
They've had big raps on him. He got folded yesterday on a few runs, but he looks like a player.
Well, I just liked his energy.
Yeah.
He brought energy, like something, like a bit of just passion that, like, I'm going to try and make a difference here.
Nelson cleared of suspension.
Okay, now on to Raiders defeat the Eels 41-8. Mate, what a win. What a win. And look, Mitch Moses wasn't playing, and yes, the Eels are better with Mitch Moses, but this was dominant essentially from start to finish. Their forward pack dominated them. What I was most impressed, though, is that when they let the ball move, I thought the Raiders' attack looked bloody good. It's the best the Raiders' attackers look. They scored 41 points. As I said, yes, is it going to be orthodox? No, it's not going to be orthodox. But you put Strange in that 6 jersey and you just say, mate, just try stuff. Just try something. And then the other boys get around it. When you've got like explosive ball runners like Timoko, it can work. It can work. It's unorthodox. It's not like every other team, and you're not seeing, the Warriors' incredible space that they provide on the edges there. But what you're seeing is just footy players that rip and tear, and when they see an opportunity, they take it. What do you think of the game, Timmy?
How good's... Oh, sorry. My name's not Timmy. For those playing at home.
Kemby, was what you touched on. It was the ball movement. Like, my biggest concern for the Raiders coming into this season was we just don't use the ball well. When we do these big spreads, it just looks clunky. It looks slow and it doesn't look threatening. It's had its moments this season, but there was one try. It was a James Schiller try yesterday, and it went through Rapana, Timiko, and there were just some really soft, quick hands. And the ball movements looked as good as it's looked in a long time. To be honest.
Yeah.
And as you said, do this powerhouse forward pack and some good offloading, second phase play, some strong ball runners. Points will come, but to do it in a clinical way with good ball movement out wide, that was so reassuring as a Raiders fan because we have been clunky in the back line and that ball movement for a number of years now. Really, really good signs.
And I have to be honest, I did not think they had that in them. Even Raiders at their best, when I was going, best case scenario, they're a grindy, gritty side and they just bash teams out of games. I didn't see that. I did not see a team that was going to throw the ball around and really damage teams on their edge. Timoko. Oh, unbelievable performance. Signs a contract extension. And, we've talked quite a lot about, do they have strike weapons on the edge to take advantage of that great forward pack? And do they what? I mean, at the moment, he's top 3 form centre in the competition to start the season. I'd even say, Tangwa had probably 2 really good games, whereas Timoko has probably played every game he's played has been a good game this year. He's literally form-wise one of the best centres in the competition, and just his ability to find space, but at the same time, strength in contact, but also his first 10 metres is quite good. Soft hands as well. Part of his game that doesn't get as much raps is how soft his hands are. Mate, he's incredible. Incredible.
Pretty wild week. Obviously re-signed, but it was last Sunday afternoon when a journo tried to give him a rap.
Yeah.
Ricky Stewart shut it down very quickly and said, nope.
And Matt took that personally. Michael Jordan meme again.
Bounces back with game of his career.
He's like, that wasn't good enough last week. Okay, fair enough, Ricky. I'll go to another level.
Yeah.
Who else stood out for you boys?
They were all very impressive. I was just going to say they've won 3 games this year, the Raiders. They've all been by 13 plus. So we're all sitting here going, how are they going to put points on? If they're going to win, they're just going to grind teams out. They've been putting them away so far this year.
So good. And just for the listeners, Timoko's game, 2 tries, 2 try assists, 15 runs, 183 metres, 49 post contact, 8 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, 2 line breaks, 3 line break assists, 11 tackles, only 1 miss, no errors. Literally, what else could you ask from a centre in the game? That's as good as you can possibly play.
What I love about the Raiders this year, and you mentioned they've had a few 13-plus victories. The thing that has shipped me the most with the Raiders over the last few years, despite them being gritty, I just look at their attack and go, what are they doing during the week? It's just, you got one of the greatest attacking halfbacks of all time as your coach, and he's just refused to play, a pretty style of footy for a long time. He gets these young kids, and my biggest fear was that he was going to go, fuck, we got an experience, let's just nut it down and simplify everything. They're moving the football around. Ricky Stewart's leaned into what he's actually got there, and I love it.
Yeah, I think it's... for me, they went from a team that I thought would slide the most to they absolutely should make the 8. They're playing top 8 footy right now. And what's exciting is if this is where they're at now in the season, if they keep improving the way that they look like they're going, they should be in the 8 by the end of the year.
$2.60 to make the 8, the Raiders.
Yeah. And I had them outside my 8. I did, but they have been phenomenal. Tarpanel was outstanding again.
You know what else? I think going into the season, I could very well be wrong, but I reckon Ricky Stewart, before any of the trials were played, had Chevy Stewart as his fullback, and I think he had KO Weeks as his 6. Neither of those things have eventuated, and we're looking unreal.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He's done really well to pivot with those previous plans. I thought Tarpanel was outstanding again. When does he not outstanding? But the one that stood out for me, Morgan Smithies. 19 runs, 150 metres, 60 post contact, a tackle break, an offload, 41 tackles, 0 misses.
80 minutes.
80 minutes.
I thought it was pretty evident from Ricky Stewart's presser last week where he, went off a little bit. He sort of... I expected Smithies to play big minutes this week because they fell apart when he wasn't on the field last week. They sort of got Corey Horsburgh to jump in the 13 role, which he's looked great there before. But last week, when Smithies wasn't on the field, they fell into a heap. Yeah.
Well, what did we say a few weeks ago? We said we feel like he's going to be one of those players that, although he's not setting the world alight, you can't imagine as soon as he goes off, it's almost like Cam Murray to a degree. I know Cam Murray's a different player, but it's like, just get him back on, please.
You mentioned before with Cotter being a battler. Is Morgan Smithies the battler to end? Is he the pin-up battler?
Oh, pin-up battler.
Like, can you get... He doesn't bust tackles. He offloaded on the weekend. I nearly had a heart attack when I saw that. He just gets through his work. Nothing flamboyant about him. Is he the biggest battler in the competition?
Mate, he's genuinely might be. He's fast becoming the glue of that forward pack because, he's getting to the point where, and it's only 5 games in, but he's getting to the point where it's just like, if you can stay on the field, please. Like, if you've got enough gas in the tank to be on the field, just stay on the field. And so the exciting thing for the Raiders then is that your forward front row rotation becomes even more hectic with Horsburgh being pushed into that rotation.
We said, mate, 80 minutes, 41 tackles without a miss.
Crazy.
You can do it.
They've played 5 games this year, the Raiders. Morgan Smithies has played above 68 minutes in 3 of them. They've won all 3 of those. They've lost the 2 that he played below that.
Yeah, wow. Who else stood out for you boys?
Xavier Savage, we spoken about him yet?
Yeah, spoke about him in the team of the week.
Bounce back.
But, geez, what a great... That try that he scored,
Yeah.
where he just went afterburners on. Like, Dylan Brown is no slouch. Dylan Brown's one of the fastest 6 in the comp.
Yeah.
And he just went, afterburners, see you later. Didn't get close to him.
What odds was Danny Levi, NRL top try scorer at the start of the year? He must have crunched into single figures.
Not in single figures yet, but
Was he even priced?
I don't think he would have been on there, if I'm honest with you. Write your own ticket on him.
Man, I don't think he would have been in the Raiders' top try.
Mate.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
The great Danny Levi. Hasn't he been like one of the, maybe find of the season is dramatic, but I guess from what he's needed some 9 to just jump out and say, this is my jersey. He's been outstanding for you guys.
He was a battler. He was one of the great number 9 battlers in the game, but when you score 4 tries in your first 5 games, well, that battler tag's been shed.
Yeah, no, it's no battler.
Battlers don't score 4 tries.
He's going to need a new try celebration soon. It's getting stale.
It's how good's he been though for him?
Yeah.
Like, he's been desperate for someone to go, yep, I'm the 9. So far, he's been that guy.
Yeah.
Outside of that, Schiller, really good in attack. Like, some of his running is that strong. 231 metres, 51 post contact, 2 tackle breaks, 3 line breaks. Just defensively though, like when he went for that intercept instead of going to the, just needs to sort that defensive decision making out. Bloody hell, he's good.
It's been a while since you've had genuine speed on your wings, isn't it? It's just been a long time, but those 2, they're just dynamic in attack.
Yeah, as you said, can't be real good in attack. A few defensive issues. Physically, I think he's quite strong.
Yeah, absolutely.
In contact, he's quite good. A few reads here and there. I think he'll be okay, but if you can round that out, it gives them an interesting selection at Albert Hopewade, who Ricky loves, seemingly. He's picked him over a lot of good footballs over the last 2 years. If he's good after that burn on his arm a few weeks back, does Schiller keep his spot? I don't know which way I'll go.
Yeah, it's going to be, at least it's a tough decision for Ricky. Okay, on to the Eels. Quite a disappointing performance. Not quite. Very disappointing. Questions? Junior Bolo playing 34 minutes. Is he injured? What's going on there?
You have to assume so, wouldn't you?
So he gets pushed into the starting role last week, and they bring him back to the bench, and then he only gets 34 minutes.
Well, Guru, you mentioned before Trent Robinson starting to get a bit hard to predict with his forward minutes and rotations. The Eels, Brad Arthur, he's the pin-up boy for that, isn't he? And is it just him playing him 34 minutes, no injuries? Who knows with him?
Yeah, it's very strange. I've got to say, we gave Joey Lussick some raps a few weeks ago because I did think that, he'd kind of stepped up, but some of his service from dummy half, just not NRL standard at some stages in games.
Yeah, and this is, it's all good and well to be an 80-minute hooker, but fucking the NRL to do it week to week across 5 weeks, seemingly tough across 27. You're asking a lot.
Yeah, and he's going to make 50 plus tackles, in that 80 minutes, and
Which he never shies away from either.
no, he works his ass off. But just some of those, balls behind or up, high or low.
And it's like similar sort of things we've seen with Parramatta again the last 2 years. Just the edge defence, the Raiders were walking through them at times.
Yeah, very just a flat performance from the Eels. I know that, they only had 44% possession of the ball, but usually this Eels side has a big enough forward pack to kind of fight back and swing momentum back. I just didn't really see it on the weekend.
We throw up a lot of names and sort of some bigger names that might be getting shopped around. And Lomax was mentioned before about outside backs, but they're just crying out for that rock-solid defensive centre who runs a line. Someone like Rocco Berry. They need their Rocco Berry.
Sivo, 2 tries, but he had 11 runs for 79 metres. It's like, bro.
I think, to be fair, this has been an issue for Sivo for quite some time, but I think, did he get injured during that game?
I mean, he was on the field for 80 minutes.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I think he was hampered at one point. But once again, we've been talking about this for 2.5 years.
Yeah, it's been 2.5 years now.
Yeah.
And so it's like, and then you look across the other edge, 11 runs for 76 metres from Sean Russell. For all the flack that Bailey Simonson cops, he still ran for 141 metres.
When was the last time you saw in an NRL game the fullback and the 2 wingers go sub 100 metres?
So
all 3 of them.
Gutho, 87, Sivo, 79, Russell, 76, Benzini, 73. In the modern era, you can't do that.
See that, yeah.
You just can't. And I know they didn't have as much possession, but, geez, I don't know. Like we talked about, Penrith may be a bit fatigued. Maybe the Eels are really fatigued. I don't know.
But completed at 77%.
Yeah.
Had enough ball in hand.
Give him a shot. Look, positives were, I thought Dylan Brown tried his heart out. Is he a 7 yet? No, I don't think so. I think he's an out-and-out 6, which is fair. I think sometimes we be a bit unfair on 6s and 7s, and we go, well, if you're a 6, you should be able to play 7. But how often do we do that in other positions where, well, if you're a front rower, you should be able to play 13. And so I think Dylan Brown is just an out-and-out 6 at the moment. I think in a few years, maybe he'll be ready to play 7, but I just don't know if he's there yet.
Which makes it tough, though. What do you do there?
Oh, I don't know what you do.
Yeah.
I think he definitely has the attributes to be a number 7.
Oh, for sure.
But when Mitch Moses runs this team, he trains pre-season, everything as a number 6, a ball-running number 6. And when you're thrust into it when Moses is out, it makes it tough, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And he would need a full pre-season to probably be ready for it. But yeah, at the moment, it's just you look at the run meters. The Raiders had 1,958 run meters compared to the 1,299 run meters from the Eels. 9 line breaks to 3. I mean, they just got completely dominated. 38 tackle breaks to 20. So just a really disappointing week from the Eels. You're almost like there's nothing really to take from that other than, boys, sweep it under the rug. Let's rest them up this week. Maybe don't go too hard at training and get them fresh for the next week.
We said last week, I said with the Seagulls and the Dragons, it was just too bad to be true. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. Put a line through that performance, forget about it, move forward. That's this week with Parramatta.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Tigers last week are better than a lot of people give them credit for. So that was a really tough game from them last week. Relatively short turnaround with the Monday to Sunday. So maybe you just go, you know what? I think the boys are fatigued. Look, they played like a tired side. They didn't look anything like the Eels that we know. If I'm an Eels fan, they're just so hard to know where they're at.
Yeah.
1 week, anyway, we've been through it a million times. 1 week they're great, next week they're not. But if I'm the Eels, honestly, I might not even do video session. Seriously, I just go, let's rest up, boys. The video sessions are relevant. What's relevant? If you just don't rock up and have a dig for 80 minutes this week, then there's going to be some heads rolling.
Got beaten New South Wales Cup, 30 points to 6 too. Tough day out for that squad.
Was that down at Canberra as well?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I hate Canberra.
Do you consider bringing the young bloke Ethan Sanders in to maybe play 7, or is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Are they pushing Talagi too early at such a young age in 6 jersey?
I think so, yeah. I think he is a better 6 than what he will be centre, but I also just think it's very evident now. We've got a 3-week sample size that defensively.
It was 7 missed tackles.
Yeah, and I thought last week there was a couple of bad defensive reads that didn't show up and missed tackles.
Well, even you go to his debut as well,
Yeah.
even in centre. So I think maybe you bring it back a bit, be a bit more patient with him. It's very hard to ask that bloke to come straight into 6 jersey for the Parramatta Eels. What is he, 19?
Yeah.
Tough. It's a tough ask, especially when he's moved around in position. I know
He might even be 18. Yeah.
but he's playing fullback in club, isn't he?
Yeah.
So like to expect him to go, we want you in centre, then into 6, like that's a tough ask.
I know we said. Sorry, you go, mate.
No, you go, mate.
I was just saying, we said it last week, but like Arce didn't play round 5. Don't know why, maybe injured or something. But round 4 against the Maggies, scored 2 tries. Yeah, playing at 5'8", 2 line breaks, 5 tackle breaks. What are we missing with Arce?
And just going off stats and nothing more, didn't see the game, but Ethan Sanders, 31 tackles on the weekend, only 2 missed. Maybe something. I don't know.
Yep.
You agree?
Uh-huh.
It's hard to push back on.
Listen, man, I got a fucking 7-month-old at home. I got dolphin noises coming out of my ear. I got a 4-hour potty. What am I complaining for, though? It's the best job in the world, boys. Best job in the world. All right, that's us done and dusted. Now it's time for Face the Music and our tips.
What a transition. Nicely done.
Fucking 10 today. This mic's stand.
Please no drug references be offset. This is a PG show, mate.
All right, I'm just going to have to hold it. That's okay. All right. Thursday night footy, the Connor Watson Cup, Newcastle Knights versus Sydney Roosters.
For some reason, Sexton's probably going to get booed as well, which is weird.
Well, you know, more character building for Toby Sexton, but that's okay.
There's going to be dudes outside Sexton's house just like booing him. He's like, what the hell is this? This is the Connor Watson Cup. The Hot Pirate Cup. The Pirate Cup.
The Hot Pirate Cup, Knights $1.63, the Chooks $2.27, the Lions 3.5 points. What do we think?
I am going to go... this one's tough. Okay. Drop the 1, carry the 2. Going Knights. 3.5 points, did you say?
Yep. Carry the 2.
And I bring the 2, drop the 1. Knights to cover.
Yep.
Knights.
Yep.
Knights.
Knights.
Yep, Knights for me as well. Good start, everybody. Next game, Storm Dogs. Storm $1.11, Winks like. The Dogs $6.70. The line, pretty big here, 17.5 points.
Storm. Dogs to cover. Dogs to cover.
Fuck, 17's a lot.
That's
of
so
points.
much, man.
I just don't know what team Canterbury's going to name here. Melbourne.
I think through no fault of their own, the Doggies, just because of the injury toll, that would have gassed them on the weekend. So I'm going to go Storm.
Yeah, I'll go Storm too.
I'm going Storm Dogs. Big line there.
17. I mean, I can picture an absolute pummeling, though.
Friday night, Broncos Dolphins, the Jermaine Asako Cup. Broncos $1.30.
Sexton also getting booed there, which is
Yeah, well,
strange.
hard times. Dolphins $3.50.
They just put a picture up on the screen randomly and he just gets booed.
So harsh, but it seems to be happening a lot lately. Dolphins $3.57. The line 10.5 points in this one.
Oh, Broncos, Dolphins to cover there.
I'm going to go Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Broncos.
Yep.
Renault out.
Walsh back.
Okay.
Dolphins, a lot of injuries.
I'll go Broncos, but Dolphins with the start.
I'll go on Broncos. I think too many injuries for the Dolphins there. Next game on Super Saturday, New Zealand Warriors versus Manly Seagulls, the Dylan Walker Cup. $1.49 Warriors, Manly $2.63. The line 5.5 points.
I'm going all in on the... Oh, fuck.
Go to one, mate.
What was the line? 5.5?
5.5, yeah.
You bastards.
Sorry.
I had to pick it. Warriors to cover.
Mm-hmm.
Warriors 13 plus for me.
Oh!
Guru!
Goodness me.
Holy, why do you hate Manly so much?
It's going to be a corker of a game. I'll go Waz.
Yep.
It's match of the round, isn't it? Surely.
You got to be.
I'll go Warriors, but I'll give Manly that start.
Oh, nail biter for Matty.
Okay.
Interesting. I'm going to go Warriors to cover. Eels Cowboys $2.36 for the Eels. The Cowboys $1.60. The line 3.5 points in this one.
Oh, man.
Eels home game.
This is a tough one. Cowboys.
Yep.
Oh, cows.
I think the Eels bounce back.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll go the outside.
like what you saw the other night?
Well, I'm just... They're a good enough team. Bounce back factor. They'll lift off the back of that.
This could be 42-40 here.
Yeah, and it makes the Raiders look better if they bounce back. So like, that's
Exactly.
why he's carrying on. With it.
Nah, Cowboys.
Yeah, Cowboys for me as well.
Oh my god.
This next one, I think I can see how this one's going to transpire for everybody. Rabbitohs, $2.82 when they host the Sharkies, $1.43. The Lions, 6.5 points.
Well, you just don't know. Like this could be like we're talking about coaches getting sacked here. Yeah. So it could be just the game where they just go fucking boom, you know? Sharks.
Yeah, I'm going to go Sharks 13 plus here as well.
265.
Yeah.
The 13 plus
You've broken him. Sharks.
Yep.
Sharks.
Oh, Matty.
You really surprised?
Holy shit!
He's gone again.
The fans are marching soon.
They haven't
Yeah.
done it. They haven't done anything since May. Why would
Wow. He's gone whack.
Goodness me, he's an angry man. Sharks 13 plus for me as well. $2.63. All right, next one. We're on a Sunday. I'll be at this game, Campbelltown, making the pilgrimage out there for the Matthew Head Cup. Tigers, $1.81. The Dragons, $2.04. The line, 1.5 points. The market predicting an absolute nail biter out there.
Galvin's not back, is he?
Not back yet. Out of the ninth wonder of the world.
Dragons to cover.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, Dragons.
Blokes are off your heads.
I'll go Tigs.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you. Tigers.
Tigers cover that easily. Locking that in.
13 plus, would you say?
Not that
Come on,
easily.
Mr. Fucking
Not that-
Bravery.
Tigers 13 plus. Let's go. All right, to bring it home, headlining this week, we've got the Canberra Raiders hosting the Gold Coast Titans in the William Zillman Cup. Raiders $1.30.
Shannon Boyd Cup.
Titans $3.57. The line 10.5 points.
Raiders to cover. Actually, Raiders 13 plus.
Would you get your $2.10?
Yeah, I'm going to go Raiders 13 plus too.
Raiders, and I'm just going to be normal and say the Raiders cover.
Yeah, same as Timmy.
Raiders 13 plus for me. Every game they've won this year's been 13 plus. Not rocket science, people.
So wait, if we take the extra 3 points in that line, do we get an extra bonus?
Yeah, you get a bonus point if you...
13 plus.
No, I've got to take your first
Oh,
answer.
you already took it. You showed no ticker early as per usual. You miss
Jesus.
out.
Shot clock, unfortunately,
Cowards.
is expired. So
Shot clock has expired, mate. 10 seconds.
all right.
That's
Well,
what you get. Don't watch the bloody replay and then come to the call.
Tedesco.
All right, that's Face the Music, brought to you by Sportsbet. Grab a case of bloke beer, set your calendars. May 6th, jersey drop is coming, plus some other stuff. Anything else, give Guru the follow. Also, leave a comment on Guru. When the fuck are you going to invite Denon to your fucking show, you dog cunt? Leave that. Leave a comment on his YouTube. Like, feel like I kind of deserve it, but it's all good. Don't worry about it. Timmy, anything?
Mate, just get around SC Playbook. Articles, podcasts, all that good shit.
If you build a studio, would I be allowed to come? Or
Mate, you be the first person in
is it like a fucking no beak policy at the Guru over there?
I respect the bloke who gave me a start on podcasting. So.
Anything you got? Anything else?
actually, I got something to plug. New show at Sportsbet. Give me something. Myself and Sammy Phillips looking across all sports and novelty markets once a week, every Wednesday. Go and check that one out as well.
Give me something.
Yeah.
Will you invite me in that or no?
Absolutely. Come on
Okay.
down whenever you want.
Okay, Matty, what do you got going on, mate?
Nothing. Go South.
That's a man in a depths of despair, guys. And as usual, we'll go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.